Chapter 381. The Gardener of Withered Flowers 3:6. A garden is different from a forest, and a flower garden is not the same as a field. Within the buds of withered flowers, no seeds grow, and there are no bees to transfer pollen. So all the flowers that exist in this flower garden were planted by my hands, one by one. Everything is completely in place now. The Wand of Ages sat cross-legged atop a hill. If this were building a house, you'd have cleared the land, erected the building, and completely applied the wallpaper and lining. Plus, you've finished installing built-in furniture, lighting, and even air conditioning. Do wizards also use air conditioning? In a world where magic exists, why wouldn't there be air conditioning? Why do you think wizards are so eccentric? It's all because they don't have air conditioning. So there must be a constellation that governs air conditioning. Want me to introduce you? I can't tell where the joke ends and where the truth begins. That's one thing that's truly wizard-like about him. So, when are you going to have the housewarming party? Housewarming party? Yes. Or a revival meeting. Which do you prefer? Once again, the wizard made such wizard-like remarks. For someone like me, who only knows about swords and martial arts, I could only stare at the wizard with eyes asking for an explanation. The Wand of Ages sighed and removed his staff from his lips. The constellations that have reached this stage are usually divided into two groups. It must be hard to survive. First, the constellations who show their sanctuaries to their loved ones and plan a happy future. Second, those who gather their followers and spout grandiose plans about the future. Even constellations are no different in their actions. The first is like a husband who bought a house, and the second is like a company president who built a headquarters building. The Wand of Ages silently stared at me. His gaze seemed to say, "You're a constellation too, and yet you're spouting such corny jokes." The Wand of Ages spoke with that look in his eyes. "You would be the former, I guess. Do I look like that? Yes. Wouldn't you call over your spouse and brag? This is our home, Raviel. A resting place for us to live together. This sea was created by the advisor, and this high mountain range is a trace of our sun wreaking havoc in the household." Something like that. Indeed. Oh, why do you say that? You should know well that I can't be like that. Oh, really? Why not? Well, then naturally it would lead to something like, speaking of this flower, imagine. In a place that is not here, in a time that is not now, there was a group of boat people who fell into misery when the Ice Age came. Something roughly like that. The Wand of Ages shrugged his shoulders with his staff in his mouth. Feigning ignorance. As expected, he brought it up knowing everything. I saw through his ploy but still flicked my wrist, shaking the head of Hishmith Kritz hanging there. I told this serpent once when I was shedding its skin, "Humans are not dolls to be displayed in your glass garden. No one lives to be displayed by another, and no one has the right to display another. Surely, I who said such things cannot do the same." Hishmith Kritz cringed, making a squeaking sound. I drew back my wrist and concluded my words. I did not plant these children to be displayed to someone. The Wand of Ages removed his staff from his lips again. Even if that person is Raviel? Even if it's Raviel? No. Especially because it is Raviel. Certainly, I think it will be enjoyable. Holding Raviel's hand and explaining this world I created. Talking about what plans I had and the thoughts I pondered while making this place. I will explain to Raviel once again what kind of person I am, and that Raviel will acknowledge it once again. To be recognized deep within my heart that I am such a person would surely feel as sweet as my heart melting. Would she be amazed? Indeed, you are my wife. Would she empathize? I am truly happy to have a virtuous person as my companion. Would she join me? Yes, you wounded flowers. I too, along with Gongja, will take care of you. How happy would that be? That's why I won't do it. I will not invite Raviel to my sanctuary. Something that shouldn't be done. Ever. The wizard sucked on his staff once more. Isn't that a bit too much? Screaming Sky, you even broke me a pillar. Why not have a little more faith in yourself? It might not be as scary as you think. It's because I am scared. I continued speaking both firmly and honestly. Of course, I am strong. To be clear, there are only a handful of people stronger than me in the entire tower. But Raviel is my exception. No matter how much I resolve not to, how long can I last? If I invite Raviel here, if I walk this place with Raviel, I might unconsciously treat these planted flowers as rare exhibits. That is really, really scary. Isn't enduring such temptations close at hand precisely your duty? There's a saying that true faith manifests in the midst of trials. If it were something possible, it would indeed be a trial. To act that way in an impossible situation is foolish. The wand of ages clicked his tongue. I looked at him with a dumbfounded expression, which could be interpreted as, "It's not working." Wizard. You really are a true wizard. Oh? Are you complimenting me out of the blue? Musha said that there should be no exceptions in a god's life. The Tower Master said that if you become a constellation, you must endure eternity. So think carefully before locking your skill set. I scratched the back of my head as I continued. Then this inference becomes possible. I'm still inexperienced, but perhaps there are more constellations who fall from grace not because they are overpowered, but because they fail to keep their word. And here you are, trying to set a trap of downfall with clever temptations. Truly, you are a true wizard. Yes, that is indeed a compliment. It wasn't even a particularly clever temptation. It was too blatant. What are you trying to do? I stared straight at the Wand of Ages. You said that if I give up climbing the tower or fail along the way, I would have to return the pillar position. Is that why? Do you want a comeback match that badly? The Wand of Ages also looked straight at me. What if I do? Then, wizard, having been a pillar yourself and yet unable to escape from your desires, you would be a petty person. And knowing that such a petty person was a pillar up to now, it says a lot about the other pillars and the level of the tower they support. But you wouldn't want that, would you? Why do you think that? Because you were a pillar of the tower, I said. Because you must have that much dignity. The Wand of Ages rubbed his staff on his sleeve and smiled slightly. In the end, it is a compliment. It's not bad to hear that from the person responsible for pushing me out of the pillar position. Why are you doing this? I wish for you to reach the 100th floor. The Wand of Ages said. I hope that the Sword Emperor's wish is fulfilled. I want you to formally become a pillar, and I want the other pillars not to stop it. Then why? Because for that to happen, you cannot be a fool who trips over a pebble. It was a statement loaded with implications. The Wand of Ages fluttered his sleeve as he continued speaking. Especially such an obvious pebble. No matter how much it shines like gold, you must avoid it. It seemed like I could almost hear the words, otherwise, you wouldn't be able to reach the 100th floor in the first place. I remained silent for a while. In this place where there were highs and lows of the land, the rippling of the waves, and the temperature difference of the air, the only things that were still were the flowers. I quietly listened to the sound of the blowing wind caressing the red water surface and soaking the flower petals with its scent. I asked, why do you wish for me to reach the 100th floor? There are 3 reasons for that. The Wand of Ages held the broken staff in his mouth on both ends, munching on it like a snapped pocky stick. The first is an easy reason. If the guy who defeated me doesn't even reach the 100th floor and loses, wouldn't that be somewhat embarrassing? Imagine how much gossip would spread among the pillars and constellations. Returning to work in such a situation, wouldn't it feel like being the outcast branch manager of a magic tower every day? I'm wondering if I should ask if there's gossip even between the pillars, or if there's something like ostracism even in the magic tower. It was you who said that constellations are all the same. What difference does it make whether it's a pillar or a wizard? The Wand of Ages removed one of the staffs from his lips. The wet, glistening tip of the staff pointed at the flowers I had planted. The second is for these children. Having you as a pillar would be better for these children, and thus, better for everyone. There was, again, always a wizard-like air in the actions of the Wand of Ages. Deception, secrets, unsaid words. Even in the casually thrown words, there was bone, or at least some fish bones embedded. However, the words just now were pure. They were like the flesh of a fish carefully deboned for a newly teething child, safe to swallow without chewing. And when I did not know what to say, I just blurted out the truth. You have made some effort, at least. Is that supposed to be a consolation? I'm getting the urge to brew a new pot of barley tea and pour it right into your nostrils. Right? And the third reason. For the Tower Master. Those words were also incredibly gentle. With a gentle face and soft voice, the wizard said, "It was impossible for me. It would probably be impossible for the current pillars too. The same reason the princess had hinted at to me." The wizard kindly stated the reason he had been eyeing me from the beginning. Therefore, someone else has to do it. Whether it's you, the Sword Emperor, or someone else entirely. Someone who is not a pillar. But preferably you. The wizard's lips closed and then opened. I hope you make it easier for the Tower Master, he wished. The voice of the Wand of Ages landed lightly, like a leaf, in the garden of these withered flowers. 7. We had a housewarming party. I called my vassals. I did not call Raviel. There's nothing more to say about the latter. The conversation I had with the Wand of Ages says it all. This garden is a place where the flowers are the masters, a flower garden that does not receive visitors. In the future, we may be able to accept morning visitors, I said. Among these children, there might be those who have families or loved ones. If these children wish to reunite with them, then I must allow it. Indeed, so they are morning visitors. Estelle, who had raised the water level of the sea by crying once more, wiped her eyes with a handkerchief handed by Sylvia and continued. It's kind of like a communal cemetery. No, a rehabilitation hospital might be more fitting. It's more correct to call them visiting guests rather than morning guests. Ah, certainly. But for a rehabilitation hospital to accept visitors, it needs doctors, nurses, and public service workers. Estelle continued while blowing her nose into Sylvia's handkerchief. I will naturally take on the role of the head nurse, that is, the gardener here. As I mentioned earlier, gardeners exhibit absolute strength, surpassing the head of the family in the flower garden they protect. Sylvia, just so you know, she's blaming you for how she ended up like this. No way. Using only her thumb and index finger, Sylvia received the handkerchief and made a truly disgusted expression. No, 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 no. That's absolutely nonsense. The advisor has always been. Something was a bit strange about her. Grand Chamberlain, do you want to get hit? This is exactly what I mean. Resorting to violence. Advisor, as someone called an advisor, do you only know physical solutions to political problems? All wars are originally a continuation of political solutions, and everything that happens in this world is physical. So, do you understand what I mean? That you're asking to get hit. Mass and velocity are consistent. It's just the direction that's been misguided. For a moment, Sylvia swung a hammer and Estelle swung a greatsword, each aiming for the other's head. Aberka's voice came through as he munched on salt vanilla popcorn as white as his own skin. Ugher, Daddy, do I not need to stop them? Son, before asking me, shouldn't you be thinking about acting like an adult without being told? Father, what do you think I've been doing all this time while you were away? Ugher, now it's time for Father to experience the hardships I've endured while our house was unattended. The housewarming hasn't even started, and my family is already falling apart. I sighed deeply. I just sighed and didn't actually stop Sylvia and Estelle. Kids are supposed to grow up fighting each other. After letting them be, I looked around at the other people present. Director, Kim Yul SSI, I said, would you take care of managing this flower garden? Chapter 382. The Gardener of Withered Flowers, 4. Please take charge of managing this garden. The first to react to my words were neither the director nor Kim Yul SSI. It was Estelle, who had just dodged Sylvia's hammer, who exclaimed in surprise. Family head Nim, that's impossible. I looked at Estelle. My family's advisor immediately offered advice. First, there are prior tasks assigned to family's shadow. Didn't the corner librarian want family's shadow to not seek other employment? Moreover, family's shadow has been absent frequently lately, causing dissatisfaction for the corner librarian. Completely relocating family's shadow's residence might send the wrong signal to the corner librarian. Sylvia was surprised at these words. What is this? Why are you talking like an advisor? Because I am an advisor. You are the Grand Chamberlain, so you handle cleaning, cooking, and tea-making. If cleaning the family is the Grand Chamberlain's job, then cleaning you up should be the first thing I should do. The first thing you should do is to purify yourself. Shall I swallow you up? Before they could start measuring their killing intent against each other again, I quickly spoke. The advisor's words are worth considering. Someone I know well once said that when a constellation harbors poison, all sorts of bizarre things happen. Bei Hurayang crossed his arms behind me and snorted through his nose. Estelle, unable to see him, propped her chin and sighed. Yes, strictly speaking, the corner librarian is no longer a constellation, but he's still one of those who needs caution and care. It's not just about preventing risks, but he's also someone I need to take responsibility for. You're right. I nodded. Let's deal with that next. What's the next issue? For Family Clan's shadow, maybe not, but for your elder, it might be too much of a burden. Her tone was cautious. The director agreed with this as well. Can I do it? With a voice laden with suppressed emotion, the director spoke.
Gongya.
I am weak. I can't use martial arts techniques, whether it's aura or chi, and I can't use magic either. The only knife I know how to handle is a kitchen knife. Actually, even that you didn't handle very well, I said. The director smiled slightly, then continued with a lighter voice. Right? Blades have always been difficult for me to handle. The flat side of a spoon is about the limit I can handle without burden. The rice you mixed and the apples you sliced were delicious. Thank you. But the skills needed to protect your house aren't those, are they? The director's voice sank again. It was not difficult to recognize that this pressing stone was a feeling of powerlessness. The director has witnessed how violence works. The first flower planted in this world a friend who couldn't be protected by him. Also, as the master of this world, I was once a child who needed to be protected by the director. There were many enemies targeting me. Not to mention constellations or pillars, even without counting hunters from other worlds. A significant number of media on the first floor of the tower were joining hands to strike at me down. As I once discussed with Anastasia, it is a necessary thing. If there is one thing I agree with the Tower Master about, it is that there are many people in the world who need someone to point fingers at. The Tower Master has become such a target, willingly and out of necessity. However, the pillars and the constellations would find it painful to see such a Tower Master. A similar thing must be happening to the director as well. Even if you have the mindset to live up to your responsibilities, can a parent's heart be so straightforward when they must read critical articles about you every morning? I decided to start with what needed to be said first. Director, I'm fine. The director's expression relaxed slightly. I continued, and it's okay that you can't wield a sword. What I expect from you isn't violence. Quite the opposite. I hope that the director always keeps a distance from it. I will ensure that you never need to wield a sword. I put my words into action. I looked at Kim Yul first.
Kim Yul Sensei.
Kim Yul was also looking at me. Ever since he had cut himself, the world reflected in his eyes had become clearer. I spoke towards the world reflected in his eyes. Can you protect the director and this garden? I'll do my best. Kim Yul immediately responded. Looking down at the lily of the valley he had been, and towards the friend standing beyond that lily of the valley, Kim Yul declared, I will protect what needs to be protected. Yes, I accepted his words, and drew the holy sword. Shiny, the holy sword of the goddess, which I had held and never let go since acquiring it in the Ejim Empire, I planted right in the middle of the garden. Light burst forth. The goddess of protection manifests. The goddess of protection, Shiny, revealed herself. Wings made of light unfolded. Like rusted sunsets wrapped by the wind, they tinged the entire garden a crimson hue. Shiny. The flowers were withered, but they were still flowers. Though red light dominated, the world originally full of flowers lacked no color from beginning to end. However, the brightness was poor. All the petals were faded, washed out, or thinly floating. Light filled such places. Petals coated in a white radiance became distinct one by one. The flowers existed in this world, not by sparkling but by flickering. Yes, Hero Nim, I would like to entrust you with managing this garden as well. It would be good if you could help Kim Yul SSI. Pointing to the figure she had once summoned and wielded, I continued. Would that be all right? The goddess of protection, Shiny, looked at her former partner who had once torn her into 5 seals. As when Lafanta Ejim was first mentioned, there was no resentment in her gaze. Yes, but there was worry and concern. That gaze, carrying both emotions, swept over Kim Yul and then turned towards me. Will you be all right? I smiled bitterly. It will be regrettable. Yes, you will need to find a new sword. The sword you have in mind. I have one, but it's not just about the sword. I bowed my head. Thank you for being with me all this time. Shiny smiled. Her smile was bright and light. Such grand words. It's not as if we're parting forever. Well, that's true, but then it's okay. I am, after all, a protector. The goddess of protection truly, fittingly spread her wings and said, I will be protecting your home. Shiny then slowly turned towards Kim Yul. The light from her gradually closing wings was no longer casting a wide spread across the world, but was now solely focused on Kim Yul. I ask anew, please take care of me. Former hero. Like a rookie actor suddenly spotlighted for the first time, Kim Yul faltered. A complex expression rippled across his face before settling. It's rather I who should say that. Just as the director and Kim Yul and Shiny were bound to have a long conversation. Shiny and the director would also likely have much to discuss. However, that was something that could be done at another time, not just in this moment. I turned to Estelle. Advisor, I want to entrust you with the security of this place too. Estelle, who had been looking at the manifested Shiny and Kim Yul with a complex expression, hesitated and then looked at me. Me? Why? Didn't you want to be a gardener? If it's in a garden you're protecting, you could be stronger than. I've thought about it again, and it seems like it was quite an embarrassing idea. Thus, the world's light novel readership decreased by 1. Like a Pomeranian shaking off water from its fur, Estelle shook her head to rid herself of any lingering traces of being a venomous snake. I am, in many ways, not quite right for these two. That's exactly why. I suppose that makes sense from your perspective, family head Nim. But please consider my position too. The former Devil King, who had once been an enemy of the empire established by Lafanta Ejim and destroyed the world protected by the goddess of protection, was desperate. Not even a cat refusing to get into a bathtub would squirm more than this. Please. Estelle hesitated. She sighed. She shrugged her shoulders. Eventually, she let her arms hang down. If you would order me instead, it might be easier for me to accept. Please. Understood. Yes, gardener. Upon thinking it over again, it doesn't seem so embarrassing after all. I have a village I used to look after, so I will need to take plenty of vacations, but, there needs to be an advisor at the family's main residence anyway. Well, anyway. Estelle took a deep breath. She then bowed her head towards Shiny and Kim Yul. Please take good care of me. Welcome. Shiny flapped her wings as she greeted her warmly. Truly, she is a sparkling goddess. The reason Lafanta Ejim didn't kill Shiny when he began walking the path of Constellation Killer was surely not just because of old gratitude. Perhaps that's why. Kim Yul also nodded once to welcome Estelle. Their welcome seemed to make Estelle even more awkward, writhing like a snake placed on a snowfield. She had found her prey. Come join us. Sylvia, who had been looking at Estelle with a villainous-like smile, was taken aback. Eek, Me too. This place where it feels like my SAN points will be chipped away in real-time proportional to my stay. SAN points is short for sanity points, a gaming term. Then where else should the Grand Chamberlain be if not guarding the family's mansion? I have a significant duty to prepare tea for the Lady of the Silver Lily. Shall I ask for your opinion? Brewing tea for her. Cleaning this garden. Which do you think the Lady of the Silver Lily would prefer more? To put it simply, which feels more like you're being screwed over. Damn it! Sylvia sighed. Estelle raised her great sword to her shoulder and lifted her chin proudly. Still, you were named after a flower, weren't you? Then wouldn't it be fitting for you to be in a garden? Sylvia grunted. Then she muttered through gritted teeth. That's an old story. Even more fitting since it's withered now. Come. Damn it. Sylvia finally surrendered. Shuffling her feet, she stood beside Estelle and truly looked like one of the flowers that had sprung up in this world. Okay. Only then did I turn back to the director. As you can see, others will be taking up the swords. Everyone here needs help. It wasn't just the flowers I was referring to. Apart from Shiny, Kim Yul, Estelle, Sylvia, and all the people from the Death King family who would come here, everyone needed help. Shadows deepen as much as the depth of the wounds, and only those who are hurt by the world can deeply engrave the doctrine of shadows within themselves. I hope you can help, I said, as the young master of infernal heavens. That is something the director can do well. The director's silence was brief. His answer, too, was not lengthy, resembling his friend. I'll do my best. With that, everything was in place. Delegates are being assigned to your world. Quietly, the verdict rang out. The 89th floor is cleared. This place is where rusted sunsets drape over the Red Sea, where the petals, tired of luring bees, and the leaves, never having such talents in the first place, fall asleep drooping their leaves. The land guarded by the goddess of protection and the devil king of fall rain. The garden cultivated by my mentor and his friend. The resting place where my family will reside. From now on, the Garden of Withered Flowers is the sanctuary of the sky that gathers screams. May luck be with you all. And thus, the path to the 90th floor was laid out in my world. 9. As always, there is a epilogato this story. No. Isn't this too much? The corner librarian flapped his sleeves like a butterfly flapping its wings. I strongly oppose. Absolutely oppose. If Kim Yul leaves, who will look after the books? I must go too. I will definitely go. My goodness. The librarian is flapping about. Move. This time I'm going to be at the front. Beside the frantic corner librarian were the stalkers, including the assistant writer from the 50th floor, creating a ruckus. What a mess. As if trying to add another Shiba Inu to the chaos, the manager of Cafe Planetarium, the Medicine King, yelled. If you're going to make a scene, go outside. There's a limit to disturbing the business.
I'm sorry.
You see, this is why young people these days just can't. Oh my, how similar they are to me when I was young. But I've said it multiple times. There's not a single person here younger than you. Maybe it's time you updated that information in your head. Thus, the stalkers of the librarian started growling at the Medicine King. This too was a daily occurrence here. The corner librarian pushed through the stalkers and looked at me with a sorrowful gaze. Look at this. Look at this miserable state. Do you see what you've done to me? Strictly speaking, it's something you brought upon yourself. Hamustra was one of the few who could hear my informal speech. It seemed unlikely that he would enjoy being treated similarly to you, Suha, by me, but Hamustra seemed a bit relieved as he averted his gaze and grumbled. Well, that's true. But even so, taking Kim Yul away is going too far. Don't worry. I stirred Hamustra's frappuccino and handed it to him. Strictly speaking, you don't want to employ Kim Yul as a librarian. You just want to be with him. Well, that's true, but, indeed. Even I as one of the gardeners in that garden. No, that's not happening. I wouldn't even let Raviel in for fear the flowers would be reduced to mere exhibits. There's no way I'd let this voyeuristic patient into my sanctuary. So, I'm planning to link a path to my sanctuary in this library too. I briefly conveyed the framework I had in mind. As a seasoned constellation who had played around with the levels in the tower, the corner librarian immediately understood. So, you mean to turn this place into a sort of staff cafeteria? More precisely, a lounge. In essence, it was similar to fitting out a building. In that construction, my sanctuary would become a garden arranged on the rooftop. Floors like the 20th, originally where I resided, and the 22nd, where Estelle's paradise and my mentor's grave were located, would become the floors leading up to that rooftop. A tower within the tower. Thus, this planetarium, where the corner librarian resides, would function as a lounge where gardeners and visitors can rest their minds and bodies. Well, if that's the case, I'll get to see his face at least once a day. Yeah, not bad, right? If I said I had no complaints, I'd be lying. But I understand. The corner librarian, glancing at the fox wrapped around my neck with a somewhat jealous eye, sighed. While silently sucking on the frappuccino through a straw, Hamustra, who had been quiet, suddenly asked with that kind of feeling. Why exactly are you climbing the tower? It was a sudden question. To be honest, it's something I've been wondering about since I heard you reached the 80th floor.
Kim Gong-ya.
You have proven everything you needed to prove. As a complete constellation, you have corrected nearly all the injustices in your tower to your liking. The corner librarian leaned his chin on his palms and stared at me thoughtfully. Do you know what a constellation in such a position usually does? They don't take on more challenges? Exactly. From this point, they focus solely on gathering followers safely, increasing their divine power, and collecting items. If they see another world that looks easy to conquer, they might launch a raid. The corner librarian stirred his frappuccino with a straw. Then, when they feel there's no more content to run around or they no longer want to live in a rented room, they set out to get their own place. That happens as they move from the 81st to the 90th floor and create their sanctuaries. Indeed, that's it. The difference between a 5-star constellation and a regular one is just that. Just that. But having one's own home isn't the only way to live, right? The sounds of the corner librarian's followers and the medicine king arguing continued. Hamustra glanced at them, then looked back at me. Even if you were to spend about 20 million years wearing a tracksuit, dipping French fries in a shake, and licking your fingers clean, no one would have said anything. Yet you choose to challenge yourself. I hear because of that you nearly died, or rather, faced something worse than death. Was it worth the risk? Perhaps it was a natural question. The corner librarian peered deeply into my eyes and asked, "To become a pillar? Where did you hear that from?" There are still many ties left, so I hear about world's affairs roughly. It's a bothersome thing. But anyway, is that why? Or, the implication of doing it for the Tower Master was something the corner librarian also kept to himself. I said, "From your perspective, wouldn't not climbing the tower be unlike me? From the perspective of someone selling a character, it's good for you to climb the tower. But fandom and reality are different." After speaking calmly, the corner librarian went, "Ah," and then placed both hands on his cheeks. Of course, if you here said, "I decided to climb the tower, just to please you, my fan," I would be so thrilled I'd faint. I made a promise to someone. The corner librarian hesitated. I spoke towards him. "To climb the tower. Since you've read my book carefully, you should know with whom I made that promise." I got up from my seat. The corner librarian stared at me blankly, then suddenly his eyes widened. His gaze was directed towards a man who could never be seen by him, but who undoubtedly existed by my side. "Indeed," murmuring as if sighing, Hamustra repeated. "Indeed, so that's how it was." "That's right." "Well then." I turned around. The belt from which Shiny was absent felt empty with only a dagger tied to it. The one I had from the beginning, and it felt all the more unburdened. "Shall we go?" "Yes." The man who had taught me how to wield a sword since the time I only had that blue-taped wrapped dagger answered my words. Let's go. The next step would be on the 90th floor. Only 10 floors to the very top. And 9 floors remained to the floor where the Sword Emperor had failed. Chapter 383. The 9 Keys, 1. Snip. As if on cue, the hairdressing scissors crossed through the air. So, you really intend to climb straight to the 100th floor? Yes, I said, reflected in the large glass window. Behind me, the director holding the scissors sighed. It would be better to rest a bit more before going up. You're saying the same thing as Hamustra. No, is it that Hamustra is saying the same thing as you, director? Either way, it's a valid point. When you spend a lot of time together, you naturally influence each other. Hamustra, Kim Yul, and the director had spent time together in the planetarium. Time was such that it influenced both parties. Even for someone as significant as Hamustra, this was no exception. Bei Hurayong and I were no different. Yes, I'll be going up right away. While I was getting my haircut, Bei Hurayong quietly waited by my side. All right. The director then focused more on cutting without further words. Snip. You really have become a director now. The director frowned. If you're going to add, since you've become the manager of the garden that makes you the director, then please stop. I don't want to find out that the child I looked after has become a man in such a manner. I wanted to help prevent global warming. This isn't Earth. As the conversation went on, the director continued to trim my hair, while saying, 150 years ago, a journalist asked a mountaineer a question. Why do you want to climb Mount Everest? It's not hard to guess why the journalist asked that question. It was for a similar reason to why reporters rushed to ask when Mr. Callenberry declared he would enter the tower a few years ago. Why would someone who can live comfortably risk stability? Did you receive any promises as a reward for climbing? What makes you take on such a challenge? I'm just curious. Please explain. That mountaineer simply said this. Because the mountain is there. Ah, I've heard that saying before too. Yes, it was a well-known phrase even when I was your age. There were many parodies. Playing games because they are there, ordering chicken because it is there. Many bland jokes were going around back then. I guess Earth was already quite hot back then too. It was around the time when global warming started in earnest. The director's scissors cleanly snipped off some stray hairs. The cut hair scattered in the wind. By telling me this story now, are you trying to ask me why I'm aiming for the 100th floor?
No, Gongya.
I'm not particularly interested in asking that. As usual, the director spoke quietly with a somewhat furrowed face. And then he added, because you have the luxury to. That was somewhat unexpected. Me? You do have a fine home, don't you? Indeed, as the director said, this place was my home. Not the sanctuary, the garden of withered flowers, but the mansion where I originally lived. 20th floor. In the sense that it was connected by stairs, it was 1 floor below the garden of withered flowers. In the sense that it was connected to the tower, it was 60 floors below that. You've also acquired such a beautiful garden. There was a reason for choosing to have my haircut at home rather than at the sanctuary. I was determined not to leave anything unnecessary for the flowers in the garden. Not even a speck of dirt or a drop of water. Therefore, the hair that was cut from my head mingled with dandelion seeds in my home's yard, not in the garden. Having a home means you have a castle to protect yourself and your family. Having a flower garden means you have the leisure to fully consider and care for not just your own family but others as well. There must be a significant reason for someone like you to take on a challenge. You have the leisure to do so. Leisure, is it? Only those who have leisure can afford to take on challenges. The sound of the snipping scissors continued as the director spoke. A person wandering in the desert, drinking water from an oasis, can't really call that a challenge. No one would call it a challenge when a starving child hastily picks up bread thrown away on the roadside. It's just struggling against what comes your way. Indeed, only those who can afford to lose have the capacity to prepare for something new. Only those who have the leisure to accept themselves as they are can accept others as they are. Only those who have everything in place can afford to take on a challenge. When someone who is able can do more, I don't really question it. Snip. Rather, I do have questions for those who can't take on challenges. Snip. Why did that person end up wandering in the desert? Why did that child end up starving? Why? Why indeed? That's why I don't wonder why Marcus Callenberry or Sean McAllister decided to give up everything and enter here. By the same logic, I don't wonder why the sky that gathers screams aims for the 100th floor either. It's just that With a heavy sigh, the director continued. I'm really curious why 20-year-old Kim Gongja entered the tower. I twisted my head this way and that, checking the shape of my hair. Because the tower is here. What about that? That mountaineer eventually failed to summit. Snip. A chill from the cold blade grazing my scalp made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. He briefly stepped outside his tent in a blizzard and then disappeared completely. His body wasn't even found, so his companions and family had to hold a funeral with an empty coffin. It was almost 100 years later when his body was discovered. I've never heard that before. It's always the person's words that spread wider and last longer than the person themselves. Snip.
Gongya.
The director spoke in a quiet voice. Why did you enter the tower? The director in the mirror looked straight at me. Was it really because the tower is here? 2. At the crossroads connecting my sanctuary and the 90th floor, the Wand of Ages greeted me. Welcome, Death King. You're dressed refreshingly. Yes. Your expression isn't so refreshing, though. Did something happen? Given that this mage had a gloomy default expression since his defeat, it must be fairly noticeable for him to comment like this. I wiped my forehead as I spoke. No, well, I was just reminded of old times. You sound like an old man. It's not fitting for someone who have so many days ahead to live to talk like that. The Wand of Ages, with his staff in his mouth, said. Or should I say days left to die? Which do you think is correct? I'd prefer to hear that only happy days are left for me. That's nice. But I'm not the one who should be telling you that. That was true. Let's go. The Wand of Ages snorted and began leading the way. I followed him, calmly walking up the stairs that draped like an umbilical cord. Around my neck, as always, was a scarf from Fox, and on my wrist hung a serpent bracelet, and floating lightly behind me was the Sword Emperor. Only the usual place on my hip where the holy sword hung felt empty. Sword Emperor. What? The Sword Emperor responded immediately. I asked both aloud and in my heart. What comes next? The Wand of Ages did not turn to look at me. Neither did the Sword Emperor glance at me. Only their answers came simultaneously. The Tower Master was an artist. I am a fighter. Thud. You've seen the Tower Master's life, so you roughly know. She was a warlord, a politician, and a noble, but equally a gladiator, an actress, and an architect. You've seen me so far, right? You know I don't like to measure and weigh things. Sometimes my taste conflicts with that of the usual world, but eventually my taste becomes that of the world. At the same time, she was also the most outstanding musician in the kingdom. Those who tried to impose their tastes on me all ended up with broken heads. With each step up the stairs, the sky seemed closer. In some ways, you could say she was similar to you. Honestly, didn't you climb the tower in a similar way to me? The Tower Master was so free-spirited that no one could leash her, but that freedom had clear boundaries. The Ghost King was quite unexpected, but when defeating the Devil King of Fall Rain, I became certain. Wow, have I ever seen such a reckless, crazy bastard like this? But yes, if you don't like the quest you're given, you should beat up the one giving the quest. If there's a rule you don't like, you beat up the one making the rules until they're to your liking. The changing scenery with each step had an unreal feel to it. It felt like walking on a treadmill. I was moving in place while the surroundings seemed to step down with each move. The Tower Master especially liked fugues. This tower is the same Gongja. She liked to compose music where the beginning and end connected, and she enjoyed having lines with different starting points converge to the same end. There are nasty things that play with memories, but even they would have had their heads broken if they pulled that nonsense while I was climbing the tower. Just like you did. You have to admit it. Then, both spoke in unison, as if breathing together. So, what lies beyond here is an extension of what has been. There's nothing new beyond here. The world began to distort. Like mixing dozens of colors of rubber clay together and smushing them, the ground far below melted away first. The sky followed. It melted. The sky, disintegrating into droplets, eventually turned into countless grains of sand and flowed down like a waterfall. You probably could make it to the 100th floor. I hear Gray was the last to reach the 94th floor? No, it wasn't a waterfall. Anyone who has climbed from the 1st to the 90th floor should be able to make it. For her, starting from the 50th floor, it would have been difficult to climb higher. It was a giant hourglass. It was similar to the sanctuary of Musha I had once seen. And vast wide desert. The distorted air under the blazing sun seemed like it was caused by incredibly thick glass. In the center, like blood oozing slowly from a snake's heart, a sand waterfall was flowing. In the middle of the hourglass I stood. A familiar voice greeted me. Welcome, Death King. Or should I say, Screaming Sky, as you should be called now. I looked at the figure with a bewildered expression. Lady of the Mirage? Yes, it's me. Long time no see. The lady who walks the Mirage greeted me with bouncy jumps as usual, full of energy. It doesn't seem like it's been that long. Did you come to guide me? Yes, exactly. The lively lady twirled around on the spot, her hair fluttering, and then waved at the Wand of Ages. You've had a hard time till now. I'll take over from here. All right. This old man whose string has snapped will now take his leave. Yep. If you find the time, go help Mia out. That kid doesn't like others helping with her work, you know? That's exactly why you should help. You little. The Wand of Ages retreated with a disgusted yet strangely amused smile, as if he had found the perfect stress relief. The advisor has had a tough time. Originally, advisors are meant to have a hard time. Doesn't Screaming Sky's advisors also suffer? Maybe, but I think I've suffered more because of that kid. That's exactly it. Just like how Liu Bei used Zhuge Liang with the intention of getting the most out of him. Liu Bei, courtesy name Xuanda, was a Chinese warlord in the late Eastern Han Dynasty, who later became the founding emperor of Shu Han, one of the three kingdoms of China. And Zhuge Liang, courtesy name Kongming, was a Chinese politician, military strategist, writer, engineer, and inventor. He served as the imperial chancellor or prime minister and regent of the state of Shu Han during the Three Kingdoms period. After making a statement that could split fans of the Shu kingdom into two, the lady who walks the Mirage casually pulled something out. It was a small stone tablet. That is. Yes. The lady who walks the Mirage grabbed the sides of the stone tablet with both hands and lifted it forcefully. Screaming Sky, I will now tell you what you need to do. In the center of the stone tablet there were 9 holes. You need to collect 9 keys. The lady who walks the Mirage declared. Chapter 384. The 9 keys. 2. 3. Gather the 9 keys. At that declaration I tilted my head. What keys are you talking about? I'll explain. As the lady snapped her fingers, an image appeared as if embroidered with platinum thread over a flowing sand waterfall. The image, at a glance, resembled the cross-section of an ant hill, or like a tree with countless roots spreading out. This is. Yes, Screaming Sky. It's a cross-section of your tower. Looks quite different when you see it like this, doesn't it? Indeed, it was a map of the tower displayed laterally layer by layer. Even when I was a newbie hunter, maps of the initial layers were circulated among hunters, and recently the Black Dragon Guild and the 10,000 Temple had collaborated on mapping, so I recognized it immediately. The lady smiled broadly, holding a baton in her hand. I'll skip the basement one, where Screaming Sky was called before, and the ground floor where Screaming Sky's hometown is, and start from there. The tip of the baton lightly poked the first floor of the tower drawn on the flowing sand. The first floor is the refuge, refuge, forward base, stronghold, shelter, etc. Many terms could apply, but the most fitting term is that it's a place that allows people who have fled from something to catch their breath. At least, it's a breakwater that ensures they won't be bothered by those things anymore. Swoosh, the baton moved sideways, tearing through the first floor lengthwise. The city of Babylon in the tower. The baton lightly pressed on a simulated map of the large river flowing through Babylon. Water flows here. Rain falls. The composition of that water. Anyway, that water contains some nutrients. It's colorless and odorless, but you can survive just by drinking it. But people who feel that's not enough to feel alive. Swoosh. The tip of the baton moved against the sand, pointing to the second floor of the tower. You can choose to become a warrior. The lady's baton swept here and there across the second floor. From trees placed all over, you can obtain fruits, timber, from rocks, stone, ores, from grasses, herbs, wild vegetables. You can defeat monsters like wolves or goblins and obtain meat, leather, items, gold. Yes, I know. Yes, Screaming Sky has also walked that path. But the lady tilted her head. Was this really necessary? It was a sudden question. But in some sense, it was also a very old question. Couldn't they just give everything away? Whether fruits, timber, ores, herbs, or meat. Wouldn't it be enough to just give out whatever people asked for? What do you think, Screaming Sky? I fell into thought. It wasn't without reason. The question the lady had just raised was one that many people had repeatedly harbored in their minds in the early days of pioneering the tower. This was one of the reasons why pseudo-religions related to the tower never ceased, as Bambolina had talked about. I said, perhaps it was due to a lack of resources. To infinitely provide for everyone's food, clothing, and shelter, that would indeed require vast resources. So, inevitably, as I thought that far, I realized something. While looking at the lady, I said with a sigh, indeed. Is it intentional? At that, the lady smiled slightly, pressing my forehead hard. I said, I'm not yet a complete pillar, so I'm not sure, but if I were to answer. Thus, the lady's smile deepened. It seemed she meant for me to answer as one who would eventually manage the tower. The Tower Master wishes to be seen as the root of all evil. By deliberately placing threats such as monsters and urging trials, the Tower Master can be blamed for not unconditionally saving everyone, even though they could have. No. This is too ideological of a reason. There must be a more tangible reason. Perhaps it's because having a visible enemy allows people who have fled to the tower to unite? This doesn't seem quite right either. Then, the lady stood with her hands clasped behind her back, looking at me. She was willing to wait as long as necessary. After a long thought, I spoke honestly. I'm not sure, lady. Why is it? If the lady began like that, before your world got as hot as it is now. I mean, if Bei Hurayang had been born in your country during the time when only you were raised by the orphanage director, what would have happened? I glanced at Bei Hurayang. Looking at Bei Hurayang, who was snorting with his arms crossed, the answer naturally flowed out. A lunatic. And a thug? Gym owner? Maybe a martial artist? Wouldn't it be about that? Right? The lady nodded. He might have gone abroad to become a mercenary, but that's probably all it would be. Nothing more, nothing less. But Screaming Sky, what if the Sword Emperor had been born in the ancient times? I glanced at the Sword Emperor. The answer also naturally flowed out. He would have been a hero, not a king. What king? What laws would that guy make? How would he govern? People might have adored him enough to form a country, but after the Sword Emperor's death, it would have likely fractured into chaos. It might even have happened while he was still alive. Exactly. The lady laughed, hands still behind her back, gently. She scuffed the pile of sand that had accumulated on the floor with the tip of her foot. But living as a martial artist would have been a much more fulfilling life, from the Sword Emperor's perspective. That's true. Such a world. Such an era. The era of warriors that ended long ago. In a place where sword-wielding heroes gave way to gun-carrying legions, how would a character like the Sword Emperor be treated? An obstacle. A lone wolf. A madman. A social misfit. The Sword Emperor himself wouldn't care at all. That would be the case. If anyone pitied him, he would look at that person as if they were insane. That would have been the case. But is that really a fair world for the Sword Emperor? Still somehow. It hurt a little, like watching the corpse of a dinosaur rotting at the same pace as a decaying mountain. One can only hold so much because a person's capacity is limited. To gain something, one must let go of other possibilities. Society, too, must continuously discard something to grow. Every civilization stands, ultimately, upon the corpses of countless unborn. So, Mother wanted to create a place that wouldn't be left behind by any era, at least a place where such a possibility existed. Once again, the baton swept through the second and third floors. The era of warriors and heroes, a world where one can validate their life by cutting something. Stretching like a salmon swimming upstream against the sand waterfall, the baton touched the 10th floor. The era of priests and shrine maidens, a world where those who have been cut can receive comfort. Eventually, the baton paused once at the 11th floor. So, if the 1st to the 10th floors were the Golden Age, the 11th to 20th floors correspond to the Silver Age. Silver. You encountered the Ejim Empire here, right? Other towers also face a different world from the 11th to 20th floors. A different world. A complete other. A place with no points of contact with you from beginning to end. However, as it's still below the 50th floor, it's not a complete other world, but rather a world that has once perished that you encounter. The baton began to move again. The Age of Travelers. In the ruins of destroyed kingdoms, you can contemplate what kind of lives these people led. 12th floor, 13th floor, 14th floor. The Age of Generals. The Age of Merchants. The Age of Soldiers. The baton, moving against the waterfall of sand, eventually reached the 20th floor. Now, from here begins the Steel Age. In our tower, it was a grand library. Yes, Hamustra was like a Zhuge Liang figure. Mother used to say that the more you delve into it, the richer the taste becomes. It seemed incredibly pitiful, but when I recalled Hamustra's face, curiously, any sympathy flew away like a wild bird. How about other towers? Many are also under Hamustra. Next most common are Mushiana and Mayhos. Very occasionally, Babbitt takes charge too. Even that fox around your neck took charge once. I was tempted to object to the part about Babbitt being in charge, but I'll choose the path of reacting blandly like, wow, the fox, you say. MHM. And I choose not to react. The lady kept her word. She moved on with the explanation. Those who realized the cost of living during the Golden Age learn how to deal with others in the Silver Age. And finally, in the Steel Age, they come to meet the king of their own world. King. Anastasia's voice asking if I was ready to be our king suddenly echoed in my mind. So, from there, only the high rankers can participate in the conquest. Yes. If you want to call yourself the king of a world, you first have to represent that world. In that sense, the Sword Emperor also became a king, didn't he? Hey, zombie, you just called me Sword Emperor again, but does that emperor sound like some kind of title to you? Bei Hurayang said, and I responded before the words even fully reached my brain and ears. Do you know the Chinese character for Mad Dog Emperor? I didn't know it either until I looked it up. You found a character that, like your skull in Unicode, would probably break and show up as. So it would be written as sword. Looks like some kind of clickbait. I really want to beat you until you become rice cake. I awkwardly scratched the back of my head. The lady waited until our joking was over and then said, and then the 30th floors, Bronze Age. Here, you all. We have children. The lady smiled slightly. Yes. Although many towers interpret it simply as acquiring those below. I lowered my head. It was because the gray spider came to mind. But anyway, I seem to understand the structure. From the Golden Age, yourself. From the Silver Age, others. From the Steel Age, those above. From Bronze Age, those below. Yes, and then the 40th floors. The Stone Age. The Stone Age. Here, you all become the one being evaluated. I don't need to explain more about this, do I? Yes, I've already gone over it once when we had the last vote. Yes, this way, floors 1 to 49 form one cycle. And then, the next step is to repeat this cycle on a deeper level. Mom likes music, you see. Echoing the same words as the Wand of Ages. The lady's baton swiftly pointed to the 50th floor. From this cycle onward, a more aggressive meaning is added. The 50th floor functions not as a sanctuary, but as a complete stronghold, forward base, and the 60th floors involve serious confrontations with other worlds. The 70th floors were the afterlife. Indeed, that also means above in some sense. Yes, Screaming Sky, by now you should also understand what the 80th floors signify. Yes, I nodded. I understand now. I also finally realize why the cleared floors remain in place, allowing others to pass through them. It's to ensure that no era disappears. Correct. Thank you for the intriguing explanation. However, I still haven't heard the most important thing. I looked directly at the lady who walks the mirage. So, what exactly are the 9 keys you're asking to be gathered? There are hints in everything I've said so far. The daughter of the Tower Master smiled broadly and spun around. Screaming Sky, look back at the worlds you've passed through. Examine. Look at what you've left behind as you've climbed the tower, the path you've lived up to now. Eyes resembling the Tower Master's, yet different, a purplish hue, looked at me. The keys to the 100th floor are right there. Indeed. And finally I realized, from the 90th to the 99th floors, it's not about ascending. Yes, the lady who walks the mirage snapped her fingers. In the midst of the 90th floor, the sand waterfall split to the sides, revealing stairs. The stairs, however, were directed downwards. It's time to start descending. Chapter 385. The Garden of Time 1. The waterfall of sand split left and right. Revealing the stairs, I began to descend slowly. Thud. Thud. The stairs, made of an unknown material, supported me sturdily. With every step I took, a rebounding sound reverberated through the air. The place where I had spoken with the lady was on the 90th floor. Naturally below it was the 89th floor, which was my sanctuary. The Garden of Withered Flowers. I stepped into that place. Retainers of the Death King family, who took on the role of gardeners, were moving around. All were neatly dressed in uniforms designed by the exclusive tailor of the Duke Ivantia and woven by the mermaids of the Aegean Empire with water thread. In their hands were scissors, shovels, watering cans, and other essentials for tending to the garden. Eek! Seeing Sylvia approaching with garden scissors in her hand, I hurriedly hid behind a rock. Death King, what are you doing? The lady looked at me as if she was seeing something curious and asked. I scratched the back of my head sheepishly. Well, after all the putting on all sorts of airs and even cutting my hair and getting ready to go up, coming back down so soon would quite be a bit embarrassing to hear them say back already. I stopped mid-sentence and closed my mouth. The state of my voice? What came out of my mouth was merely a whisper produced by moving my lips, or rather, a sound that seemed to be heard, yet not heard as if imagined in my mind. That wasn't all. Stepping back a bit, I realized that I couldn't hear my footsteps either. No matter how many steps I took, it was the same. Until a moment ago, the floor had returned sounds appropriate for my weight with a thud, thud, but now it made no noise at all. I then jumped on the spot. Neither the sound of jumping nor the thud when landing was heard. Not only sounds, but not a single grain of sand or a leaf stirred. Could it be? Yep, exactly that could it be. The lady smiled brightly. Only then did I realize that her voice and movements also had no effect on the surroundings. And then I realized. Right now, you and I are in the same state as the Sword Emperor, aren't we? Yes, that's right. The lady nodded her head. I moved my body around curiously and looked at Sylvia, who was approaching. And that means... Sigh. Sylvia sighed right in front of my nose. It's been roughly 2 hours since the family head went up. As expected, Sylvia was completely unaware of my presence. This is crazy.
Ah, Guise.
He struggled to go up as if there was something to gain. Sylvia squatted on the floor and grumbled while vigorously digging the soil with a planting shovel. Someone responded to Sylvia's words. Ugger, Grand Chamberlain. What if someone hears this gossip? Aberka, dressed as a gardener, walked over carrying a large bucket on his bald head and made that remark. Sylvia shrugged her shoulders. Humph. Except for you, there's absolutely no one listening. Of course I'm gossiping after taking care of that much groundwork. Ugger, are you sure about that? Of course. I'm someone who played the noble lady role twice at that Sormwin Academy and even managed to take down the Duke Ivansha. What does that mean? It means my intuition is max level. Sylvia said this with a thoroughly boastful attitude. When I'm right here in front of you listening. It was a moment as pitiful as Sylvia herself, but that must mean my stealth function was perfect. Anyway, this is interesting. I circled around Sylvia and Aberka. I tried walking normally, walking on my hands, flipping through the air, and even dancing the Cossack dance. Bei Hurayong occasionally showed an embarrassed expression. Zombie, why are you drooling like a yellow dog that's seen a bone from charcoal grilled ribs? Thanks for feeling that way. I was struggling to learn how to harness my aura when you were doing exactly this kind of nonsense. That's exactly how I felt when you did it. Oh, you little bastard. I didn't realize that. Now that I know, I'm deeply reflecting on it, but apart from that, just because I did it, should you be doing the same? It's always the responsibility of juniors and disciples to break the chain of evil. I wanted to break that chain of evil too, but I didn't have the power to do it. A monster living deep within my heart, a snake coiled around my heart, keeps whispering to me, why don't you do the same? Are you just going to keep suffering? Go ahead. Now is your chance to pay it back. I keep succumbing to the demon inside me. You could say it's my incompetence and inability. I give up. Victory achieved. Even as we were exchanging such heated words, Aberka and Sylvia showed no signs of noticing us. By this point, even I was starting to feel a bit awkward. Lady, Sword Emperor. So what should we do now? Where roughly is the key? Well, how about we take a look around at the places that come to mind? The lady said this with a beaming smile. Hearing that in that way with that face, I'm feeling a bit uneasy. I suppressed my uneasiness. I left Aberka and Sylvia, who were still chatting, and began to walk away. Where are you going, Screaming Sky? Well, what? Didn't you say to look around wherever comes to mind? That's what I'm doing. You're so active. Yep. That's good. Although that was also an unsettling thing to say, I pressed on. My first thought was to find the director. 2. When I arrived, the director was just giving instructions to Kim Yul. Kim Yul SSI, please gather the gardeners. Will do. Following the director's orders, Kim Yul gathered the gardeners. Estelle was the first to rush over, and the goddess of protection came down flapping her wings. Sylvia and Aberka, who had been loafing in a corner, were also inevitably called and stood before the director. The director said, Hello. I've been put in charge of managing this garden. The director started talking in his characteristically calm voice. I am quite lacking. Just by calling you all here together like this, or rather, what's this about a regular assembly? Some of you might be displeased. If that happens, just think, oh, an old person. No, not even old compared to you. Just think of me as someone lacking and pity me. I would appreciate it. The assembled people showed little reaction to his words. More precisely, it wasn't the kind of reaction that was outwardly visible. Just like me. Director, I muttered, feeling moved. Of course, the director did not recognize me. He just continued talking to those in front of him. As you may know, Gongja has gone up to the next floor today. I'm such a novice that I wouldn't even be called a novice if I were a hunter. I probably wouldn't survive if placed on the second floor. So, I don't know what the 90th floor is like. Does anyone here know about it? There was someone who raised their hand. It was Estelle. I know just a little about the 99th floor. I can't share details because of a contract with the tower. Is it dangerous? Yes, very, Estelle said. The director took off his glasses and pressed the bridge of his nose with his thumb and index finger before speaking. Can he return? If the family head decides to return, he could do so immediately. Estelle said this and slightly lowered her head. However, in that case, fundamentally, he wouldn't be able to re-challenge. That's also why most of the notable constellations are stuck without reaching the 100th floor. I see. The director let out a light sigh. It's somewhat reassuring to know he can return whenever he decides to. Yes, I think so too. However, that child will definitely not return. The director's sigh grew heavier. Estelle, the goddess of protection, and Aberka all sighed similarly. Oh, what's this? The Death King family showing such solidarity. He was a child who was quite stubborn from a young age, the director said. Sylvia perked up her ears. How so? Grand Chamberlain, I sense a sense of impropriety from your curiosity.
No, advisornim.
Aren't you viewing me too harshly? I'm just curious about what kind of person our family's head was, that's all. And you too, advisornim, Aren't you looking quite curious? I merely wish to know more about the family head as an advisor. These vassals. I'm curious too. Ugh, what kind of person was Daddy when he was young? Or did he even have a childhood? This son of mine. Everyone seems curious about Gongja. Well, that's understandable. The director smirked and put his glasses back on. Most of the family members probably know definitely were eager to dig into my embarrassing past, their eyes gleaming as they looked at the director. Yet, the director proved why he was not just a specialist who had been looking after children for decades. Perhaps we should continue this story at the next assembly. Ah! The vassals made a disappointed sound right when their curiosity was piqued. It's all right. Please wait patiently, the director said with a smile. We'll be facing each other here for a long time. With that, the assembly ended. Watching the gardeners disperse with regretful faces, I raised my hand to wipe my forehead. I need to get out of here soon. Preferably today. Even so, you don't want your embarrassing past revealed in front of everyone, right? Yes, the key. I looked around, but nothing caught my eye. I even searched the director's pockets just in case, but it was the same. There's nothing here? It seems not. Not here. The lady said this with a grin, her tone stirring unease. Then, as if to drive the point home, the Sword Emperor's voice came. Zombie. Yes? I turned to look at the Sword Emperor, and saw him making a pitiful expression. Hang in there. Oh.
Sword Emperornim.
What does that face mean? What does it look like? It looks shitty. Yeah. Hey, no. Wait a moment. Be a bit angrier, why don't you? What's that about? Are you upset because I joked earlier? If that's it. No, really, why that face? Rather mock me. What on earth? The Sword Emperor said nothing more. He just looked at me with a face that seemed to pity something pitiable. This is like a creeping unease, crawling up like the smell of dung in a field. I clapped my hands with a smack. Then, I took a deep breath and started walking. Anyway, it's not around the director, huh? Then it must be over there. My sanctuary is a world of its own. But it's not that vast since it was newly created. By searching each suspicious area one by one, I hoped to find whatever was key. That was the plan. To speak plainly, it was a mistaken thought. 3. My sanctuary, the Garden of Withered Flowers. Squatting by the sea where red waves crashed, I spoke with a haggard face. I was wrong. I'm not even sure if it's really a haggard face. My reflection isn't seen on the surface of the seawater. And it wasn't just because the sea of my sanctuary was red. I had even set up a greenhouse for the warmth-needing flowers, But my reflection did not appear on the greenhouse glass either. Phew, you really are quick-witted, zombie. The Sword Emperor sat cross-legged next to me, picking at his teeth with the tip of his fingernail. To realize that in just 1 week, indeed, it had already been a week since I entered this place, which should be called the 91st floor, not the 89th. No, why isn't there even a single clue? I exclaimed with a fiery spirit. Exclaimed, damn, even that feels ambiguous here where I can't use my actual voice. Is it like the feeling that my very existence is ambiguous? Like the expression a seal or a Shiba Inu usually wears? I thought there would be something next to the director. Or maybe when I went to the first lily of the valley flowers I planted, the surroundings would start twinkling. But this, do you know how I feel right now? It feels like I've been thrown into an unfinished test map where the event processing isn't done. That was what the lady said as she leapt next to me. That's how some climbers describe it. Who is that climber? Mahos, the very constellation known as the war horse of the eternal plains. That person speaks like that. MMM. Screaming Sky doesn't like treating the inside of the tower like a game, so you might get angry at that comparison. Yes, no. I understand the feeling well. Sword Emperor Nim, you know it too, right? Of course, I know, zombie. Why wouldn't I? The Sword Emperor lay sprawled out, supporting his head with his interlocked fingers. In the sky, stained red by the broken sunset, angular clouds were floating by. I've been dealing with this crap for 140 years. Chapter 386. The Garden of Time, 2. For 140 years. I had heard about a similar length of time before. When you debated with my master, you mentioned enduring alone for 130 years. Was that what this was about? Ah, exactly that. That carefree voice. It felt as though wind was leaking from my heart just listening to it. My goodness. So, Sword Emperor, sir. No, suddenly, I thought that I could fail around the 99th floor as well. The conversation I had with the Sword Emperor in the truth heaven suddenly flashed through my mind.
Sword Emperornim.
But even someone like you died at the 99th floor. Sword Emperor had shown a peculiar reaction to that statement. Well, death. I remember him repeating that, and the kind of questions and answers that followed. What is on the 99th floor? At that time, Sword Emperor had not given a substantial answer. Outwardly, he said, I just don't want to tell you. But surely that couldn't have been everything. Can you still not tell me? To that question, Sword Emperor had said this. Let's walk a bit. I blinked my eyes. Before I knew it, Sword Emperor had risen from his seat and was looking at me with the same expression as that time. Follow me, kid. And Sword Emperor began walking just like that time. Since entering this stage that should be called the 91st floor, my body had lost its weight. The world no longer tried to hold me down, and no matter how hard I stamped my feet, no sound of footsteps followed. It felt as though I had been isolated from the world. Thus, during this week that had passed, I gradually stopped performing the act of walking. It was more comfortable to float around as Bei Hurayong usually did. Mahos said it looked like you had TCL edit.
Kong yasait.
I'm not exactly sure what TCL means, but I can guess. Now, with gravity not working, all physical forces had lost their meaning. If I wanted, I could pass through floors and walls. Therefore, I understood how difficult the act Sword Emperor was performing, this walking naturally. Really was. It felt like an incredible skill in the truth heaven. But now that I was in the same situation, I truly understood. What are you doing? Aren't you coming? Sword Emperor glanced at me casually, his demeanor like that of casually looking back during a walk. I suddenly realized that this was an important moment. Please wait a moment. Instead of floating around, I said that and gathered my thoughts. I first tried to place my soles on the ground. Still, there was no feeling of contact, but I tried my best to stand up naturally. Sword Emperor waited quietly. He neither urged me nor offered advice. Yet, I immediately knew that what I had done was not really standing, but something else entirely strange. Just a moment more. Take your time. Yes, I took a serious stance and delved into thought. How do you stand? Even to myself, the thought seemed ridiculous. But a stronger conviction seized me. This is important. This moment was important. To stand, first put your soles on the ground. Then the ground will support you. But now there's no ground to support me. So, a fluffy mass seemed to float around my head. It seemed graspable yet elusive, and I took a deep breath. Did I? No. Of course, that was just pretending to breathe. I focused my consciousness. I am now practically no different from a ghost. Naturally, there's nothing like air for me to inhale. And that means, at that moment, a new question arose in my mind. Wait, if there's no air, how can I hear sound? I realized that this was a very strange phenomenon. It's a common contradiction pointed out in sci-fi movies, the booming sounds spreading through the vacuum of space. Strange. Indeed, when speaking with Bei Hurayong or Gongja, who were on the same level, the sound felt similar to imagining it. However, voices like Sylvia's or the director's had sounded just like normal voices. Sound is transmitted through the vibration of air. But there is nothing like air that can affect me now. That means I shouldn't be able to hear sounds. So, the moment I realized that, silence enveloped me. It was a silence akin to stepping into outer space, no, even more ancient than that. A primordial stillness from a time when time did not exist and hence space had no meaning. Sword Emperor, who had switched his arms from behind his back to crossed, chuckled softly. However, that laughter merely rose in my mind and faded away, not disturbing the stillness I was experiencing. I was completely enraptured by this pure white moment. Pure white. And soon I realized that was also strange. It can't be white. By the same logic, it can't be black either. This wasn't an abstract notion that silence can't have color. It was much more concrete and fundamental. How am I seeing this landscape right now? Color is a wave of light. Just as sound needs air to propagate because it is the vibration of air, something needs to exist light beforehand to anything. But I am unaffected by anything now. No gravity, no resistance, no physical forces affect me. Is light special, an exception perhaps? That can't be. In games, light might be classified as a special attribute, but light is just one aspect of physical phenomena. I, who wielded a holy sword named after light, knew that fact well. Then, just as I shouldn't be able to hear anything, I shouldn't be able to see anything. The moment I felt that, and there was no light, perfect darkness, a pure absence of light engulfed me. 5. Around the time I was born, Earth was a shining star. There were cities everywhere. A little walk from one city quickly led to the next. Although the number of people was slowly decreasing, the number of buildings being erected was actually increasing. It was as if, leaving humans aside, the cities themselves were busily breeding on their own. Every building overflowed with light. Even after people disappeared, the light remained like death. It should have been fitting to describe them as eerie ghost towns or extinguished ruins, yet somehow that logic did not fit. Someone called it a singularity. But many more knew it was merely the uncontrolled proliferation of cancer cells. There was a time when the night sky was much darker than it is now. The director said so, but as a child, I couldn't imagine that landscape. Throughout my life, the night sky was always shrouded in a misty haze that shimmered purple. This star is suffering from a fever. Thus, the first darkness I saw was not in the night but in the water. And more so, within the hearts of people. But that was then. I murmured without realizing. This is darkness. True darkness wasn't black. It simply had nothing given to it. Blank space. Empty space. Thus, it felt blindingly white at times and profoundly black at others, but it was definitely neither. Looking at the empty thing, I gazed upon a world that had not yet been filled with anything. It's beautiful. Yes, it is Gongja. Somewhere, I felt Sword Emperor's response. What is filled will only empty, which is beautiful. Likewise, what is empty can only be filled, which is also beautiful. I turned my head in the direction of that response. You fool. Do you know what ridiculous thing you're doing right now? Indeed. I groaned. I don't have a head right now, right? And yet you turn your head. Well, it's not bad, but doing it unconsciously like that is no different from before you saw this darkness, isn't it? Sword Emperor said, with a sound like his robe fluttering. No, it wasn't actually a sound. Move with awareness. Only then can you move properly. Be conscious and feel. Only then can you truly perceive. I nodded. No. Before that, I first created myself.
Kim Gongya.
Physical age about 25. The actual time I had to experience roughly 10,000.
No.
Words like roughly, about, and approximately won't do. Exactly. Dash. I think of myself. Imagine myself. I begin to recall Kim Gongja. From birth to this moment, without adding or subtracting anything. Dash. A mind-bending task. It was never an easy task. The voices from the tower, they aren't just automatically operated by the system, perhaps. Yes, it's manual. But it wasn't impossible either. Death King. Even if it might be simultaneous events for you, for me, it's just a task that needs to be handled one by one. Inefficiency only occurs when time and space are limited. The concept of inefficiency does not exist. Baron Gu Wonha. I thought about the character I had once been possessed by and the tasks she was assigned. Compared to that amount, revisiting my own life was nothing more than a grain of sand. Sand, Fox Nim. Even the moments when my memories were jumbled by Fox Nim had become a reference now. And it was not only that. Netherworld. The space I had arrived at when I died resembled this place. Sanctuary. The experience of initially building and filling the empty world of the sanctuary proved useful in many ways. And above all, Master. That season so achingly white, and this darkness, they shared similarities. Enveloped in darkness, I recalled myself, imagined a created thought, and then, eventually I opened my eyes. Dash, comma, I breathed. The temperature of the breath, its contours, direction, pitch, and volume, all these were felt. Thoroughly. A shiver ran down my neck. Yes, I had a neck now, it shivered. Hum. Saliva flowed from my lips. I realized that I lacked the vocabulary to describe this sensation. Simply put, it was due to a lack of experience. Despite having died and lived, experiencing countless lives in place of others, I couldn't properly explain this sensation. I couldn't intuit the state of my own body. It wasn't that I couldn't feel. Rather, I felt too intensely. Sensation is supposed to distinguish between oneself and the outside, but overly sharp senses blur that boundary. Sometime, somewhere, remember well, Sword Emperor's voice came through. That is what seeing is. Thump. With the sound of my heart beating, the darkness faded. Light burst forth. The dam broke. The boundaries of the world were seared by the blazing light from afar, and thus the darkness faded. Yes, and thus I found myself back in my sanctuary, in the Garden of Withered Flowers on what corresponds to the 80th through 89th floors, and also the 91st floor. With his arms crossed, Sword Emperor greeted me. Let's walk a bit. As if urging what he had urged just a moment ago. No, certainly it must have been something that happened just a moment ago. Yes. Shaking my still dazed head, I nodded. Let's walk. Slowly, I stretched my foot towards the ground, beside Sword Emperor. Thud. I stepped down. Thud. I started walking with Sword Emperor. Thud. Chapter 387. The Garden of Time, 3. 6. Leaving the Garden of Withered Flowers, Sword Emperor slowly strolled. Under the gradually setting sunset, in a place where the dead slept as flowers, the Sword Emperor said this. Well done. Instead of retorting back asking what nonsense he's trying to say, I said this. Thank you. Instead of asking why I was so compliant, as if I had eaten something wrong, the Sword Emperor said. It's nice that even the soil is dead. Oh. On the day I awakened my chi, I placed a grain of soil on my palm and observed it closely. When I focused my eyes and ears, I found that soil, seemingly quiet, is actually quite noisy. On that tiny grain, inside it, how many things were busily competing. The Sword Emperor crouched down and caressed the rotten earth with his fingertips. Though his fingertips merely brushed over the soil, a coincidental breeze scattered the grains of dirt, creating a scene as if the ground was caressed by the Sword Emperor's touch. I saw and heard more things that day than any other day before. Oh, but the soil here is truly quiet, and that silence is what the flowers here need. The Sword Emperor straightened his back and looked back at me. Even before feeling such true tranquility, Gongja, I am truly amazed that you had already created such a place. I did not banter this time either. I simply nodded quietly once. Thank you. Yes. We walked in silence for a while. The area we were walking through was known as the Summer Zone, in a place where the air flowed lukewarm like breath under a flipped blanket. Estelle was preparing to call the rain with her hands clasped together. This too is nice. Yes. I nodded. Passing by Estelle, who began to cry, the Sword Emperor said,
Gongya.
Yes. Do you remember when I said that if you can't ascend to the 99th floor, Old Man Marcus might climb it instead? Of course, I remembered his words. Do you remember what I added then? I certainly remembered. It's funny to say instead, isn't it? The old man is not my substitute. The Sword Emperor nodded. Nevertheless, I believe you also know what I meant by that. Indeed. So, the Sword Emperor asked, what do you think I meant by that? It was a topic I pondered over several times anyway, so the answer flowed easily. Simply that you believe in me, so cheer up? Or was it out of consideration that Sword Saint could do better than me, so it's okay to rest if it's hard? It was neither, right? I walked alongside the Sword Emperor and looked at him. My steps had become as natural as the words flowing from my mouth. Because I also remember what you added next. Frankly speaking, it's okay even if you fail. Hey, belief means thinking that the other person will give their best. And the best isn't something decided by others but can only be determined by oneself. So, a relationship based on trust means that each decides their best and accepts the other's decisions. That's all there is to it. Nothing more. The important thing here is not that it's okay to fail. It's the part where right after saying you believe in me, you explain to me what belief means. Therefore, I was able to respond like this. Either way, it doesn't matter. That's what you meant. Whether I overcome this ordeal, whether I fail and become a prisoner of the eternal desert, whether Sword Saint carries my will and climbs to the 99th floor, or even if he also encounters an unexpected accident and becomes a visitor of no return. Really, either way, it doesn't matter because that's what you meant. The Sword Emperor did not stop his steps. Just like in the world of true heaven, his pace only quickened. Unlike before, when I had to grit my teeth and run to catch up with him, I was able to continue speaking by his side. And it's not because you don't trust me, nor is it because you don't trust the Sword Saint. I continued speaking. You trust me. And just as much, you trust an old man who abandoned everything he had achieved to enter the tower. You trust the Sword Saint. And just as much, you trust a jobless man who fled to the tower at a young age and lives silently alone in an alley on the first floor. You trust the Gray Spider. Again, just as much, you would trust the resistance that was trampled by the magic tower. You trust the assistant writer. And once more, surprisingly, even a minor villain who harassed the resistance of the magic tower and complained about the magic tower while filling his lust for power, you would trust someone like Karamu. You often say you are great. Sometimes you boast so much that I feel like hitting you. But your boastfulness differs from the Flame Emperor. It didn't simply mean that the Sword Emperor was truly great and the Flame Emperor was not. Even the Flame Emperor before his regression was undoubtedly a capable person. Whether it was the Sword Emperor, Flame Emperor, or even myself, the aspect of claiming one can do and then doing it was not different. But there was a crucial difference. The Flame Emperor thought he alone was special. Only I can do it. I am special by myself. Only he can do it, and so others, even if they were to be reborn, couldn't do it like him. That was the driving force that made the Flame Emperor who he was. I looked at the Sword Emperor. But you, Sword Emperor Nim, on the other hand, believe you are also special. In other words, you too can do it. You could be special. There's no reason others can't do what you were able to do. Therefore, or you might say, you believe in every person in this world. That's why you said that then. If not me, then the Sword Saint. If even the Sword Saint fails, then Anastasia or the Gray Spider. If they find it impossible, then someone unknown among all people anyway, someone will eventually reach the 99th floor. Anyone has the potential. Some time had passed since the Sword Emperor and I walked past Estelle. During that time, we strolled through this garden at a brisk pace. Over fields, over mountains, above seas. Only the capable will succeed, the incapable will not, and people never change, are things you say when you live shortly and can't look far ahead. And thus far away, a land where red rain fell, lay before us. If it makes no sense to say, that person could do it but you cannot, obviously the opposite, I could do it but others cannot, doesn't make sense either. Yes, before we knew it, we had made a complete round of this world. That's a fair attitude. Raindrops pierced through us, hitting the ground. In reality, isn't that true for you? I gazed at that redness, the requiem for nameless deaths. Now that I could truly see in the genuine sense, in that landscape that came in so vividly, the rain felt like it was slowly rising up from below rather than pouring down from above. Gongjia, you sometimes recall those days spent in that tiny room. And then you say, how did I get here? Others too, if they had seen you during your time clipping newspaper scraps about you, Suha, would have clicked their tongues and said, how can there be such an idiot? That guy won't succeed at anything. You shouldn't become like that. However, felt not like walking in the rain but stepping into water. The Sword Emperor did not stop walking. As if the positions of air and water had switched, red bubbles infinitely burst around us, bubbling, bubbling. And yet, here you are now. Thump. My heart throbbed. People change. Given even a small catalyst, they transform. Isn't that what you've been proving every time you turned back a day? Just like when I was young and received praise from the director for the first time. Was that all? Even the Gray Spider, who had lived unchanged for 1,000 years, changed. Oh, because of you? Of course. But was it something only you could do? Certainly, it wasn't a remark that could be taken as pure praise. If interpreted maliciously, it could very well be so. Could be seen as nagging, typical of old-timers asking why you can't be like them, or paradoxically as a declaration that only oneself is special. But I knew that the Sword Emperor did not intend it that way. Perhaps that's why the first skill I received when I entered the tower was this. When there's no malice, when no hidden motives permeate, when words purely function as words, the Sword Emperor's statement bore exactly the literal meaning. Skill card open. The Sword Emperor raised his hand. From the tattered hem of his robe, a skill card slipped out. On that skill card it was written, plus, you can become just like me. Rank, F. Effect. You can see all the skills your opponent possesses. However, opponents who have been defeated by you can copy one of your skills to make it their own. Opponents who have already lost to you once are excluded from this skill effect. Additionally, which skill gets copied is determined randomly. Plus, as if possessed, I raised one hand. Skill card open. I took out and looked at the first skill I had. Plus, I want to become just like you. Rank, S+. Effect. Automatically activates when killed by an enemy. You copy one skill from the enemy that killed you, making it your own. You cannot copy from the same opponent more than once. Which skill gets copied is determined randomly. However, you die. Plus, the two cards touched. An F-rank skill and an S+ rank skill. The two skills mirrored each other like facing mirrors. Between the two skills, in a world of similarities, there were the Sword Emperor and I. We were facing each other. I said, Sword Emperor. Yes. What is your sanctuary like? I said, standing in my sanctuary. Even Constellation Killer had a sanctuary. And since you are now on the 99th floor, you must have created a sanctuary too. I am curious about what your sanctuary is like. The Sword Emperor raised his hand. His robe fluttered, rippled, and then, a world unfolded before us. In a forest with faint sunlight, the morning glory stretched its neck even longer. To half the size, bending their heads halfway, again to half the size, the crown of the morning glory flower shrunk and shrunk as much as morning turned to midday, midday to evening, the sun dying in the sunset. As the sun grew tired, in a rain-sparse wilderness at night, sunflowers spread their petals wider and in that season of sparse rain and thin sunlight, those who could not blossom and perished, the flowers of people and the people of flowers, along with the 10 million flowers that they tried to embrace, the 10 million flowers that they could embrace, the 10 million flowers that they were meant to embrace. Morning glory flowers, spinning top flowers, frost flowers, peony flowers, rose flowers, globe amaranth flowers. The world. A man seated in lotus position was there. It was a man dressed in tattered robes, seated in the lotus position, with a sword as tall as himself planted into a flower bed blooming with hundreds of millions of flowers beside him. There sat a man. I knew that man well, very well. I had seen him, watched him, countless times, yet this was the first time I saw that man who was not translucent in this way. Sword Emperor. The reason I couldn't say that might be because I am not actually here right now. Nevertheless, I saw him. I could see him. I could only know that he was showing this because he wanted to. The man, the Sword Emperor, with his eyes closed, without opening his eyes, simply quietly opened his lips and spoke.
Come. Kim Gongya.
That was the first time I heard his voice. Here, on the 99th floor. I will be waiting for you. He was waiting for me. Chapter 388. The time he waited, the time he walked, 1. In the beginning it was there. There was nothing else. It was wholly alone. Thus it could bear eternity on its own. Being able to and having to are not the same. As much as it did not need anything else to be itself, it thought that it did not need to be alone either. To become two from one, it had to be split. It chose to be cut as well. With a great sword forged from itself, it split itself horizontally. The lower part sank and became the earth, and the upper part rose and became the sky. To commemorate the birth of heaven and earth, people named the moment the first strike occurred. The year of the sword. 1. Sylvia. Formerly the Lady of the Golden Silk at Sormwin Academy. Currently the Grand Chamberlain and Gardener of the Garden of Withered Flowers under the Death King family. She was oversleeping again today. Ugh. Have you seen? Family head. No, Kim Gongja. This is my true power. She must be having a pleasant dream. Right now, when she's starting to get confused whether her family name is Evenale or Ebonale. Dreams are the only drug this world allows her. But of course, the bizarre and nightmarish world created by the ruthless evil god did not wish for her to indulge in such deep sleep. Sylvia. The owner of the voice waking Sylvia from her deep slumber was a gentle-looking woman. Once the immortal dragon emperor, once the goddess of protection, once the guardian sword of the empire, once a sword called Shiny, and so on. This woman, whose career comprised various unrelated and disconnected experiences, was named Shiny. Currently, she spends her time in the Garden of Withered Flowers drinking tea with Estelle, her former enemy who had driven her own country to destruction. Or, if it were to be titled, it might be called, I was bullied at school but reincarnated in another world, met a goddess, and walked the path of a god-slayer with an unrivaled skill of forgetting memories. One of those was waking up the oversleeping Sylvia. Sylvia, it's time to get up. Sylvia. 5 minutes, Sylvia said, clutching her goblin doll pillow tightly. Just 5 more minutes. Please just shut up and wait 5 more minutes. Not getting angry was one of Shiny's virtues. She silently waited another 5 minutes before speaking. Sylvia, 5 minutes have passed. You waited 5 minutes. Impressive. If you can wait 5 minutes, you can wait 10 minutes. I believe in your will to wait. Being able to persuade it logically was also one of Shiny's strengths. She waited another 10 minutes before speaking again. Sylvia, 10 minutes have passed. Nya. It's time to wake up. Why? You need to work. What if I don't want to work? Sylvia showed one hand while burying her face in the pillow. Think about it, goddess of protection. Shiny, sparkly. It's not sparkly, it's shiny. It's basically the same. Anyway, just think about it. If I don't want to work and have such a golden will, what will you do? Will you force me to work? Sylvia then spread just one finger and flicked it back and forth. No, no, no. That won't happen. It won't. Sparkly. I am not sparkly. Shiny. You will just let me sleep, and you will gladly do my work instead. Why would that be? Could it also be one of Shiny's virtues that she responds calmly even to such nonsensical blabber? No, perhaps it might actually be a flaw. Either way, Sylvia answered in a dreamy voice, as if she was half asleep. Because you are a goddess. Please help, goddess. Since you look somewhat like Verdandi anyway, do something worth your appearance. This was Sylvia. Bye. Sylvia. Sylvia didn't respond any further. Her raised hand also dropped sharply. She had left, to the world of dreams, after making not even a human, but a goddess wait for 15 minutes. And even after such an incident, Shiny did not get angry. This was clearly a strength as well as an advantage. Because Shiny not getting angry also meant there was no need for her to personally get angry. As Sylvia had said, Shiny was a goddess, and there were many who could get angry on behalf of Shiny. So many that there were several within Shiny herself. Please, sister. Yes, leave it to me, sister. The goddess of protection transforms into the goddess of protection sympathy form. Shiny's hair and wings darken to black. The rank of the goddess of protection's constellation is adjusted. The skill set of the goddess of protection changes. The hem of the clothes draped over Shiny's body tightened, and the loose, flowing dress transformed into a robe of coarse, monastic colors. Her nails, which seemed to be forged from platinum, also darkened to pitch black. A black angel descended. If it seemed like Shiny might be sued for trademark infringement by Verdandi, one of Shiny's sword faces, Sword of Compassion stance, looked like it could receive a copyright infringement claim from a Salvation Army. Even their personalities seemed similar as inferred from their way of speaking. Pain without injury. Jaya. Sylvia jumped like a cat that had encountered a cucumber. The ability of the Sword of Compassion, inflicting pain, had instantly awakened her. What is this? This is abuse of Sylvia. Are you awake now? Awake? No. It feels more like I've been startled so badly I could never meet sleep again. What is this really? Can't you treasure Sylvia a bit more? Shall I take it a step further? I'll go wash up and come out. Sylvia hurried off to the bathroom. Shortly after, a refreshed Sylvia emerged, and there was Shiny, back in her original form, having prepared a meal. Sylvia gobbled up a bowl of egg rice, ranting as she ate. Do you know? It's because of such actions, trying not to dirty your own hands, that the Ejim Empire ended up doing those things to the advisors. Reflect on this. Indeed. Could that be related? Shiny grimaced with a gloomy expression. Sylvia stared at her with her mouth agape, then banged the spoon against the bowl, making a thumping sound. What the? You were the one who summoned him and then got sealed by him. And what is this? Could that be related stuff? But still. Stop with the but stills and don't blame yourself. I'm just rambling out of irritation. Are gods that naive? After inhaling the egg rice and gulping down the soup, Sylvia finished her meal swiftly and stretched. Meanwhile, Shiny quietly waited beside her, still with a dark expression. Sylvia clicked her tongue and then said while donning her gardener's attire, "By the way, what exactly were you fighting against?" What? Whether it was Kim Yul or Kim Yul Mucha, there must have been a reason for the summoning. You even fought for a while after summoning him. What was the reason?
I'm curious.
Well, Sylvia was oversleeping so frequently that the director changed the assembly time to night. Estelle fumed, complaining that it inconvenienced the elders, and Kim Yul stood silently by her side, exerting silent pressure on Sylvia, But Sylvia was the embodiment of this country's spirit of not succumbing to unjust power, and thus she endured calmly. In short, there was still plenty of time until the assembly. Sylvia, carrying a shovel, and Shiny, with a bucket full of sunset, walked to the garden talking. Shiny answered, "I fought another version of myself." "Oh my, you were having such a friendly time drinking tea with the advisor, and even that alter form from earlier. When did the venomous virus reach there?" No. Really? I really did fight another version of myself." Shiny, uncharacteristically, flailed her hands in agitation. Sylvia looked at Shiny suspiciously, then crossed her arms and said, "Explain." Whether because she was too kind, or because she was shocked by the startling allegation of being infected by the venomous virus, Shiny willingly explained the fight. According to Kim Yul, who was there at the garden, the explanation went like this. Shiny was split into two at that time. There was a bad Shiny and a good Shiny. "Are you a slime?" Recently regaining his emotions, Kim Yul wasn't as forbearing as Shiny. He shot a finger rubber band gun at Sylvia. Sylvia felt a physical sting. "Ouch! What are you doing?" "Grand Chamberlain, it's okay to insult me, but do not insult my former comrade. That truly tests my patience." "Oh right, but family's shadow, just saying. Who was it that brutally struck from behind the very comrade you respect so much? Above all, calling her a slime. Whether it's a fish monster or a formidable enemy that can't be defeated without magic and fire. Stop using such ambiguous terms. Precise language breeds a clear mind. Sylvia, as a Grand Chamberlain, you are responsible for the cleanliness of the family. You need to be more aware of that. Did you just change the subject?" Kim Yul coughed, then started flipping through his notebook. Anyway, there are two types of sanctuaries. There are sanctuaries that someone creates, like the Sanctuary or the Sanctuary of the Constellation Killer, and there are also sanctuaries that are just born. Oh, the world of Kiamsan, Shiny's world, was, so to speak, a born sanctuary. Everything that exists there came from Shiny's body. The entire mountain range covering the continent was made from the decaying body of a giant dragon. That dragon was also one of Shiny's true forms. Thus, the long fight with herself finally left only two forces of Shiny. I was summoned by the weaker and kinder Shiny to fight against the stronger and evil forces of Shiny. Shiny, intertwining her wings and crossing her arms, added with hums. In a way, it was a process of rebirth. The fight that ultimately determined what kind of being Shiny would become. Just as the family head broke through the trials of the 70th floor to become a complete constellation, Shiny underwent the same process. Then Kim Yul told a lengthy story. How he broke each of the bad Shiny's wings one by one, how he changed the world of Kiamsan during the process, and how he increased the number of people gathering under his and Shiny's banner. It's a story that, if cut out the cruel parts, would perfectly fit a 24-episode animation series to air in the morning. Shiny said with a nostalgic look on her face. Kim Yul tilted his head. Really? I think it sounds like a story that could sell about 100,000 copies if made into an SRPG. Sylvia only made a disgusted expression and didn't comment separately on the self-evaluations of this crazy combo. Kim Yul asked, "So that's all. Is there anything else you're curious about?" "So, you did change the subject earlier, right?" For a moment, rubber band bullets and shovels flew in the air. "Anyway, get to work. It's almost mealtime." Yes. Oh, my plight." The three of them then went into tending the garden. While Shiny fluttered about, hanging sunsets and gathering them, Kim Yul trimmed the long protruding rocks by wrapping aura around long pruning shears. Sylvia, crouching down, flipped the soil while grumbling. "Ah, really? I also want to fight against myself right now. I'm the unlucky Sylvia, so the lucky Sylvia should knock me down and absorb. Wait, thinking about it, that's annoying too. If there's going to be absorption, I should be the one doing it. I should suck up all of Sylvia's luck and become the true one and only lucky one. Sylvia stopped speaking and closed her mouth. Perhaps even she found her own muttering pitiful? No, that wasn't it. Oh dear. At the end of Sylvia's gaze was a small marigold. She had noticed that its roots were slightly protruding. She cried too much yesterday. Not like she's a frog with bulging eyes. Now that I think about it, there was a time when she was a frog. TSK. Sylvia scooped the soil with her shovel to cover the exposed roots, all the while muttering, family head, hurry back. How long will you leave the flowers and ascend?" Naturally, no one responded to her muttering. Shiny and Kim Yul were too far away. Regardless, Sylvia continued to tenderly cover the marigold's roots, muttering, "Or perhaps you are already there, with your knack for moving undetected. Maybe hiding there with your invisibility skill. Ooh, if by any chance you are there, please shake that flower over there." Wow! Darn it, that scared me. Sylvia was startled. A sudden breeze had shaken the carrot flower. It really shook. "Are you there?" Startled by sudden gust, Sylvia barely managed to calm her pounding heart. "It couldn't be if you think about it." Sylvia scratched the back of her head. "Damn." Her muttering continued. "You're the one who put me in this situation. This condition is, well, it's not bad. Not bad, but especially considering Kim Hwangtae seems to be turning from dried pollock into frozen pollock. I think I'm still better off. Still." Silence. "It's not just me you've done this to." Silence. "There are many others. So you know." And then, "Hurry back, please. Key formation complete." From somewhere, that announcement echoed. "All residents from the 81st to 90th floors remember you. The 91st floor is cleared." The tower's announcement was not heard by Sylvia. What Sylvia heard was simply this: "Sylvia, let's go have lunch." Ah, yes. Rising at the sound of Shiny calling her, Sylvia gave the well-covered marigold one last look and stretched. "What's for lunch today?" "Today we're eating out. Let's go to the planetarium." "Ah, yes, I understand. Well then." Sylvia snapped her fingers. Thanks to the ability given to the vassals of the Death King family, a staircase connected to another layer of the sanctuary appeared. "Let's go eat some salad while looking at that infuriating hamster's face." Sylvia, Shiny, and Kim Yul trudged down the stairs. And following them, someone who had heard the tower's declaration also began to descend the stairs. "You are entering the 92nd floor." Chapter 389. The time he waited, the time he walked, too. Thus, the sky and the earth faced each other, but they wished there was something not just across from them, but also beside them. And so, the sky forged a sword, and the earth forged a sword. Since there was an opponent this time, they did not need to cut themselves. The sky struck down with its sword towards the earth, and the earth countered by raising its sword against the sky. Hundreds of sword strikes rose and fell. From the rifts in the torn sky, wind poured down incessantly, and water burst forth from the crevices of the battered earth. The shattered skies were sealed into various moments like spring, summer, autumn, winter, polar night, midnight sun, new moon, and full moon. The split earths were divided into dozens of continents and hundreds of thousands of islands, each preserved with its own unique ecosystem. In celebration of climate and sea, seasons and the birth of life, people named the moment of the second sword strike, Sword Moon. 2. Planetarium. In a brunch cafe serving as an intermediate base in the Lion world, an unexpected commotion was unfolding. "Hee, miss. Let's climb the tower together." A Mohican-haired delinquent roughly grabbed a frail-looking woman's wrist as he spoke. A small piercing glinted on the Mohican man's tongue that flicked incessantly. Please stop." The bespectacled woman cringed in fear, but the Mohican delinquent was relentless. "Don't be like that. Let's climb the tower. Don't be satisfied with the floors you've climbed so far. And aim for the 100th floor with tireless ambition, mwahaha. Yuk, someone, please help." Like a subordinate facing a boss who unilaterally decides an absurd quota, the woman sobbed for help. However, cruelly, there seemed to be no one in this tower willing to help her. Was it that this injustice had touched the reverse scale of a girl who was about to quietly eat her meal? Ha, really? They won't even let me eat in peace. A girl who had a trowel strapped to her waist was enjoying her meal but seemed about to stand up. What was there to hide? This girl was none other than the Grand Chamberlain of the Death King family. Her power was enough to cover the sky and crush the earth. Once the girl intervened, it was a foregone conclusion that the ruffian was no match even for a moment. But conclusively, the girl did not intervene. Stop right there, Grand Chamberlain of the Death King family. Voices calling out to stop the girl. Because clear justice did exist in the world. You guys! We will intervene. The ones who stopped the girl were some men. They were wearing white doboks. The character Tan, Heaven, was written in large letters on the back. Beautiful hands of the Grand Chamberlain of the Death King family shouldn't exist to clean up such petty trash, right? At the words of the man in the lead, the girl sat back down. She then flicked an eyebrow and said, I'll leave it to you, because right now, I have to eat this seafood cream pasta. Right now. The men in white doboks smiled broadly and crossed their arms simultaneously.
Understood.
Preventing such petty villains from running amok. That's what we are here for, after all. The men in white doboks stood up and slowly walked away. Among them, only one had his hood pressed down deeply, silent. But all of them walked toward the Mohican delinquent. Thud, thud. Their attire was simple white, but their steps had a weight that reminded one of elephants, said to have lived on the Serengeti Plains when it was still a grassland. Hey, stop now. Huh? Who are you bastards? The Mohican delinquent bared his teeth and spoke. The man at the forefront lifted his head with an attitude of, oh well, it can't be helped. Seeing the man at the forefront, who had been obscured by shadows, the Mohican delinquent sneered. What's this? You stepped forward so boldly. But aren't you just a pretty-faced little kid? Indeed. The man in the dobok at the front, upon closer inspection, appeared more fitting to be called a boy. A Mohican delinquent and a delicate-looking beautiful boy. At first glance, it was a combination that seemed exceedingly dangerous. However, the boy, with a smile that could steal girls' hearts in a second, said this. My name is Gahiel. What? In the past, as the successor of the Baekdo Jinshin swordsmanship clan, I had the martial name of Sun-Piercing Sword, but now, after going through various circumstances, my current alias after registering with the Chun Mumun Guildies, Haruto. Introducing himself as Haruto, the boy snapped his fingers. Let's keep the rest of the introduction simple. Hunter card. Open. With a pop, a card-shaped aura of light flickered in midair. Huh? A hunter card? No matter what grade a kid like you has, it'll still be... This rank is... The Mohican hunter, who was scoffing while looking at the card, screamed and collapsed. That too was inevitable. This too was bound to happen. What was there to hide? Could it be hidden even if one tried? The hunter ranks of the men in doboks were an average B rank. And as for Haruto, who had revealed his hunter card, he was an A rank hunter. For reference, the term hunter refers to those who climb the tower, and they were among the strongest of hunters. To say they were highly regarded even within one of the 5 great guilds, the Chun Mumun, gives an idea of their formidable strength. I didn't recognize you. Like a frog facing a snake, the Mohican hunter flopped down on his knees and bowed his head. As Haruto looked down on this pitiful sight suitable for a petty villain, with a face filled with sorrow. It's quite sickening to watch. Could you please stop this scene? Why stop, Junior? It was just getting to the good part. Haruto scratched the back of his head with an awkward expression. The man in the dobok, who had been silent with his hood pressed down, suddenly burst out in irritation and threw off his clothes. Enough! You're really getting on my nerves. You guys, Haruto or whatever. You're all just a pain in the ass. The one who had thrown off his dobok was a handsome man with dark chestnut hair. Haruto was flustered. No, you Suha. Calling us a pain in the ass? Isn't that going a bit too far? Too far? What's too far? What's too far is your very existence. What did we even do? Do what? And no. Haruto could only repeat no or that's not it. He looked like someone from the outdoor hobby group being criticized by the indoor group who enjoy games and comics. Perhaps because such scenes were all too familiar, none of the customers or staff at the planetarium bothered to stir the pot. The Grand Chamberlain of the Death King family and the other two retainers who had finished their meals beside her had already returned to their sanctuaries, absent from their spots. Maybe that's why Yasuha vented his frustration, pointing at others. You guys too. Why are you just sitting there and watching? Yasuha pointed to an old man and a boy who, with hands clasped under their chins like tulips, were happily watching the commotion. The boy spoke first. Did you know? At first, Sirster. Ming seems like why would such food even exist in the world? But as you eat, you come to understand the subtle taste of its logic. The old man continued. Heh, who's stopping them for whose sake? At this age, I need to have at least this kind of pastime to watch over. You're too much. That's why you're called a water flea, old man. The bespectacled woman who was being harassed by the Mohican delinquent lashed out at the old man. The old man snapped back in irritation. What are you doing? You, who currently occupy the position of master of the alchemy castle, are pretending to be oppressed by such a riffraff? The Mohican delinquent seemed even more surprised by this. The woman, referred to as the master of the alchemy castle, pointed at the Mohican delinquent and expressed her injustice. He's intimidating. Look at this person. He's scary. My goodness, you are scarier. Do you know how often your disciple comes to me, pleading how terrified they are of you? The professor is so frightening. When I go back, the professor will torment me again. Professor Sean, please just tutor me a bit more. Really? The master of the alchemy castle pressed her glasses firmly with a dry hand. This brunch cafe, the planetarium, was carved out from the Great Library of All Things. The Great Library of All Things was a place that gathered various world segments under the name Apocalypse. And thus, the planetarium was inhaling the air from numerous worlds just beyond a thin sheet of paper. Perhaps that was why, although the atmosphere of a space is usually determined by the actions of the people located there, the planetarium was particularly extreme in this regard. When the Mohican delinquent caused a ruckus, it resembled a cheap bar, and when the Chun Mumun disciples intervened, it had an indescribable eerie feeling, and when Yasuha shouted, the cafe became as hot as fire. But with the master of the alchemy castle's simple action, it seemed to turn into a winter night. Ahia, is that so? Yes. How should I scold this ungrateful wretch? I guess I need to go back now. Feeling a strong sense of duty, the master of the alchemy castle stepped outside the planetarium. The boy looked quietly at the old man. What? Don't you feel sorry for Miss Alchemist's disciple? Who put that guy on his path? This is exactly what he brought upon himself. You know, I'm starting to like your character. The old man snorted. While he did, the Mohican hunter quietly crawled away. Yasuha, witnessing all this, pressed his forehead. These crazy fools. Chun Mumun disciples cowered, watching Yasuha's mood. Yasuha hit his chest, almost despairing anew that these were his seniors. Ah, really?
Gongya.
This damn Gongja. Do you see? Do you understand? This is the world you've created. It doesn't seem like such a bad world. Senior, please keep your mouth shut until we depart. Countdown starts now. 3, 2, 1. No! Haruto closed his mouth. Seeing this, Yasuha took a deep breath and then exhaled. It wasn't supposed to be like this when he suddenly started doing the Cossack dance. I should have made him dance more. I should have placed him in a void where no one can see and made him dance forever. The god who dances in emptiness expresses serious concern and mild regret. Such a declaration from the tower did not reach Yasuha. Yasuha pressed his hood down again and walked over to the old man. Hey, old man, pack some food for me. With what? Ah, the usual stuff. You know, the one the big old guy likes. What's it, risotto? This kid really has no manners. He's the spitting image of me when I was young. Sheesh. Despite his words, the old man took the order with familiar movements and lit the stove in the kitchen. He then started cooking, pulling out bottles of water that Evian would want as mentors. Watching this, Yusuha urged his seniors. What are you all doing? Seniors, get ready to go up soon. Lunchtime is almost over. You know? We haven't even finished our meal yet. Then take it and eat on the go. Seriously, what disappointing seniors. No! Amid their fumbling, these were also the senior disciples from Martial Alliance. They skillfully held bowls and chopsticks to continue their meal. Yusuha turned back to the old man. And then there's that, the big old guy, you know. He said to take some time off and come hang out sometime. Bring that sword saint guy too. Why again? Oh, why, you ask? Maybe the old man misses another old man. Go play some Go with him. That Bu-Wool Sun guy. Muttering, the old man finished cooking with a face that didn't seem entirely displeased. Taking the packaged food, Yusuha said to his seniors, Let's go. The disciples of Chun Mu-mun chuckled while packing up their bowls and chopsticks. Right, Junior. Let's return to our castle. To the pinnacle of Baekdo, Murim Alliance. Yo so aside. O Gongja. Please, realize the enormity of your sin. Key formation complete. All the apostles you recruited have offered their sincere prayers to you. And then, once again, a declaration from the tower resonated somewhere. Floor 92 has been cleared. This announcement, too, went unheard by Yusuha. He simply cursed and grumbled as he led his senior disciples out of the planetarium. And following them slowly was someone who had heard the declaration of the tower. Entering floor 93. Chapter 390. The time he waited, the time he walked. 3. The great slashes had adorned the world 4 times in total. From the third slash, humans were finally born. People named the moment when this third slash occurred, Swords Day. In the fourth slash, humans who were originally one group were divided into countless races, countries, cities, villages, clans, families, and eventually, individuals were born. People named the moment when this fourth slash occurred, Swords Era, and time flowed on. To differentiate from the sword's year, the axe's year, spear's year, bow's year, etc. were created. To differentiate from the sword's month, the armor's month, shield's month, bracelet's month, etc. were created. Similarly, to differentiate from the sword's day and the sword's era, countless days and eras were created, and these were further divided into countless minutes and seconds. There were those who called these detailed naming of times the fifth slash, but it did not gain everyone's support. Regardless, these fragmented times began to revolve, each with its own season. And finally, the moment came when the sword's year, sword's month, sword's day, sword's era, sword's minute, sword's second all meshed together like gears. It was also the moment he was forged. 3. Temples are generally the main halls where the gods who govern the laws of that world reside. Or they are sanctuaries created by banished gods to hide their bodies from other intimidating gods. However, this temple was neither of those. This temple was merely the shell of that god. Clang. Ruins. Within the repeatedly flowing gears of time, and amidst the eternal winter that eventually arrived, the temple was nothing more than a decaying husk that could not be shed, hovering above the ground. Clang, clang, clang. Within that shell, the sound of something solid colliding echoed. Clang. One of them was a small fist. A fist clenched as if it was grasping the world itself, striking with a force befitting it. Clang. With each strike, a shock wave that seemed to split the heavens and shake the earth reverberated. Clang. The other was a metallic fiend. At a glance, the metal mass seemed to be blazing fiercely. It was that red. However, upon closer inspection, what fell from the mass with each punch was not sparks but rust. It appeared so intensely red because it was thoroughly rusted from end to end. Clang. The girl wielding the fist had golden hair. It wasn't the thick color of thick honey. Rather, it was flimsy, as if scattering dandelion seeds in the air glued together. Clang! Through the gaps in the golden wheat field that shook with each punch, 2 things stood like scarecrows that barely remained after a typhoon. They were broken horns. The girl was not human. She was one of the oldest dragon emperors and one of the constellations with the widest territories etched in the sky. Are you the ox that harvests ruins? Someone called the girl's title. The girl's fist, which had been pounding the metal, paused momentarily. The girl merely glanced aside. Her flimsy hair had enough gaps to easily see the collar through the eyes covered by her bangs. The girl's lips twitched. Venomous snake? Yeah, you probably don't know who I am. What? How do you know? The man with gray hair, who had been leaning against the temple pillar and watching the girl with his arms crossed, was startled. Clang. The ox that harvests ruins, Musha, calmly answered while striking the metal mass again with her fist. What do you think are the virtues required of a god? Sincerity? Venomous Snake responded reflexively to the sudden question. Musha paused her fist briefly, then nodded. You know well. It's proof that you've played the part of a god properly. I've struggled a bit. No, that's not it. Being a god is akin to being a slave. Clang. Musha struck the metal again with her fist. Thus, a good god is a good slave. So, a tower master must be the best god for everyone. Clang. As the sound of metal echoed, Venomous Snake closed his mouth. The topic of the tower master was still something he did not fully understand. Musha continued speaking. I too am a good god, not as much as a tower master though. And the virtue of a slave is sincerity. Clang. That sincerity, which I momentarily lost and became complacent about, caused me to lose my horns. Clang. The one who cut off my horns lived in the same world as you, and you even managed to hit him once. It's only natural to remember and be prepared. I don't know if I should say it's an honor or be furious about that. Venomous Snake scratched the back of his head. Then, muttering, well, I suppose I have to accept that I claim to be his rival, he looked at Musha. Aren't you going to ask why I came here? You'll explain it yourself, won't you? Either in words or through action. I might, but you could also say something like, you came here for this reason, didn't you? Just like you guessed my name earlier. Why should I reveal my hand? Didn't you say a good slave? I said the virtue of a slave is sincerity. Foolish arrogance is the virtue of a fool. Venomous Snake closed his mouth. Musha also closed hers. So for a while in this god's husk, only the sound of God's fist striking the metal mass rang out. Clang, clang. Hesitantly, Venomous Snake spoke. Do you know what a hammer is? It would be easier if you used one. While speaking, Venomous Snake thought. Hammer? What is that? This is called a hammer. It makes it easy to pound metal. Amazing Venomous Snake. How can a place like the Lion World put such overwhelming technology and dedication even into something as simple as pounding metal? Venomous Snake. That sounds so bad even to me. So can you stop? I didn't say anything. You're thinking it.
No.
Thoughts are free, aren't they? Even for a renowned constellation, that was just a violation of privacy. Anyway, there is such a thing as a hammer. This, clang, is my horn. Clang. I had to use my fist to refine my horn. Any other metal would be too soft. Indeed. Having once lived among people as a god and acted as a blacksmith, Venomous Snake stroked his chin. That's also why it's so rusted. My horn can only be rusted by time. All other flames are too cold. Indeed. Venomous Snake sighed. You said time is your power. So, only you can melt or break your own body. That's right. It makes sense. But that's all it does. Venomous Snake crossed his arms. It was Kim Gongja who cut off your horn. Clang! With a sharp sound, the metal struck by the fist let out a great scream. It was a death rattle and at the same time, a birth cry. Congratulations! Unlike her usual calm tone, a lively declaration from the tower resounded. An item of immeasurable grade. You have created the 13th world-class artifact. This declaration was heard by Musha, of course, and by Venomous Snake as well. Venomous Snake tensed up. Regardless, Musha stood up from her spot. After shaking the freshly forged sword a couple of times, she held it up with a chick sound. Plus, Regressor's Harvester, rarity world-class. Creator, the ox that harvests ruins. Description: a sword of obsession forged from her own horns by the ox that harvests ruins. This is the so-called time-traveling tracking missile. It might as well be called the absolute regressor-killing missile. Terrifying. Those who die struck by this sword regress along with the sword. What does that mean? They die again as soon as they regress. And if they regress again, they die again right away. Abandon all hope, ye who are slain by this sword. That's what it means. Plus, venomous snake swallowed dryly. The reason I came here is because of a prophecy. Musha simply looked at the sword, silent. Venomous snake continued speaking. A real prophet, not a fake one, has appeared in our tower. The prophecy said, Musha, that you would become a formidable enemy of Kim Gongja. As he spoke, Venomous Snake activated a skill. Activating Unparalleled Under Heaven. His SS-grade skill, Unparalleled Under Heaven, shows the predicted movements of the opponent. It essentially lets him see how the opponent will move next and allows him to respond accordingly. It's a simple yet powerful skill. It's like seeing what the opponent will throw in rock, paper, scissors before you make your move. Of course, even the simplest fight is more complex than ordinary rock, paper, scissors, more akin to subtracting one from rock, paper, scissors plus a game of tag. Nonetheless, or rather precisely because of this, if wielded properly by someone who knows how, the true value of this skill is immeasurable. And, of course, Venomous Snake was someone who knew how to use this skill properly. That's when it happened. So noisy, Musha muttered as if chewing on the words. Thinking the comment was directed at him, Venomous Snake bit his lip and prepared to take a proper combat stance. It was a misunderstanding. Musha's words weren't directed at Venomous Snake. Musha's eyes weren't even looking at him. Just say what needs to be said, like a savior. Venomous Snake looked puzzled, but Musha did not respond. Her gaze was fixed on the item description. After a moment, the item description squirmed and changed. Plus, description. But that's too rigid, isn't it? I, who handle the item messages together with my sister, who handles the skill messages, dream of being a bit more humane, more approachable representatives. Strong sense of mission. We will do our best to become a more proactive tower. Sincere aspiration. Plus, Musha pressed her forehead. It's like it's gone crazy. It's just like the lady who walks the Mirage line. Huh? Lady? If you're talking about the lady who walks the Mirage, that's my line. Venomous Snake straightened his chest as he spoke. Musha then glanced at Venomous Snake, sighed similarly to before, and raised her hand. She struck down. Boom! With a booming sound, the sword Regressor's Harvester that Musha had just forged split into two. What the hell? The tower's item manager was shocked. You've just destroyed an ungraded world-class item? Venomous Snake also looked stunned. What are you doing now? That was never what I intended to make. Musha dusted off her hands as she spoke. Your talk of that bastard stirred up malicious thoughts. That's why it was created. Since it's already made, it might be fun to use it as it is made, but I am a representative of time. I cannot allow coincidences caused by myself. And so, Musha began to refine her horn once again, which had returned to its raw mass form. Clang, clang. The sound echoed dryly within the temple. Venomous Snake watched silently for a while. What were you trying to make? Something that is not a weapon. Clang. Something that would swing toward what is not alive. Clang. Something that you arrogantly thought I might not know about. Clang. I am making a blacksmith's hammer. Venomous Snake was silent for a moment. He asked, what will you use that for? Anything. Clang. I want to create a tool that someone can use, not something that uses someone as a tool. Clang. That way, at least it will be better than that trash item just now. Clang. And it will get me closer to that bastard who broke my horn. Venomous Snake took note of her answer and pondered deeply, canceling the activation of Unparalleled under heaven. Then Venomous Snake asked, "Need help?" Yeah. I've done some blacksmithing before. You said your fists were enough, but you never know, right?" Venomous Snake rolled up his sleeves and grinned. After all, this fist almost pierced through that bastard's heart. Musha frowned. It didn't last long. She snorted dismissively and then turned around and said, "Do as you like." And so Venomous Snake did just that. Clang, clang. Different sounds echoed, and time passed. Clang! A shockwave burst forth. Like a crack forming in an egg, a gap appeared, and from within, a sharp, clear burst of light exploded. And then, congratulations! The temple began to collapse, as if a shell, long ago shed, had finally accepted its fate to crumble. An item of immeasurable grade. Thud, thud. The roof sagged, and the columns supporting the temple buckled. Initially, the surfaces of the columns swelled as if suffering from indigestion, and soon they crumbled, spewing out dust. The shockwave had brought down the temple from the inside. "You are the first to create an object surpassing world-class artifacts." It is said that everyone who set foot in the tower heard that declaration on that day. Key formation complete. However, the constellations entwined with you have changed their ways of life because of you, and as a result, they can no longer exist in the same way as before. The fact that another tower's declaration, which only one person could hear, also resounded at the same time. The 93rd floor is cleared. The one who heard the tower's declaration looked down at the collapsed ruins, at the eye-patched man joyfully holding a blacksmith's hammer and a girl with broken horns in the middle of it. Then turning around, he slowly began to walk. "You are entering the 94th floor. Chapter 391. The time he waited, the time he walked. 4. From the moment he was forged, he was a sole, complete sword. Oh, it's done. Finally forged. Many people do not remember the first moment the world butchered them. It is only after time grows the body, and the body endures the mind, that meaningful cognition emerges, and from that cognition, memories are finally formed. However, for him, the length of his existence and memories were the same. At last it's made. It has been tempered. The great law is complete. We have finally forged it. From the beginning to completion, those around him called him this. The primordial sword. He looked around at the people. Oh, the primordial sword. The gathered crowd looked hollow. Their gaunt fingers proved that everything they had grasped in their lives had slipped away like sand. Those fingers, wavering like countless seaweeds in the depths of the sea, clutched at his sleeves. The impoverished spoke. "Sorrow, pain," they said. "Disappointment, despair," they said. "Suffering, suffocation, starvation, thirst," they said. "Recognize us. Take responsibility for us." Thus the impoverished collectively cried out, "Save us." He stared at them and then turned away. The people gathered behind him were frail. Their trembling legs revealed the hardships of the paths they had walked thus far and the fear of the paths ahead. Those legs, stacked like logs, knelt at his feet. The weak spoke. "Future, fear," they said. "Hope, desire," they said. "Waiting, regret, fear, wishes," they said. "Feel for us. Bear our burdens. Take responsibility for us." Thus the weak collectively cried out, "Lead us." There were many such people. Since the primordial sword strike, a place that had never seen light, filled only with rotting darkness. Everywhere he turned his head, such crowds existed. They begged him, implored him, pleaded, and entreated him. From the moment he was forged, he was a sole, complete sword, and this meant he had a target and a reason to be swung. In a way, he was the protagonist of this world. This world exists solely for you. The person presiding over the law stepped forward and said, "Every other human is just an illusion, a scarecrow, an empty can. Yet, The presiding figure did not seem impoverished or weak. Nor did he resemble an illusion, a scarecrow, or an empty can. Nevertheless, the presider continued unwaveringly. If there's any reason for others to exist in this world, it is solely to be shattered by you. To prove that you are right, pointing to the impoverished, to be saved by you, pointing to the weak, to be protected by you, pointing to himself and the outside, to be surpassed by you. Somehow, he could feel that there was no falsehood in those words. Is that so? He understood. In this vast world, am I the only special one? I am alone. For dusk had settled. The shadows left by the sun were gradually being consumed. This corrosion occurred sporadically, and the darkness, like constellations nailed to the sky, staked their claim everywhere. Eventually, everything would turn black, but for now, on the dim twilight that only spread its roots, a spider was dying. Next to the convulsing spider, there was a slender, trembling finger. It was the finger of a pale and delicate woman. Following the green veins on the back of her hand upward led to a slender wrist and an equally long arm that stretched out like a tree branch in winter. The woman, breathing heavily with her face buried in the dirt, was the gray spider. The gray spider was dying. The enmity built up by the magic tower, the resentment she had gathered, the endless challenges had ultimately brought down her, who had once been the emperor of the 50th floor. We won. Someone beside the dying spider spoke. Finally, we've won. The gray spider knew exactly who the owner of that voice was. It didn't matter that it was dark. Even though she had almost lost her sight and hearing, she could tell. Despite the many people gathered around the gray spider, despite the fact that so many were watching her die, the gray spider could precisely identify the owner of the voice. Because she knew all of them. You monster! The man who had just shouted his words as if chewing them out was named Roderick. He was a werewolf from the White Wolf world, who had lost his parents and siblings to the magic tower she once led. The moon circle stones, embedded deep in the hearts and brains of the werewolves, were favored by the magicians of the magic tower as material for decorations. The more the werewolves starved, the clearer the color of the moon circle stone became. So the magic tower had made it standard procedure to starve werewolves in restraint to harvest these stones. Demon. The sobbing woman's name was Lean Ichin. Lean Ichin came from the dragon flower world. Her race, also called Daliks, was close to trees rather than people. It was an extremely rare example among the genealogy that constituted intelligent life. Power that expanded without limit and an inflated self-consciousness took others' shelters for their stepping stones. The magicians of the magic tower gladly replaced the rarity of the Daliks with uniqueness. Renowned magicians planted Daliks in their personal pots, grooming them, and trimmed their various appendages with knives and scissors to their liking. The fruit that bore once a year was recognized as a fine delicacy due to its good taste and the effect of enhancing the magic power of the consumer. I wanted to kill her. The gray spider knew the name of the one muttering this. I surely had the right to do so. She also knew exactly where the one grinding his teeth had come from. I. Only I of all people. They all had reasons to wish for her death. The gray spider was the queen of the magic tower. She bore the responsibility for everything the magic tower had committed. The gray spider was not exactly innocent. Her hands were very red. There had been far too many unnecessary bloodshed. I was first. Don't make me laugh. My right to challenge came before. Why didn't you wait until it was my turn? Growling voices surrounded the gray spider, a web woven of words and breath trembling with hostility toward each other. Someone stepped forward. Stop it. The gray spider knew who this someone also was. She knew that this person wanted her death more than anyone else present here. That someone was the very person who had defeated her, the challenger of the recent battle. What? Just because you won the challenge, do you think you have the right to preside over this place? You're not trying to sympathize with this monster, are you? People bared their teeth. For those who had lost their skins to the magic tower and could only expose their flesh, everything happening in the world felt like a cold wind. However, the challenger spoke calmly. We didn't come here to fight each other. People closed their mouths. They could feel that his calmness was as precarious as a tower of cards set upon ice. Suppressing and suppressing, the challenger looked down at the gray spider. You're dying, aren't you? The lips of the gray spider weakly parted. Instead of words, only blood foam trickled out before sealing again. It didn't matter. He wasn't interested in her answer anyway. No, it would be more accurate to say he was forcibly suppressing his intense interest. I hope you just die as you are. The challenger crouched and whispered. Please don't try to show will or spirit. Don't struggle, and don't try to leave any last words. Just die like this. The soft whispers continued. I won't give you a dramatic death. The whispers carried a curse. There will be no coffin for you to enter. There will be no grave for you to be buried in. No one will know the date of your death, so no one will commemorate your anniversary. I hope that you die lonely and are simply forgotten. Silence flowed. No one spoke. It wasn't just due to the chilling hatred. They were silently agreeing with his words. Just as the gray spider could not forgive her own gods, they too could not forgive the gray spider. That was all there was to it, and such were the things that simply ended in the world. The gray spider knew this too. She knew it better than anyone. The gray spider coughed. The gray spider reached out a thin, dry hand. Those gathered tensed. The challenger, who had been casting curses, hesitated and reached for his weapon. It was a misunderstanding. The gray spider had merely reached towards the night sky. Her fingers, spread like hooks, grasped the starry sky for a moment. Then let go. Thud, it dropped. And that was the end. The gray spider did not open her mouth again. She couldn't. She was quite literally no longer alive. Is she gone? She's gone. People murmured. Some of them approached and poked the body of the gray spider with the butt of their weapons. Only when there was no response did a sigh of relief spread among the people. It was brief. That relief soon turned into questions. What was she trying to say? Murmurs circulated again. She wanted to act haughty until the end. No, she must have been trying to beg for her life disgracefully. Maybe she wanted to say she was sorry. Or maybe, in the darkened field, those murmurs could have spread like wildfire. The challenger shouted. Stop! People flinched and fell silent. The challenger, gritting his teeth, said, Don't discuss it. It was as if he was stomping out the embers of a wildfire. Don't try to interpret. Don't try to convey. Don't think about its meaning. Knowing hurts and understanding kills. Trying to understand the gray spider was enough for when we fought. There's no need now that she's dead. The challenger stated firmly. Just forget it. People silently nodded their heads. That's right. Someone chimed in, and oblivion is indeed the rightful hell for the soul of that monster. Someone else added. As per the challenger's suggestion, they resolved to forget the very existence of the gray spider. However, everyone knew that it was impossible. The death of the gray spider, ultimately, left an indelible scar on those gathered here, as much as her life had. Damn it! Feeling too bitter and resentful, the challenger could only grit his teeth and turn away. The body of the gray spider was left in the field, unclaimed by anyone. But it was not left alone. Key formation complete. A quiet declaration echoed. The one who faced the greatest turning point in their destiny because of you, even though they met death, does not resent you. The 94th floor is cleared. The one who heard the declaration silently looked down at the body of the gray spider. No semblance of a soul rose from the husk left by the spider. That soul didn't recognize him, nor did it face the Bei Hurayang, who was present beside him. Just as it had been in life, even in death, things like reconciliation and forgiveness between the gray spider and her victims did not occur. Not yet, at least. The one who heard the declaration knew that such events would eventually unfold. No matter how long it took, such events would occur, and he would assist in making them possible, knowing this had been his role for a long time. entering the 95th floor. To do so, he would need to ascend the tower. Chapter 392. The time he waited, the time he walked. 5. Hihihaha. Are you that accursed Jiangshi created by the demons of the great Ingrado? You seem inherently evil. I, the Venerable One, shall strike you down and make you the protagonist of the 5th sword strike. A Jiangshi, also known as a Chinese hopping vampire, is a type of reanimated corpse in Chinese legends and folklore. It is typically depicted as a stiff corpse dressed in official garments from the Qing dynasty, and it moves around by hopping with its arms outstretched. He slashed. Amitabha sword. New life is invariably forged by the swords of those in love. That has been the rule ever since the 4th sword strike embroidered this world. You are a product of demonic arts that disrupt the harmony of this world. I shall slash you down with my sword and put you at ease. He slashed. The divine sword emperor who rules over the greatest sword continent has sent me. Silently lower your head. Yuval Jiangshi King. He slashed. There was much to be slashed. Merely walking and breathing resulted in mountains of corpses cut down by him. It seemed as if everything that existed in this world did so just to be slashed by him. Shouldn't be so.
O primordial sword.
Couldn't be so. Once again, the primordial sword has saved us. There must be something else. Primordial sword. Primordial sword. Primordial sword. Our beginning. Our end. Our savior. There must be. Our son, all of ours. He set out in search of that something. He left the grotto. You wandered the world. Allegedly forged by the demons of the great Ingrado. He boarded a boat at the eastern sea's end and saw the rising sun for the first time, the sword swinging towards the world, crossing several continents to the west. He stepped into a city of the tower where no one from his homeland had ever visited. Everything in this world. He even brought down a dragon drinking light in the divine sword mountains, was waiting, this way, and also met hermits sitting cross-legged under the ever-shining sky. TSK. Such a foolish fellow. The leader of the hermits said, Why such worries written all over your face? He looked at the leader of the hermits. While most were small compared to his size, the leader of the hermits was also tiny. That face, glowing pale blue, only had an overall outline with no visible eyes, nose, or mouth. They were a race called true human or divine human, and he had already crossed swords with such beings several times before. They were a terribly strong race. Yet they were always a step weaker than him. He felt sorrow at this second fact. The true humans, in particular, made him very sad. He said, I am lonely. Hee. The true human grimly laughed, then said, What is there to be lonely about? All who gathered in the great Ingrado to forge you are your parents. And since everyone who gathered there was forged by this world, in the end, you are the son of the entire world. How lucky are you compared to those orphans who were secretly abandoned by their fathers on the doorstep of a noble family like thieves or clung to their mother's cold body, not knowing that she was dead. He knew that too. There were many who pointed swords at him, but there were also many who opened their arms to him. He knew well where to go when he needed a warm embrace, not harsh winds. But he wanted more. I want to have my own brothers. A moment of silence passed. You speak sorrowful words. The true human picked a reed and brought it to his face. A slit shaped like lips appeared on his smooth face and bit the reed as if holding a pipe. Yes. The true human chewed on the reed for a while and then sighed. Yes. A sword only has meaning when each has one of their own. A sword held only in one side is merely a lethal weapon, muttered the true human. As the tip of the reed moved up and down for a while, he quietly waited. Eventually, the true human spoke. The technique that forged you is potent yet profound. It can be said that the heavens, earth, life, and principles of this world are all concentrated in you. The fact that it was done artificially means that human flaws have also been added. You will live a long time, incomparable to anyone else, but despite that, throughout your long life, there will be only you of your kind. However, There's no need to take that grim assumption as a prophecy. The true human spat out the reed and walked towards him. Thud, thud. He hesitated. With every step the clearly smaller true human took, he seemed to grow larger. Thud, thud. The sound of his footsteps became louder and heavier. Boom, boom. He felt it as a vibration before the sound, and felt it as the sensation of a shadow heavily draped like a rain-soaked blanket. Lower your head. Before he knew it, the true human, now looking down at him, raised his fist. Let's see how many hits you can endure. It was the day he joined the sect. 5. Blood splattered. Q. The man let out a desperate scream. With blood-soaked, shimmering eyes, the man shouted as if vomiting blood. Black Dragon Master, how could you? The woman known as the Black Dragon Master burst out laughing. Fan unfolded. Oh ha ho 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 ho. My meticulous plan has achieved perfect success.
Kim Gongya.
Thank you for striving to offer him to me. Cook, did you betray me? It would be a betrayal if I did it alone. But as soon as the Black Dragon Master snapped her fan closed, people rushed over in a swarm. Take this.
Kim Gongya.
Cook, Crusader, you too? Here's a stab. Heretic Questioner. Hey, don't forget my sword too. Venomous Snake. With this, I reclaim the rank 1 position. Even you, Sword Saint. Thus, after taking a hit from each, Kim Gongja vomited blood and collapsed. The Black Dragon Master laughed out loud again, covering her mouth with the fan. Oh. As everyone's will is such, this is not betrayal but a collective consensus. Kim Gongja could not respond to those cruel words. Those who were once called his comrades, but in truth had never been comrades at all, continued to laugh at Kim Gongja's end for a long time. Just then, ha! Where is this? With a face full of bitter resentment, Kim Gongja suddenly rose to his feet. Before him shone a brightly flashing cross-shaped formation, with a staff leaning against it. I am the Tower Master. Tower Master? Why? Gongja, you were not meant to die originally. However, having experienced such misfortune, I wish to offer you another chance. As the Tower Master spoke, light began to rise from Kim Gongja's body. Kim Gongja trembled as he looked at his own hands. Oh, this power is... It's your potential. This is my power. Feels like it could even datary a constellation. No, even the tower itself, this power is mine. And that's not all. Open your stats window. Kim Gongja did just that, and soon he could see his skill slots filled with 99 SSS grade skills. The Tower Master flashed brightly. I will now send you back to the time you desire. I understand. Looking at the Tower Master with a deep gaze, Kim Gongja responded. Soon, Kim Gongja melted into the crevice of spacetime and resolutely declared, in my past life, I lived for others and was betrayed. I will not make the same mistake twice.
Kim Gongya firmly declared.
This life will be lived solely for myself.
Kim Gongya.
It was the moment when the man who would later be recorded as capable of even destroying gods had returned. Ah, nice. With a thud, the manuscript fell on the table. A goblin cartoonist scratched his bald head. Really? The elf editor nodded. Yes, it's really good, especially this part. A power that might even destroy the tower. The direction around this scene is just epic. Wow, I knew you were good at drawing, but this is truly moving. I've been in the industry for a while now. Yes, now it's about time you released your own hit work, right? You can't keep being an assistant to others forever. Settle down. Build a concrete house. Actually build a house, right? Encouraged by the editor's words, the cartoonist twitched his thick lips but soon laughed emptily and nodded. That would be more than I could hope for. It will happen. This stuff is popular right now, totally trending. You know about Kim Sulam, right? The snail race author who debuted the year before last. His first work made into a fire painting play became a huge hit. I heard he even built a whole building not in Babylon but in that paradise place on the 20th floor. Really? Of course it's true. Why would I lie? Right? The overly confident elf editor's words made the cartoonist's heart flutter. A building. He had not even dared to hope for that. The mention of 20th floor and Babylon was too far-fetched, almost unreal. But maybe, just maybe, he could afford a house. No more worrying about rent. The cartoonist looked down at the manuscript he had drawn with a displeased face. Although he was a 15-year veteran, the quality seemed ludicrous, but if it meant achieving the long-held dream of financial stability, he would have to endure it. That's what he thought when... But, Mr. Author. Yes. The words of the elf editor brought him back to reality. There are some parts that bother me. The cartoonist hesitated, looking down at the manuscript. A sinister dampness seemed to soak the bottom of his heart. Every time he heard such words, nothing good ever followed. Which parts? What do you think? Shit, why are you asking me that? It's not like this is a public school class. Just tell me what bothers you, thought the cartoonist, though he did not say this aloud. Instead, as always, he crossed his arms and watched the editor gesture towards him cautiously, saying, well, perhaps it's too direct to make the god Kim Gongja the protagonist? No way. The god Kim Gongja is public property. Public property. You know, the steal with the vote results. According to Babylonian interpretation, it's totally fine to use it however you want. Then, maybe having 99 SSS grade skills was too much. Sigh. That's wrong too. You really lack sensibility, Mr. Author. Here. Look here. The cartoonist looked bewildered as the elf editor pointed to a specific part. It was the scene of the Tower Master's appearance. The elf editor spoke with a face full of sighs. Why would the Tower Master be like this? What is this? That? It's a hypercube, a four-dimensional shape. Four-dimensional why? Because your mind is four-dimensional. Why did you do it like this? The cartoonist muttered with his head bowed. The elf editor, leaning in with his large ears, prodded. Yes. What did you say? Took a while before he got a response. I thought it would be fitting for a god to have an ineffable, incomprehensible aura. Sigh. The elf editor let out a long, exasperated sigh. What are you talking about? No. Make it a beautiful girl. A beautiful girl in frilly clothes. Oh, would a pretty girl Tower Master overlap with the neighboring authors? Thousand-Year Viper? Then, how about a beautiful boy? A beautiful boy? Yes, a beautiful boy. Very pretty. Make it so we can sell figurines. As the elf editor became increasingly excited, the cartoonist's expression sank further. Regardless, the elf editor continued tapping the manuscript with a sugar stick, critiquing. And what's this? Don't just send him off like this. Add something more. Since we're making it a beautiful boy, describe something. Like the beautiful boy Tower Master giving Kim Gongja a kiss on the forehead. Then light bursts forth. Zoom. How about that? The readers will drool over it, right? I shouldn't be giving away such ideas for free. As an editor, I should be getting paid for this. It's a loss for me. Really, it disqualifies me as an elf. That, the cartoonist murmured with his head still bowed. I will think about it. The editor frowned. Think? What is there to think about? The cartoonist stood up without responding further. True to his goblin race, now called Azura, the cartoonist's shadow loomed large and covered the elf editor. However, the elf editor didn't even flinch. What now? Are you trying to say you'll draw your own kind of comics again? The cartoonist turned away without a response, shoulders slumped. That won't work. It doesn't make money. The editor continued shouting at the cartoonist's back. You should know by now after struggling for 15 years, sir. The voice was more of a plea than a rebuke. You won't make money. The cartoonist, clutching his manuscript, stepped out of the cafe. The editor's voice did not follow him past the cafe's door. The cartoonist took a deep breath. He gritted his teeth as he looked down at the comic manuscript he had drawn, then tensed as if he was about to throw it away, but instead hugged it to his chest and started walking. Key formation complete. The declaration of the tower echoed. The traces of the life you have lived are now a common myth in this world. 95th floor is cleared. The cartoonist, of course, did not hear the declaration. He simply continued walking towards his studio in silence. However, someone who heard the tower's declaration silently followed him. You are entering the 96th floor. Chapter 393. The time he waited, the time he walked. 6. Our sect is of the righteous faction. That's how his master began the conversation. What is the righteous faction? How would you answer that? At his master's words, he fell into thought. Righteous, upright, straight. He answered as he thought. I think it means to pursue what is right. What is the right thing? He thought and then answered. It literally means something that is not wrong. What is the difference between what is not wrong and what is wrong? He thought but could not answer. The master, with his bandaged hand, pointed in one direction. What does that look like to you? He looked in the direction his master pointed. There were clouds like sheep's wool floating across the sky so blue it could tear. It looks like clouds. Yes, they are clouds. The master nodded and then asked, how do they look to you? That question plunged him back into deep thought. It was a while before he answered. They look pitiful. Why? Because they occupy such a vast sky alone. A horizontal crease formed on the master's bald face. A smile was spreading. The master, squatting crookedly, said, the first thing you said is the right one. Calling a cloud is not wrong, the master said. Seeing all things of heaven and earth as they are. Accepting them as they exist. A mountain is a mountain, a cloud is a cloud, the wind is the wind, and water remains water. This is the mindset of the righteous faction. The reed held between the lips that opened alone without eyes and nose flapped like a pipe. The next thing you said was the wrong one. Putting one's own sentiments onto the cloud is wrong, the master said. Why is the sky so clear? It is because it doesn't understand my feelings. Why is the cloud floating alone? It is because it empathizes with my situation, this perspective. From this interpretation, in the view, a mountain cannot be just a mountain and water cannot just be water. This is what is called the mindset of the demonic faction. The master chewed on the reed as he elaborated. In essence, the righteous faction empties itself to contain the world, while the demonic faction uses itself as a rope to entangle with the world. Both have clear limits. In the world of the righteous faction, a mountain is just a mountain and cannot be entangled with me. Conversely, in the world of the demonic faction, all things cannot exist separately from me. While listening to the master's explanation, he thought of those who had tempered him and those he had cut down. The master showed his bandaged fist. I hit you on the head, didn't I? That was because it is part of the introductory procedure of our sect. Why do you think that procedure exists? To empty the mind. He answered like that and then spoke in a respectful manner. Because you can only fill it after it's emptied. That's right. The master nodded. As humans, it's difficult to see a mountain as just a mountain. There's a need to cut away the contexts that have settled in our heads. You also, being of a special birth, needed to be hit more. I thought it was because my head was hard. Of course, that was also a reason. A silence followed for a moment. The master smirked and took the reed from his mouth, pulling it out from between his index and middle fingers. Thus, I have emptied you, my disciple. But do not misunderstand. Whether it is the righteous faction or the demonic faction, both have their own value as much as they have their limitations. In other words, both can be dangerous if taken to extremes. What kind of danger? For example, imagine a martial artist from a righteous faction. This renowned martial artist has reached almost the level of an immortal, only able to see humans as mere humans. Whether it is a human who has tragically lost a child to a sudden calamity or someone born into a wealthy family who has lived without lacking anything their life, in his view, They are merely the same single person. The master sighed. If you get used to seeing the world just as the world, eventually you come to regard all things as nothingness. Truly those who view the world with equality are those who cannot empathize with anything, mere monsters who have strayed from humanity. Having spoken clearly, the master stared intently at him. Do not become like that. Oh. I have taken you as my disciple. I have emptied you. Having been tempered in the midst of the demonic faction, I will teach you how to see the world correctly. But disciple, that world includes the hearts of those who tempered you, even your feelings towards them. The master spoke while leaning on his sword propam to the floor. The loneliness you have felt up to now is also a part of the world. It is not something to be overly valued, nor is it something to be discarded. Accept its weight as it is. The master's sword pointed towards the clouds drifting in the distance. Accept it. He saw it. Accept the world. Accept yourself. He did just that. Ah. He stood up abruptly and took a deep breath. He opened his mouth. He screamed. The roar spread with the force to kill the spring. There wasn't any change on his face. His eyebrows furrowed slightly as he shouted with all his might. No tears flowed, and thus there was no sobbing. But that was his scream. Yes. The master nodded. Let it out. Cry. Keep what you've inherited, but make room for other things to enter. After that, I will. The master spoke in an energetic tone. I will teach you how to smile. The master kept his promise. 6. Key formation complete. The tower's declaration this time was extremely swift. As soon as he entered the 96th floor, it echoed. The number of works depicting your life, the number of people who have seen those works, and the number of people whose lives have changed due to those works meet the required numbers. The 96th floor is cleared. Thus, the stairs leading to the 97th floor appeared. However, the one who heard the tower's declaration did not step towards the stairs. He simply followed the path of the goblin cartoonist. The goblin cartoonist was stuck in his workshop, lamenting his fate. F***CK. Is it that I don't have money? Or is it that I lack dignity? No. Yeah, if you don't have money, you lose dignity. That's the way of the world. I know. But still, maybe I should climb the tower too? Learn martial arts and try being an adventurer. Where beasts tread, a path forms. Lamentation too becomes routine. The cartoonist's complaints were familiar and flowed smoothly even without the help of alcohol. Why did I pick up a pen instead of a sword? Why was it ink and not blood that I smeared all over? The cartoonist's gaze moved from his manuscript to a comic magazine released this month. The cover featured a comic character by Kim Sulam or Park Sulam, who had built a building in paradise. I'm jealous. That damn bastards. I wish people would just like what I draw without any fuss. Damn it. Everyone else seems to live just as they please. So why do I have to suffer like this? Jealousy weighs down the heart. The goblin cartoonist, grinding his teeth, eventually exhausted himself and collapsed onto his work desk. His mind, which had become as heavy as waterlogged cotton, was briefly occupied by images of Gongja, the Black Dragon Master laughing heartily, and the Tower Master alternating between a hypercube and a bearded old man before fading away. The sound of snoring filled the tiny workshop. You may enter the 97th floor at any time. There was a gaze quietly observing the cartoonist who had fallen asleep like that. The cartoonist could not feel that gaze. Not just because he was asleep. It was a gaze that no one in this world could feel. But the gaze was definitely fixed on the cartoonist. The owner of the gaze was clearly in the same place as the cartoonist. Oh! In this world, an intangible touch rested on the cartoonist's shoulder. It moved up and down. It was a comforting pat on the sleeping cartoonist. Oh! The owner of the hand slightly mumbled with his lips. The voice did not reach the cartoonist. The touch, too, was not something that could be conveyed to him. Being on different levels, such comfort was never meant to be conveyed. Thus it was meant to leave no trace and fade away. Oh! But it did not. comma. No specific message came down like an oracle. The cartoonist did not suddenly awaken a skill, nor did his mind regress with ideas for a future hit comic. Every time the touch patted his shoulder, the cartoonist's breathing became more relaxed. Jealousy subsided, and resentment faded. Oh, that night the cartoonist dreamed. It was an incoherent dream. There was a man, a human man. This man was cooped up in a tiny room even smaller than the cartoonist's studio, venting his dissatisfaction and lamentations about the world. Everything outside the tower was unfair. Everything inside the tower was absurd. It seemed there was no place for the man anywhere. Suddenly, the man received a skill. It was a skill truly suited for him, as if someone had spent a long time observing him and tailor-made it for him. It fit him so perfectly that it was hard to believe otherwise. If there was anything special about this skill, it was that it was made solely for him. The skill encapsulated his life. Perhaps the man was not alone. Even as he knelt lamenting, even as he spat out his resentment towards the world consumed by rage, the man was not alone. Someone had been with him. At the time he might not have felt it, but now the man knew. He knew it as clearly as possible. To you. While comforting the cartoonist, the man moved his lips. May luck be with you. The cartoonist bolted upright. He looked around as if he had seen a ghost. In the darkness of the workshop, he was alone. At least, that was the only perception he could have. The cartoonist furrowed his brows, thinking about the dream he just had. He thought for a long while, as he desperately clung to and pieced together the fleeting contents of the dream. Like an old woman's sigh dissipating in the winter wind, the cartoonist imagined a story. Initially uncertain, the images gradually became bolder and clearer. The cartoonist nodded his head and then made a phone call. Hello, editor. Author. From the other side of the receiver, an irritable voice of an elf who had just woken up came through. What brings you to call at this hour? Ah. The cartoonist's face reddened. It was, after all, dawn. Sorry. Should I call later? A groan came from the other side of the receiver. No, it's not the first or second time. Just go ahead. What is it, author? What's up? The cartoonist's face turned red again, and he cleared his throat. It's about the comic. Ah, yes. I was thinking, instead of making the Tower Master a pretty boy, how about a cute mascot animal with a jewel embedded in its forehead? Can I redraw it? Silence followed. The cartoonist waited anxiously for a response. After a while, an answer came. Redraw. It was impossible to discern the expression from the other side. The cartoonist couldn't tell if the editor was angry, disgusted, or just curious. The cartoonist spoke as if making an excuse. Yes, I think I can draw a better comic than what I showed you. Silence followed again. The cartoonist hurriedly spoke. No, it's just that, what I showed you yesterday, I can do much better than that. Are you sure? This time, the cartoonist fell silent. The editor prodded as if urging a confirmation. So, are you confident? The cartoonist thought deeply. Was he confident? Did he believe in this path? Did he believe in this material? He wasn't sure. Confidence? There was never any certainty in choosing to walk the path of an artist. He doubted whether there were really people in this world who could design their lives with a clear vision. At least it was something the cartoonist didn't know. But still, despite everything, I can take responsibility. The cartoonist replied with his head bowed. A long silence. Finally, a sigh came from the other side of the receiver. You need to make some money too, author. The cartoonist understood what that attitude meant. He spoke with a voice half ashamed, half excited. I will make it. I should be able to, probably. What do you mean, probably? Please help me, the cartoonist said. Just help me a bit. Silence flowed for a while between the two over the phone. Eventually, as it always has historically, the elf was the first to concede. Ugh, really? The editor lamented. All right, I'll wait. A flush of relief spread across the cartoonist's face. Thank you. If you're really thankful, make it a hit. I'd also like to receive a bonus or something for once. I'll do my best. Okay. I'm hanging up. And with that, the call ended. The cartoonist put down the phone and nodded his head. He neatly folded the manuscript he had drawn last time, tucked it into a drawer, and picked up his pen. His fingers, more excited than his heart, tapped on the blank manuscript paper. Although still not certain, this time he had a good feeling. A really good feeling. Oh, someone else was feeling a similar feeling too. He watched as the cartoonist began his work. The speed of the work was so fast that the pen running over the paper seemed not one but six, and the face unconsciously mimicking the expressions of the characters felt like not one but three faces. That sight of him immersed in his work as if possessed truly evoked the name of the race the cartoonist belonged to, the Azura. Perhaps the cartoonist would not make as much money as he hoped. He might be disappointed by people's reactions and frustrated by his own capabilities. However, when all the difficulties were overcome, at least he would be able to feel that he had done his best to create a work. This fact, the cartoonist himself did not know. The editor probably didn't know either. But the one who was with them could infer it. Oh! Like a cloud floating across the spring sky, a warm gaze swept over the cartoonist and then turned away. You are entering the 97th floor. The end was approaching. Chapter 394. The time he waited, the time he walked. 7. His master was not a perfect person. That's not how you do it. Watch closely. There was always a slight thrill mixed into those words. You're doing well. Quite impressive. There was always a slight jealousy mixed into those words. At this part, there's nothing more I can teach. You're better than me now. There was always a slight frustration mixed into those words. The reason he could feel these emotions was not solely because he was particularly perceptive. It was because his master did not try to hide them. When he first became a disciple, his master clearly said, I will treat you as you are. Oh. I won't embellish. I won't hide. I won't deceive. You will always see my true face. The me you see will exactly match the depths of my being. His master looked him straight in the eyes. Therefore, you must become strong. Oh. There are those who wield honesty like a get-out-of-jail-free card. What they forget is that any person's heart is sharp enough to slice through someone else's heart. Just as there is no courtesy in carrying a naked blade without a scabbard, treating someone with absolute honesty can never be a heartwarming tale. His master firmly held his shoulders and continued in a resolute tone. Nevertheless, I will be honest with you. Your heart will be cut countless times by me. Be prepared. Do you understand? He nodded. It was just as his master said. Raw, unfiltered honesty was truly a terrifying thing. Even when people from the Great Een Grotto clung to him, even when enemies pointed their swords at him, they were never completely honest, which he learned through real battles. His master taught him how to deal with this knowledge. Do not try to be considerate where it is impossible. Cut through it. Do not avoid, face it. Do not accept what you cannot accept. Strike back. Face me with the mindset of wielding a blade in a duel. Endure. Confront. Become stronger. And so he did. He did not avoid getting hurt. He did not awkwardly try to match the mood. He simply treated the person called master as he was, and his master treated him the same. Just as there can be no gaps between mountains and fields, there were no misunderstandings between them. Thus, it's about time for you to leave. He could not misunderstand the meaning of those words. Master, I have lasted long enough. His master was dying. The true human are a race that absorbs sunlight through their skin and sustains themselves by sucking sap through their mouths. Their physical size does not change much from birth to death, but the brightness of their skin could roughly indicate their age. His master, already quite dim when they first met, was now like a candle wick that had burned down to nothing but the last flicker before going out. I was not strong enough to live forever. That's all there is to it. His master coughed. His body flashed brightly once and then dimmed. He learned that not being able to misunderstand was both a terrifying and sorrowful thing.
I'm glad.
And it was also painfully joyous. That I could meet you before I left. Those words were filled with deep regret and profound gratitude. That I could teach you various things. Those words were filled with intense sorrow and great relief. It was a fortune to have been your master. Those words were filled with bottomless anxiety and soaring pride. Master. His master could have said this too. I'm sorry. I was wrong. I was lacking. Please forgive my weakness for not consistently leading the way before you, and ultimately not being able to stand beside you. But instead of doing so, his master said this. He expressed gratitude for their meeting rather than apologizing for his shortcomings. And it wasn't a lie. It wasn't made up. Although both were exactly the same proportion, and neither choice would be false, his master still chose to do so. He knew this without deceit. Thump. He prostrated himself on the floor with his forehead. Thump. His master, lying in the sickbed, watched him with faint flickers. Thump. 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 It was a bow offered to his master. His master silently received his bow. The gratitude in one bow, the regret in another, and once more a bow. If it's said that each piece of the sky shattered by the original sword strike has a soul lingering in it, then the bows he offered were surely drawing down each of those souls to the earth in reverence. There were 17 bows in total. His master smiled. Since his master's face lacked eyes and a nose, a smile could be formed just by moving the lips. Thank you. His master closed his eyes. It did not take long for the flickering to cease, and only a milky white body remained. By the time that time had passed, he no longer had a master. Living in a world without his master was not as overwhelming as it might seem. His master had taught him. There were problems in the world that existed regardless of the strength one possessed. Even a single person's heart could be sharp enough to wound him. The fact that one must face each encounter as if crossing swords taught him just how full of adversaries this world was. He could have killed all the people in this world alone, but conversely, he couldn't save even one dying person. He was not invincible. He was just a bit lucky. He was just a bit naturally strong. That was all. He was an ordinary person. And so, in that moment he realized that he was no longer lonely. 7. The declaration of clearing the floor was made as soon as he entered. Key formation complete. The world fragments woven by your world are now completely bound to your world. The worlds that had been destroyed have gained another opportunity in the lion world. The 97th floor is cleared. However, the one who heard this declaration did not step onto the staircase leading to the next floor. Instead, he quietly walked through the world. No, through worlds. At one time, cruel things happened here. This world was a museum. The walls were spotlessly white. Similarly, the whitish ceiling and floor were connected by shimmering silver ducts. It had a hospital-like atmosphere. However, what was placed there were not specimens or sickbeds, but various statues, paintings, and tools. The motifs of the statues varied but mostly shared the commonality of depicting young children. The contents of the paintings involved the use of tools on these young children. And the tools were all instruments of torture. Tools for pulling out live teeth, tools for prying open the gaps of fingernails, tools from which steam would pour out when water was added and fire was applied, tools that would rip the scalp along with the hair when pulled. All were tools capable of inflicting pain. A woman in a gown led a group of boys and girls freshly dressed in school uniforms and said, "When the evangelist of everlasting happiness constellation governed here, victims were chosen. And the screams of those victims were used as power to produce food, operate machines, and make medicine." The boys and girls listened intently to the woman's story, holding their breath. Is it justifiable to sacrifice a few for the many? If it is, then is it right to sacrifice one person for the sake of everyone? Between a death given in an instant and prolonged pain that staves off death, which is truly more unjust? Many people could give a variety of answers. Some might think that what happened here represents our inevitable future, and all human effort is either a struggle to ignore it or futile efforts to delay it. As the woman looked each of the boys and girls in the eye, she continued speaking. It's okay to think that way. No, it would even be fine if some of you regard it as an ideal and strive towards it. The woman raised her head and looked around at the paintings hanging in the museum. Because the tragedy of this world is not that it is such a world, but that everyone has become so accustomed to such a world that no one even questions it anymore. The woman stopped in front of a statue. The statue's subject was not a young child. The woman stroked the back of her hand over a statue of a man standing with a sword. Action without question becomes a matter of course, and there is no responsibility in what is considered a matter of course. And in a world where no one takes responsibility, there are no further possibilities, and where there are no possibilities, there is no future. That's why this world remained destroyed until someone from outside came along. Few of the students understood her story. Many were more interested in the provocative contents of the pictures. One person chuckled lightly while looking up at the man's statue. Another child poked at the torture tools with a finger, feeling the texture of the metal. However, a few, really just a few, were deep in thought. Everyone. The woman addressed that minority. It's okay whatever kind of life you lead. Just be someone who takes responsibility for your own life. The students answered with a yes. The statue of the man seemed to be looking down at those students. Oh! The man resembling the statue also observed the scene. No one could sense his presence as he slowly began to walk. Ah! I'm telling you, there's no news. The next place the man stepped into was a splendid palace. A blonde girl with a garden trowel at her side was frowning and ranting. Damn it! I just want to know when that damn guy will return, whether he's really dead or not. At least that's not the case, right? In front of the blonde girl was a woman with long silver hair tied back. She sighed while folding her fan and replied, That's right. Considering my skill hasn't activated, he's not dead. Are you sure about that? What about that, the previous incident with Constellation Killer? What if he's been sealed or something? Then he would have asked for help. Ah, maybe he didn't even have a chance to ask for help before he died. That's unlikely. The silver-haired woman crossed her legs and rested her chin on her hand. Anyway, he is my partner after all. The blonde girl sighed, her head drooping. Crazy inseparable couple. What did you just say? I said, a crazy inseparable couple? The silver-haired woman stared blankly at the blonde girl. The blonde girl looked back at the woman with a what, why expression, and after about a minute passed, she cleared her throat and then tucked her hands into her robe. Anyway, this, changing the subject, I see. Ah, just take this, here. The silver-haired woman accepted the object the girl handed her. Inside it was a well-dried fish. The silver-haired woman's delicate face grimaced. What's this? Dried pollock. Why dried pollock? The crown prince asked me to bring it to you. Said he was sorry about this and that. That man, seriously? The silver-haired woman touched her forehead. It was at that moment. The silver-haired woman paused and turned her head. The blonde girl was startled and looked in the same direction before furrowing one eyebrow. There's nothing there, right? What's the matter? Did you see a ghost or something? The silver-haired woman just smiled slightly, without answering. The blonde girl seemed to shiver at her expression. But regardless, the silver-haired woman reached out and accepted the gift. Tell him I received it well. The blonde girl's eyes widened. Huh? I thought you'd just toss it to the dogs. Maybe you've mellowed over time.
No.
The silver-haired woman pushed the gift aside and propped her chin again. I had this feeling somewhere that he was getting jealous. Isn't that just cute? Ah, you crazy cringy couple. I'm out. After the blonde girl left, lamenting, the silver-haired woman continued to smile at a corner of her room for a while. The man started walking again. His journey continued. As for me, the cosmic Iron Knight, in a place with no stars, he walked through a world made only of points and lines, composed of countless satellites and massive connecting pathways. There's a terrifying legend at Dawn Mountain Cabin. What legend? I don't believe in legends. What the hell is up with this crazy old man? On a dark mountain peak stood a cabin. He walked through a world that was merely that. Mom! Mom! Look at this. Yes, my daughter. It's called dried pollock. Where did you get it? Ooh! Mr. Dried Pollock Ajussi gave it to me. He walked through a world where a free-spirited girl was holding the hand of a sickly-looking woman and crossing a crosswalk. In that world, the woman and man exchanged glances for a moment. Maybe the woman's daughter, the girl, as well. Could just be a coincidence, or they might have really made eye contact. The man himself didn't know. In fact, as a man, he could not even be sure if he and the silver-haired woman had truly had any contact in the previous world, or if that, too, was merely an incredible coincidence. But he knew he would soon find out. Very soon. Oh! The place where the man, who had traversed many worlds, finally stopped was in front of a red peony flower blooming in spring. Beyond that peony, a sword was embedded. There was nothing else. No tombstone as tall as a tower, no burial mound as large as a mountain. It seemed to be maintained since the blade was not rusted, but otherwise, with the lush weeds and wildflowers, it just looked like a flower garden. But it was not just any flower garden. It was simply that the sword and that peony were part of the flora along with the weeds and wildflowers. Oh! The man began to bow towards the flowers. Oh! With the first bow, the man encompassed the death and rebirth of a world that had sought immortal happiness through the pain of an innocent child. Oh! With the second bow, the man encompassed the death and rebirth of a world where a heart of silver stuck in eternity, died of duty and lived again through love transcending duty. Oh! With the third bow, another world. With the fourth bow, the fifth, the sixth. Oh! Eventually, at the last ninth bow, the man encapsulated the peony that bloomed at the end of an eternal winter. Oh! The man bowed deeply, and then he stepped back, turning around to walk away just as the peony went out of view. Entering the 98th floor. Chapter 395. The time he waited, the time he walked, 8, 7. After his master died, he wandered the world for a while. He was unrivaled. He walked alone. However, people lined up to block his path and queued up to follow him. Stop, you evil rotten demon! How dare you claim to be a disciple of the Sun Sage and impersonate the righteous faction? My son, the primordial sword, when will you return to us? You are a strong one. I pay my respects. My lord, I am one called Myo Husong, and I wish to hold a lantern for you on your path. There were those who wielded weapons, those who clutched at his sleeves, those who requested a handshake, and those who bowed, but they all shared the common trait of surrounding him. The people he met added depth to the footprints he left, heavy enough to make a difference. Thus, wherever he passed, a grand road formed. It was the Great Path. Sword Demon, Sword Dragon, Sword King, Sword Heaven, Sword Lord. All the numerous titles used to address him merged into one on the Grand Road. Sword Emperor. That was his new name. Everyone tried to block him, yet no one could. No one could follow him, yet everyone did. He was with no one, yet he was with everyone. The Sword Emperor streaked across the world of myriad swords like a comet. However, this period was named the fifth sword strike in the world of myriad swords not just because the Sword Emperor's progress was etched like sword marks. It was also because it had appeared during this period. People whispered amongst themselves. What is that? It was a massive tower. But the tower was too large to simply dismiss. It was high. It was also thick. Those who had lived in cities wouldn't dare to consider it a mere tower, for it was larger than the largest city they knew. Those who had climbed mountains would see it as taller than any mountain ridge they had climbed. Those who had been to the sea would see it sprouting from beyond the entire horizon, and they too wouldn't dare to call it a mere tower. It's like a handle of a sword thrust by a giant to split this world. People whispered amongst themselves like that. The whispering spread with words like these. Who built it? What lives in there? What being resides at the top? And it continued with words like these. Why is it visible no matter where you go? Indeed, the tower was visible everywhere. It was a curious phenomenon. It was impossible for something to be in two places at once. Yet the tower was always there, no matter where one turned their head. Beyond the city, beyond the mountains, beyond the sea, beyond the road, casting its base like an unerasable backdrop at the edge of one's vision. Is it too big? Some theorized, arguing that because the world is round, one eventually returns to where they started if they keep walking. Is it a mirage? Some, who found it strange that no matter how much they approached, they couldn't get closer, and no matter how much they fled, they couldn't get further away, hypothesized this. No, the Sword Emperor provided a clear answer amid the bustling debate. It's following us. People couldn't immediately understand what the Sword Emperor meant. The tower was following them? Did that mean the tower was alive? The Sword Emperor firmly said so. It's waiting. It's waiting? Yes. Can't you feel this waiting? People looked at each other. Anger is easy to feel. Love, contempt too can be easily sensed. But to feel waiting was a somewhat unfamiliar notion. However, the Sword Emperor naturally uttered that unfamiliar phrase. Even the words he spoke afterward surprised the gathered people even more. I guess I should go have a drink or something. Chuckle, the Sword Emperor stood up from his spot and stretched comfortably. He said, I'll be back in a moment. Excuse me? Where to? Up there. His tone suggested he was just stopping by a nearby tavern before returning. His too calm demeanor made it impossible for people to comprehend the meaning of his words. Those who want to follow, follow. And the Sword Emperor gave them no chance to understand. I'll be waiting. That day, a sword forged by the people entered the blade stuck in the world of myriad swords. It had happened more than 150 years ago. After paying respects at my master's memorial, I entered the 98th floor. Entering the 98th floor. As soon as I set foot there, I was seized by a strange sensation. Oh, a familiar feeling. The sensation of looking at something familiar. This is the Ejim Empire, the very world where I met Shiny and fought with Estelle. I was standing in the silent imperial audience chamber. It's been a while since I've been here. I murmured to myself. Bei Hurayong, floating buoyantly beside me, crossed his arms and chuckled. You'll meet someone you haven't seen in a while. Someone I haven't seen in a while. Do you remember what your house's advisor used to say? Huh? Estelle? Yes. Before she became your house's advisor. Wait a minute. It's been a while. Perhaps the one where said she would send me to the 99th floor. Ah, indeed. As I made a face of understanding, a familiar sound came, coinciding with it. Oh, it was raindrops. Plunk, 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 rain. Abandoned droplets from the sky hit the audience chamber windows. A blurry trail slowly spread and was soon washed away by a new stream of falling water. Oh, in a world that had stopped, only the rainwater flowed. Then, a voice came. Family head. I looked up. Estelle was walking towards me from a distance. The face I hadn't seen in so long made an expression as if she had seen a ghost. Family head? Is it really you, family head? I raised a hand with a pleased expression. Yes, advisor. It's been a very long time. The next moment a terrible impact struck me. Ugh! Like a fly swatted by a fly swatter, I was slammed to the floor. Once more a waterfall-like strike of aura hit me. I almost perished. Wait, why suddenly, ugh, why do you think that is? Probably because it's been a very long time. No, wait a minute. How can you see me? Kook. Because I am the examiner of the 98th floor. Being the examiner of the 98th floor means, the pillar or whatever came and explained. That soon, family head, you will come, so prepare. Being able to make contact with me is also, yes. Seriously, what on earth? What is this, really? I shut my mouth. It was a rapid-fire explanation that made perfect sense. Even the beating was a bonus to the situation. Every question I threw seemed to add a shock that felt like my body would shatter, indeed making me cautious about speaking. Estelle struggled to suppress her emotions for a while, then once again lifted her large sword wrapped in red aura. Anyway, take some more hits. No. Does getting hit continue regardless if I keep my mouth shut? Wait a moment, advisor. To replace that joyful feeling of meeting again after a long time with violence is Gaiac. For a long time, the beating continued. It was only when the sound of the pouring rain and the ringing in my ears from the impacts became indistinguishable that Estelle's sword finally stopped. It wasn't by Estelle's will. That's enough, advisor. It was Shiny's voice. I lifted my head. In my blurry vision, I caught sight of Shiny descending step by step. Estelle clicked her tongue. Shiny. Yes, I understand your feelings, but still. So she understands, huh? I wish you wouldn't understand. Just as I was thinking that when Shiny added a comment. Estelle SSI, your current appearance is just like a girl from the novel genre that venomous snake SSI enjoys reading. Iya! Estelle screamed. Shiny extended a wing and gently patted her head, then turned to look at me. I said. Hello, Shiny. You are. I'm also an examiner of this 98th floor. Ah, indeed. Together with Estelle. I was also in charge of managing the 11th to 20th floors. The reason you are interrupting me now is... Do you want to ask? No. I dropped my shoulders. Both Shiny and Estelle, who had just barely managed to rebuild their shattered selves, glared at me with icy eyes. The first to speak was Shiny. Please come back soon. I couldn't make excuses in the face of those words mixed with a sigh. After all, I had been walking among people without revealing myself for a long time. I'm sorry. I genuinely had no choice but to bow my head deeply. I'll return soon. Yes. Shiny spread all 5 pairs of wings. The goddess of the protection stretch scattered a fluffy scent around, like a blanket dried in the morning sun. The advisor and I will help you to be able to do that. Shortly after, a message window opened. The goddess of protection offers you a reward. The Devil King of Fall Rain offers you a reward. Please choose between the 2 rewards. I blinked unknowingly. Couldn't be helped. It had been a very long time since I'd seen such messages. You guys, as if anticipating my reaction, a selection window smoothly popped up. Plus, the Goddess of Protection. Description. The goddess protecting the Ejim Empire was moved by your devotion. The goddess has proposed the honor of being able to serve her a meal. Plus, wait a minute. This means I have to serve the meal, right? Not that she will serve it to me, and she's expressing that as an honor now? Plus, you could serve fried egg soy sauce rice, a full Sormwin-style banquet, or even fry some chicken. Whatever you choose, your cooking will undergo a strict evaluation, and scores will be assigned. Plus, what? Plus, hero of the goddess. Please return soon. And please give Sylvia a good beating. However, if you choose the reward of the Devil King, why can't you choose the goddess's reward? Plus, no. That last part is just weird. With the quest message, Shiny you, baffled. I looked at Shiny, but was even more perplexed by the new message that suddenly appeared. Plus, the Devil King of Autumn Rain. Description. The Devil King admires your achievements. The Devil King proposes to secretly collaborate with you. She promises the exact same rewards as the goddess, but with an additional gift. Quickly finish 99 recommended novels by Estelle and come back to leave a review of at least 1,200 characters. If you promise to do so, the Devil King will use his power to transport you directly to the 99th floor. However, only one person can receive the Devil King's reward, though it's just you anyway. If multiple people choose this reward, only one will be randomly selected. Though that won't happen. If no one chooses, the Devil King's reward will be automatically selected. Plus, Estelle, you too. Hey, you guys. I muttered with a baffled face and then laughed looking at their faces. I couldn't help but laugh. Really, you guys, long ago, there was a Devil King who became the incarnation of vengeance after everything it had was burnt to ashes. There was a goddess who could only watch as everything she had achieved was submerged in a flood due to that Devil King. Still, the Devil King wanted those who plunged it and its precious ones into misery, and all those who watched it happen by being alive to fall into hell. He simply wished for those who had plunged him and his beloved beings into misery, and all who had witnessed it by merely living, to fall into hell. Shiny, Wea, the goddess tried to prevent it by any means, like scooping out water from an overflowing dam with hands, desperately asking for our help, hoping to give their already destroyed world just one more chance, to ensure we don't fall for the Devil King's schemes. You guys. Thus, they confronted each other, aiming for each other's throats with each letter that appeared in the quest window. They tempted, begged, mocked, and lamented, hoping that I would choose themselves and not the other. There was such a time. Oh, and those two were now speaking to me through that very quest window. Please come back soon, they say. We'll be waiting, they say. I felt that it was a very beautiful thing. Yes, I felt again what I had felt from the 91st floor to the 97th floor. The experiences I had while climbing the tower were not meaningless. I'll be back. Key formation complete, I said, wiping the corner of my eye. I barely managed to speak. Estelle and Shiny looked at each other and smiled slightly. The administrators of the 98th floor, the managers of the other world you first encountered, allow your passage. Yes. Please come back. The 98th floor is cleared. That's how they let me go. Entering the 99th floor. As soon as the sandstorm settled, what overwhelmed me was a scent that was almost violent in its intensity. The scent of the flowers in my sanctuary, the garden of withered flowers, is like the curtains on a rainy day drooping. The fragrance of those weary of life is subtly spread and seeps through without overwhelming. But what filled this place was a completely different scent, one full of vitality. The scent of those who live unreservedly, the fragrance of those who enjoy life without reservation. Phew! I steadied my swaying forehead with my hand, and just then, I noticed another anomaly. There was a distinct texture in my palm. I could feel breathing. I could feel temperature. Indeed, I clenched and then unclenched my fist. I closed my eyes once and then opened them. A feast of natural colors as dazzling as the fragrance unfolded before my eyes. Among the living things, I too was alive. And there I saw him, sitting cross-legged atop an overflowing flower garden. He must have been there for a very long time. Weathered alive through the ever-changing seasons, he was like a moss-covered statue beyond the grass, flowers, and trees that had taken his place. The wind blew. He was so still that initially, it seemed only the hem of his robe fluttered. Captivated by the fluttering, it took me a moment to realize that he had extended his arm to the side. His large hand grasped the hilt of a colossal sword buried beneath the flowerbed. From his shoulder down his arm to his hand, it writhed like a separate living creature. The sword was drawn. It was a vigorous movement, like a dragon rising. No flowers were crushed. No blades of grass were broken. It was just the flowerbed undulating fiercely, like the surface of a lake. He rose, his feet wet from the flowerbed. He turned around. The sunlight that stretched out broke into light and shadow across his angular muscles. The shattered pieces of sunlight sparkled around the edges of the flower petals like marbles. The shadow that had heavily fallen was absorbed and disappeared by the shadows of the grass that lay on the ground. In the clear sky, clouds as large as mountains drifted. In this vertically narrow world, he appeared as a mountain range standing alone. The wind blew. Dandelion seeds scattered with a whoosh. Come quickly. Under the azure sky, the Sword Emperor smiled. You're late, you zombie bastard. Chapter 396. Your world and mine one. I expected as much. I began the conversation like that. You have already, several times, talked mysteriously about the 99th floor. Let me correct myself. I was about to start with that. Shut up, you zombie. Eat this first. The clouds floating in the sky split into two. The sky then split next. Following the straight line of the split sky, A crack formed in the void. The straight line led towards me and rapidly thickened. I exclaimed, "OSH!" The moment I raised my dagger, a loud boom resounded. Bang! The aura infused in the dagger flickered out like a fire hit by sand. I desperately tried to inject more aura through the handle, but soon realized I was engaging in folly. Arg! It was like trying to hold up a shield against an incoming tsunami. One might call such a person a Don Quixote rather than a hero. From the perspective of someone who was once called a hero, at least achieving some meaningful result is the bare minimum. Eek! So, stop! Just stop! I groaned as I sidestepped with the dagger in my hand. As the angle of entry shifted, the strike from the Sword Emperor also became somewhat disrupted. As massive as it was, letting it pass was no use in stopping it, but at least it gave me a moment to breathe, and frankly, that was enough. I shouted, "Do it!" The ground swayed and shook. The roots spread beneath it. The grass that grew on it, sunflowers, anemones, lilies, marsh marigolds, hepaticas, starflowers, touch-me-nots, sneezeweeds, and morning glories all shook together. Pollen scattered. Vitality and the will to live overflowed. On this trembling ground, however, I was unshaken. Firmly I stood there. What I envisioned was not a pillar but a great tree. A world tree. I imagined roots sprouting from beneath my feet. Those roots stretched deep, very deep, and widely, boundlessly wide. Even if the ground shook, I would not be shaken because my roots reached to the opposite end of the shaking. Not only was I unshaken, but the shaking of the ground itself was due to the vibrations of my roots. I absorbed the scattered vitality, nutrients spread throughout the ground, grains stored in the nests of termites, a single breath of an unknown insect that had fallen into winter sleep. I absorbed them. Like a waterfall flowing in reverse into me, the energy surged in, yet I did not store it, but let it flow toward one place, my left hand gripping the dagger. Now I was a waterway. Immense energy passed through me towards the dagger I held. It exploded. Bang! The strike from the Sword Emperor that came from the sky was repelled by the strike that burst forth from the ground. The Sword Emperor spun around like a spring butterfly, rotating and lightly stepping on a blade of grass before stopping. That's right. The Sword Emperor grinned. You've learned to handle external energy. What are you doing? I exclaimed indignantly. The Sword Emperor, without losing his smile, said, "Well done." Huh? No, I mean it's a bit embarrassing to be praised like that. I've only been practicing what you taught in the Golden Heaven world and the hints you openly gave on the 91st floor. No, that's not it. Why would you attack out of the blue? Knowing and using are different things. I thought maybe you wouldn't know how to apply it in a real situation since it's your undertaking. Oh, really? I scratched the back of my head. When I think about it, there were plenty of hints even before you told me. To manifest energy, the usual way is to accumulate internal energy. And the most commonly used method to accumulate that internal energy is to sit cross-legged in a place with good water and air and meditate. These are commonly known as qi circulation techniques, accumulation techniques, or internal power heart methods. In essence, the majority of the qi that martial artists use is originally absorbed from the outside. They digest and purify these and finally melt them into what is known as internal power, turning the external qi into my own. This is the essence of internal power heart methods, and items like Millennium Ginseng, 1000-year Polygonum multiflorum, Mystic Stone Oil, medicines made by an alchemist, and that giant turtle made almost entirely of aura function as spiritual medicines because of this process. But the world and I are not disconnected. In the demonic faction, one M, the rope that weaves the world together. In the righteous faction, one am separate from each thing in the world, but precisely because of this, I am also part of the ends of the world. Subjectification and objectification. The strengths and weaknesses of each are evident in the martial arts of each faction. It is often thought that the demonic faction easily ascends to a certain realm but struggles beyond that. While it is difficult for the righteous faction to reach a certain realm, yet the number of masters who have surpassed the extremes is greater in the righteous faction. Therefore, there is no need to obsess over cultivating my internal power within me. As I said this, I withdrew the imagery of the roots that had spread beneath my feet. No matter how much I cultivate the internal power within me, even if I cultivate it to the point of complete transformation and rebirth, there is a limit to the vessel that is me. As the image of the roots was withdrawn, the pathway that had been absorbing the external chi closed. Rather, it is more efficient to make me into a single pathway. Naturally, the world's fierce chi that had been flowing through my body towards the dagger also scattered. Of course, to make the pathway sturdy, I need to become somewhat sturdy myself. I took a deep breath. The internal chi that had been drained out with the external energy was replenished by the true origin energy, like a vessel. That too is not a necessary condition. I looked at the Sword Emperor. That's exactly why Master was able to split a snowy mountain even without a single speck of internal power. That's right. The Sword Emperor nodded. There are two core structures in internal power heart methods: meditation and circulation. Whether it's Nine Yang Divine Art, Purple Dew Heart Method, or Vockenheim-style Mana Cultivation Method, the depth of immersive meditation and a pathway that carries the chi. These two elements are essential. Meditation is for absorbing external chi into myself. By deeply understanding the world, I break down the boundaries between myself and the world, allowing me to absorb energy from the entire world. Circulation is for guiding the chi absorbed this way to the dantian. As you just said, I increase my own chi by blending and melting it with the chi I had already possessed. Sword Emperor summoned a slice of the severed cloud and sat on it, raising a finger. However, if you truly understand this, if you can break down the barriers between the world and yourself in any situation by immersing in deep meditation, and if you can directly transport the world's chi to wherever you want, then your own internal energy is not needed. The Sword Emperor said calmly. That is the essence of the heart sword. This sequence of processes contained no grand ideologies, no abstract figurations, and no inscrutable mysteries. Once the premises are known, they naturally become logically possible. Such is the secret of all magic. Have you been here all along? Yeah. The Sword Emperor crossed his arms and laughed. My ghosts that were attached to you and the old man, I do control them. But this is even harder to explain than the heart sword. Please explain it anyway. Let me show you. With that, the Sword Emperor flicked his finger. Plus. Sword Constellation Root. Bun. Rank, A+. Effect. You can create your living spirit to provide advice to those climbing the tower. Whisper your experiences of ascending to the 99th floor in their ears. Those who receive your advice will be astonished by your profound knowledge to the point of shrieking. However, the person must possess a corresponding skill to this one. Otherwise, no one will be able to perceive you. Synchronization between you and your living spirits occurs at specific intervals. Typically, this is daily, but depending on the tiers the advisee is climbing, it can be shorter or longer. The knowledge applied to your living spirits can be distorted or edited during the process of traversing the tower. This alternative guideline is determined by the pillar meeting. Plus, indeed, I understood. Like a chat program where the message doesn't go directly to the other person but first passes through a server. The message you send through is also censored while passing through the tower as a server. Similar. What do you call it? Rather than a chat program. Is it closer to Puppeteer's Parade, which shares memories? No. Rather than sharing memories. Yes. It's like pasting my memories to create them. Memories of avatars created that way are periodically synchronized and absorbed, then updated again by pasting. But in that process, there's censorship by the tower, and since it doesn't happen in real time, it reminded me of when Sword Emperor's avatar looked puzzled right after being copied from the Sword Saint. Indeed, it must have been as absurd as waking up in another world. Even when I was getting thrashed by Fox. Yeah, because there is a process of syncing at regular intervals, I realized something was odd quite early on. But with the time lag and the double memory manipulation by Fox and the tower, it meant he had indirectly helped in that way. I was completely convinced. Well, then besides you and Sword Saint, there might be others you are attached to. Want to know?
No.
Honestly, I'm curious, but I won't ask. Because I took out a new roll of duct tape and began rewrapping the worn-out handle due to the recent skirmish. The fact that you're here means I came in first anyway. Sword Emperor's smile deepened. That was sufficient as an answer, so I posed the next question. What's the quest on the 99th floor? What do you think? Not sure. I rubbed my chin. Looking around, the brilliant flower garden welcomed me as always. Despite both Sword Emperor and I having just drawn and used the external energy, the world's chi, from our recent skirmish, there was no change, as if scooping a spoonful of water from the sea. It wasn't just because the external chi we used was being returned to the world. That much powerful world drew my gaze naturally back to Sword Emperor, and it stopped there. I smiled. Shall we have a go and finish it? Sword Emperor smiled too. You've grown a lot, our little zombie. I'm in my growth phase. Aren't you actually more of an uncle than me now? Try calling me Gongja Ajusi. Zombie Ajushi. Given your childishness, I definitely seem more of an adult here. Ajushi. Shall we have a go? Oh geez. By then, I had finished wrapping the duct tape around the dagger's handle. Tearing the tape with my teeth, I said, So what is it? What is this 9th key that keeps someone like you nailed here on the 99th floor for over 100 years? Just as I said that, the quest window popped up. Plus, the 9th key. Do you remember the moment you first entered the tower? Plus, the Sword Emperor must have seen this quest window several times before. However, it was my first time seeing it. I read the following sentences. Plus, what was in your heart when you entered the tower? What was the first skill you acquired? What were you trying to prove? Plus, the Sword Emperor had his arms crossed. Plus, there is a man here. He said that everyone could become like him. Therefore, his last key must naturally be for someone to become like him. Plus, I was reading the quest window. Plus, there is a man here. He asked if he could become like someone else. Therefore, his final key must naturally be the someone he wants to become. Plus, the quest window was speaking. Plus, thus here and now. Finally, there are two men. Plus, I looked at the Sword Emperor. The Sword Emperor was looking at me. Plus, your key is each other. Plus, in the next moment, the world resonated loudly. Chapter 397. Your world and mine, 2. Key formation complete. 99th floor is cleared. The flower bed split wide open. You are entering the 100th floor. From deep within the split flower bed, something surged up. It was a gigantic mirror. It was too large to reflect just a person. It was of a mythical size, capable of reflecting an entire army at once. The edges were rough with crystal formations, and both sides of the mirror were ominously dim with a purplish hue. Like a barrier from hell, the mirror stood between me and the Sword Emperor, and it had 9 keyholes. Please insert the keys. I lifted my head. Slowly, I walked up to the keyholes. Though a mirror typically cannot show what is beyond it, I somehow knew that the Sword Emperor on the other side was mimicking my actions. The first key, by those who breathe in the shadows you have cast. I looked into the first keyhole. Plus, what kind of person were you? Were you a strong person? A lovely person? A beautiful person? A pitiful person? Plus, I pulled out a key and inserted it into the first hole. I was someone people could rely on. From the other side, the Sword Emperor's voice could be heard. I was someone worth waiting for. The sounds of clinking echoed simultaneously. The brightness and saturation of the mirror increased. The now clearer purple mirror seemed to bring up the next question. Plus, the second key given by those who chose to follow you. What were apostles to you? Were they tools? Lovers? Family? Plus, I inserted the second key. My apostles were my equals. Similarly, the Sword Emperor's response came from the other side. My apostles were like my brothers. The mirror's brightness fluctuated once more. Plus, the third key given by the gods you faced. What were gods to you? Plus, They were beings capable of being negligent and make mistakes, thus naturally capable of evolving. The kind of people I would have become if I hadn't met my master. I inserted the fourth key, then the fifth in succession. Honestly, I did have some regrets. It was unfortunate. If I had been there, if I had stayed until the gray spider met her end, without climbing the tower, maybe I could have done something more. I don't think so. As you once talked about the first wave, Gray lived as she wanted to live. The one who was my key on the 94th floor was the same in that sense. Those who do not blame others walk on their own feet, and naturally, they don't lean on others' shoulders. I was happy that stories about me had spread widely, and it was scary. There were people who assigned meanings to every aspect of my life that even I didn't know about. I'm not talking about malicious distortion, nor am I talking about misunderstandings. It was a realization that what I thought was completely under control, in fact, wasn't. Becoming a myth goes beyond just being a topic of conversation. People don't fight about whether the nice uncle next door has hemorrhoids or athlete's foot. But if that uncle is bald and the people talking like bald people, then it gets complicated. People fight as much for those they love and respect as for excluding those they hate and despise. And becoming the cause of a war is a pretty crappy thing. Clink, clink. The phrases that came to mind and the act of inserting the corresponding keys had become a question-and-answer session between me and the Sword Emperor, separated by the mirror. I realized I wasn't alone. Probably the Tower Master had been with me all this time, from the moment I entered the tower until now. And probably still watching. Hey old lady, are you watching? We'll be heading there soon. Well. Anyway, if you're watching like that, I did think you could have saved me sooner, like when I first met the Tower Master and heard about that ideology. But on second thought, if you consider the other timelines that Musha showed, getting an opportunity for one means depriving another of that chance. Even if that someone doesn't realize that it was a possibility they could have had, the one who turned back time can vaguely feel it. They can't help but doubt. Is this really the best? Was this truly the best path for everyone, from an eternal perspective? Zombie, can you hear it? The screams of countless victims created each time you rewound time. The sound of the footsteps of doom approaching you, from an Avenger who lost everything due to the butterfly effect caused by your actions that day. Doing everything is the same as doing nothing. The Tower Master chose to handle everything by doing nothing. On the other hand, I chose to take responsibility for all the changed causalities caused by my actions. If someone blames me for that, then it's a burden I must bear. That's too arrogant. I know what you're thinking, but what about you, Sword Emperor? Would you regress if you could? Would regressing prevent regrets? Clink.
No.
Usually, it leads to even bigger regrets. You might resolve those regrets, but then even bigger ones soon block your path. It's a continuous cycle. And if you just live your life without regressing, won't that also cause issues? Clink. Indeed. Definitely. Yeah. Whether you regress or not, in the end, it's all the same. Clink. Even so, saying it's the same is a bit. To someone who can't run, a runner might seem like a person with a special ability. To those who can't travel through time, a regressor must seem like a monster. But in the end, they're all just people. The alchemist's words come to mind. But isn't that too arrogant? The alchemist was also someone who could hold their own in arrogance. Being able to do something means that you can also die because of it. People who can do things that others can't often suffer in ways ordinary people don't. In that sense, the world is fair. Clink.
Sword Emperor nim.
Suppose you still think you could have saved your master? Even if you say, the first wave went where it wanted to go. Even if you fully accept that, don't you have to convince yourself again every morning when you wake up? Don't say no. I've been watching you as you fall asleep and as you wake up. You're right. I sighed. Before I knew it, the mirror had become almost transparent. No matter how transparent, a mirror cannot show what's beyond, so I couldn't see the Sword Emperor. I only saw my reflection in the mirror. Every morning when I wake up, I ponder. Every time I feel the wind is cold today. Every time I see peonies at the florist while walking down the street eating ice cream with Bambolina and Venomous Snake. I think about how great it would be if my master was still alive, and whether I could bring Hari back right now. I know. In the end, I decide not to do it. I think that's truly the best way to honor my master. But then, when I wake up again, I have the same thoughts. But the dead ultimately cannot hope for anything. Is leaving them dead really the best way to honor them? Isn't that just my own satisfaction? I know. If I revived my master, surely my master wouldn't forgive me. But isn't that really just a problem that ends with me suffering? Isn't that what I'm truly afraid of? If still alive, perhaps someday my master could become happy again. In front of my master's tombstone, in front of those red peonies, I carried the 9 worlds in my bow and thought about it continuously. It's paradoxical, contradictory, it's truly ugly and pitiful. Perhaps these concerns will never leave me as long as I live. Rather, it will probably increase as the days go by. You mentioned it earlier, but now every morning when you wake up, you'll think about the gray spider again, won't you? Yes.
Brat.
I looked into the keyhole in the mirror. Only one hole was left. I quietly stared at that keyhole. That was when, with a bang, a blade burst forth from the keyhole. I recognized that blade. Far too large to be simply called a sword, it was the one used by the Sword Emperor. The enormous blade, reminiscent of a barracuda, twisted diagonally. The thinning mirror, as if sensing the atmosphere, cracked and shattered like sugar. Amidst the falling purple glass, there stood the Sword Emperor. The Sword Emperor pointed the tip of his sword at me and said, "As if to prove you're a coward, you're sitting there harboring such dark thoughts. You act indifferently, just like someone from the righteous faction. I'm just a bit too cool by nature. I'm so cool that when I see a pathetic loser wallowing in self-pity, I want to smash their head in, brother. Will you be able to? It's only now become possible." Despite the mirror shattering, the 9th keyhole remained in its place, as did the Sword Emperor's sword still inserted in it. The Sword Emperor, as radiant as the blooming flower bed, was smiling brightly. "Let's have a match." Is there a need for that? I don't really need it. It's you who needs it. You know, I was quite impressed by you from a rather early stage. Well, I do possess some damn impressive talent. Yeah, so exceptional that even bleach couldn't straighten out the creases. But despite being so wrinkled, there was something about you that truly amazed me. The Sword Emperor continued with a smile. You held a memorial for those children. 10th floor. The words he had spoken and the actions I had taken flashed before my eyes. That was an idea I hadn't thought of, and if you hadn't shown me, I would have never thought of it. Do you know what I felt when I saw that? What did you feel? Is this how my master felt when he looked at me? I tilted my head in confusion, but soon after, I lifted it in surprise. On the Sword Emperor's face was an expression familiar to me, yet one I could never have imagined on him. It was humiliating. This was the first time I knew this man could wear such an expression. The Sword Emperor smiled broadly once again, yet this smile still carried a lingering trace of resentment. But if you can do it, I guess I can do something similar.
Sword Emperor nim.
I'm best at using a sword, so if I were to do it, it should be with a sword, shouldn't I? The Sword Emperor flicked his sword tip.
Come?
I'll give them their rights. Not knowing what else to say, I just blurted out. But you were supposed to be the ghost. I'm not anymore, and saying comforting things makes my skin crawl. What's wrong with a little goosebumps? Gongja. From now on, I will comfort you. Ack. Totally cringy. I warned you. Damn. The wind blew. Unknown flower petals scattered wildly. From there, beyond the shattered mirror, across from the 9th keyhole, the Sword Emperor was speaking. My nickname is Sword Emperor. A blade tempered at the bottom of the great Een Grotto, a disciple of the Sun Sage, inheritor of the righteous faction. thus recognized as the greatest under heaven in the world of myriad swords. Sword Emperor. Origin world of myriad swords. The greatest under heaven. Righteous faction. I request about. I remembered the expression I wore in the mirror before it shattered. It was a pathetic face that the Sword Emperor would want to smash. It wouldn't be the same now. Or maybe it could be worse. Honestly, I'm not sure. I tried to smile. It didn't work out. People want to cry not only when they are sad but also when they are happy. My alias is the sky that gathers screams. As one who will eventually oversee the afterlife of this tower, other nicknames include Screaming Sky, Moon of Ivantia, the White Lion of Lion World, and the guardian deity of the Azuras. The rightful young master of the demonic cult, inheriting the law of the heavenly demon. No, I corrected myself. I am the head of the demonic cult. Screaming Sky Demon. Origin Lion World. The greatest under heaven. Demonic cult. Let the duel begin. Chapter 398. Your world and mine. 3. The sun, bright in the sky, wavered once. The Sword Emperor moved. It was like a bolt from the blue, without any warning or precursor. Following the tilted trajectory of the sunlight, the sword flashed once, and immediately after, a missile-like white flash surged forth. 3 moves. I too raised my sword in response. My shadow spread over the flower bed like the debris I rode upon. Won't you concede 3 moves? The shadow flickered along the trajectory of the sword. Infernal Heaven's demonic sword. First form. Sword of starvation? Heart. Shadows on the ground sank their teeth into the earth all at once. From the ground, energy was sucked out. It was more akin to harvesting than to cultivation, and closer to vampirism than to harvesting. It resembled a school of demons crashing a banquet, voraciously devouring the food without even breathing. I sucked in the energy of this world, as if possessed, and threw it straight up into the sky. The surged-up shadow of blood. Bang! It split the white flash dragged down by the Sword Emperor. Like peeling the skin off an apple, the Sword Emperor's energy was shaved away. The shavings of his energy fell like a sudden white downpour. It was as if a million fireworks had gone off at once, lighting up the world. I used that flash as a signal for counterattack. Infernal Heaven's demonic sword. 7th form. Sword of blunt impact? Heart. In a world flickering between light and darkness, brightness and shadows mixed like a dance. Shadows that appeared spewed out crimson energy. With nowhere to escape and no pattern to predict, the Sword Emperor, smiling, faced the crimson tentacles. You're really... His bared teeth gleamed like those of a lion. Not giving me 3 moves either. The Sword Emperor's sword tip moved. Fate. A sound like clicking a tongue echoed. If that was the sound of a tongue clicking, surely the one who clicked it was the void itself. PSSH. The void opened. It seemed like a transparent giant was opening its lips to inhale. The world's fierce energy that I had fired through the shadows as a pathway was sucked into the crack in the world. It was sucked in. It burst out. Bang! Not from top to bottom, but from side to side, a waterfall of light poured down. The moment I saw the approaching cascade of light, I realized what had happened. The strong energy I shot, before I could say that it was swallowed and spat back. As if it were yours. Before he could finish speaking, I responded. Hop! I gripped the dagger, lifted it. I planted both feet deeply into the ground. Ha! The shadow is the child of light. If there is something infinitely infinite as the light itself, it has to be the shadow. I anchored the shadow, now as distinct as the approaching flash, into the ground, into the world like an anchor. I secured my entire body. I stood my ground. Then, like a lightning rod struck by lightning, the wave of light struck at the tip of my dagger. Ugh! Suddenly, blood burst from my lips. The blood quickly dried up and disappeared. I felt the blood draining inside me, as if an absorbent had been injected. If being struck by lightning during Constellation Killer's strike was like being instantly burned, This strike from the Sword Emperor felt like the blazing sun was shining right in front of my nose. Hup! I breathed. I took a deep breath. With my burning heart, I breathed in. And then, Raya! I began to cultivate my energy. Infernal Heaven's demonic sword. Second form. Sort of thirst? Heart. Like an old woman dying of thirst gulping seawater. I drank the light in with the burning thirst. I gathered the received light into my heart. With each thump of my heartbeat, I sent it towards my dantian and brain. My vision flashed. The light spread and burst through the veins and spine. My body trembled. The blood dried up, and the shock. I gritted my teeth and accepted it, and filled it with the light I had received. I burst it forth. SWO! As I screamed, beams of light extended from my whole body and burst out through the pores of my skin. The Sword Emperor flinched, raising his sword to block. He was quick enough, but it was too late. Like a hedgehog firing its quills all at once. The burst of light I expelled enveloped and struck past the Sword Emperor. Kook! The spread of the light was thin and wide, so the impact wasn't great, but it was enough to disrupt his posture, and that was sufficient. The void closed. The scent of incense being burned in a temple wafted. Thank you for burning away the impurity. Very, very grateful. As I spoke, sparks and smoke rose from my body. The Sword Emperor burst into hollow laughter. You crazy zombie bastard. You did it first. Who slurps like that? It's not like it's judging mine. It was originally mine anyway? Where's yours or mine when it comes to external energy? Here, the Sword Emperor said. Before I could say anything more, the Sword Emperor gripped his sword. Now you understand why I didn't yield 3 moves. Of course. Yes, I understood. It was inevitable. You have become even stronger than your master from that winter. Yes, the flowers of this world were fiercely and tenaciously clinging to life. Despite the strikes that split the sky and scorched the earth, the flowers remained there. Entrusting their bodies to the wind, they sang of their lives. Amidst the scattering of dandelion seeds, a man nodded. Are you happy? I was happy. Are you sad? I was sad. Both. I just felt a little like crying. In the swirling double helix of emotions, only the Sword Emperor's eyes were as clear as the midday sun. It's still too early to be immersed in either one. I took a breath, harshly erasing the moisture mingling deep in my nose. This, the Sword Emperor grips the hilt of the sword. This very thing, the sword tip moved, needs to be faced first. And then, martial blade, formless form, single strike. The world turned upside down. For, he pulled the arm holding the sword back, took a step forward, tenses his shoulder, make a thrust. As a conclusion, it was a single thrust. With that one move, the world turned upside down. From below to above, from above to below, from left to right, from right to left. No, the world turned inside out, like sticking a hand inside a plush doll and turning it inside out. From the single point of explosion from the Sword Emperor's thrust, the world regurgitated the world. Spring came. Within spring, summer burst forth. Before summer could even reach the outer edges of the world, autumn exploded. From the core of autumn, winter came, and then spring again, summer, and once more autumn spewed out. A mandala of greenery, leaves, flowers, fruits, grains, fallen leaves, and bare branches stormed forth. I knew the strike. The sword technique. You against my master. Yes, the final martial art that was unleashed. Now I see. It was such a technique. Do you just see it? It's not just that. Words spoken and unspoken. Still, a comprehensible conversation passed between me and the Sword Emperor. Ah! It wasn't slicing through space, but rather, time, countless layers of time accumulated, perhaps best described as spherical. I watched as that strike slowly approached. It was beautiful. It was impossible not to be overwhelmed. This is not just a simple heart sword. It wasn't just shooting out external energy. Your world, the sanctuary built by the Sword Emperor. His life, a vibrant field of flowers in full bloom unfolds. His life engulfed me. In the beginning, there it was. There was nothing else. The day of the sword, the moon of the sword, the hour of the sword, the minute of the sword, the second of the sword. The moment the gears interlocked perfectly, oh, it has become. Finally, it was forged. The primordial sword, like a dam that had burst, countless images flashed before my eyes. Our waiting, anguish, hunger, thirst. This world exists solely for you, being. All other humans are mere illusions. I am alone. What so? Why is your face full of worries? Go. Full, 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 full of. Half-divine eye. Why is your face so full of worries? That which had occasionally emerged after glimpsing the life of the Tower Master from this strike was finally reading the Sword Emperor. You were born alone. Created. You were created. You wanted siblings. You felt loneliness. You did not want to be alone. You sought an opponent who could compete without holding back. Someone who could pour their everything into someone like that. Then you met a master. The master taught you that you weren't that special. In that satisfaction, he realized he wasn't alone. Sword Emperor, you are satisfied. I am satisfied. The Sword Emperor exclaimed loudly. I was a created life, a life given. I knew how to run before I could walk and received bows before I could even shake hands. A miserable life. Sword Emperor. But if the sun had a voice, it would sound like this. It was a happy life indeed. With a radiant voice, the Sword Emperor shouted. I affirm my life, all my encounters, partings, without reserve. Ah! Screaming sky. The Sword Emperor shouted in the pose of a thrust. How about you? Did you laugh? Did you love? Did you live? Were you happy? I know because I was there with you. The man who had climbed the tower with me smiled confidently. But not as much as I did. Sword Emperor. Accept my life. Feel it. Look up to it. I smiled. I gripped the dagger in reverse. The feel of the blue tape. Even though I just wrapped it a little while ago, it has frayed and burned again, making my palm damp with the tattered feeling. I see the sphere of Mandala as the Sword Emperor's strike approaches. It draws me. Infernal heaven's demonic sword. Ninth form. Sword of suicide? Heart. The dagger, held transversely, neatly pierced my heart, avoiding the ribs. Blood flowed. Slower than a snail creeping along a window on a rainy day. The blood dripped down my wrist, soaked my sleeve, and then fell upon a flower at my feet. You! At the moment the Sword Emperor hesitated, the flower that drank my blood began to wither. You! I am. He realized he wasn't alone. I ran away to the tower.
Kim Gongya.
I had no parents. I respected the director, but back then, I was too young to truly think of him as my parent. I couldn't contact him. I couldn't ask for help. I thought off the Black Dragon Master, a strong and noble person, a formidable figure who is taking Anbath inside and outside the tower alone. But even for her, the reason she first set foot in the tower was that there was no longer a place for her outside. She said, I ran away into it. I thought off the Sword Saint. Those who entered the tower having achieved things outside, having abandoned what they already had, came in unburdened. There were those who entered to challenge. The Black Dragon Master was not one of them. Neither was I. I too had nowhere to be. Everywhere I went, it seemed I was an unwelcome guest. Among people laughing and chatting, where everyone hurried on their way to someplace they had to go or return to, it seemed only I was adrift. In a city overflowing with light, my city, groaning with sickness, seemed not to want me. That's why I came here. Fittingly, I had no parents. It was symbolic. Unlike you, If you were forged by the world, I was discarded by it. If you had everyone who shaped you as your parents, I was an orphan abandoned by mine. So, just like you, we both left the world we grew up in behind and came here. Kim Gongja, Sword Emperor. Blood flowed. The slowly trickling blood drenched the ground at my feet. My blood, spreading along the shadows, withered everything it touched. It makes them rest. You weren't satisfied, were you? The Sword Emperor hesitated once more. I smiled, lips curling up while a knife was buried in my heart. I was satisfaction. He realized he was not alone. But you weren't satisfied, were you? Like I thought my master no longer desired life. He realized he was not alone. But just as I wavered every time I woke up, he realized he was not alone. In the end, you were the same. Satisfaction. You were satisfied with it, you weren't satisfied with it, you could be satisfied with it, you wanted to be satisfied with it. To you like that, aha! For some reason, Bambolina crossed my mind. The blonde child who truly found this world. All people beautiful. The eternally youthful boy who walked around with a carefree bright smile. But even he wished for something more than that. Because he was human. Because he is human. Because everyone is merely human, and so are you, To you, I shout this towards you. I shall satisfy you. You smile at me like a beast. If you can, he said, try it. I will, I shouted in response. The garden of withered flowers unfolds. From my heart, I spread my shadow. The shadow with substance crashes like waves. My heart's whirlpool swallows the blazing sunlight. My sanctuary, a resting place for weary soul, encroaches into the Sword Emperor's garden of flowers. Ha! The Sword Emperor laughed. Like a dragon inhaling breath, he laughed loudly, very loudly. Aha! I laughed. Like a whisper, I laughed softly, very softly. Aha! Aha ha ha! Aha ha ha ha! Aha ha 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 ha! The Sword Emperor's mandala of time unraveled. Spring, summer, autumn, winter, and spring again, all unfurl and spread. The raging torrent of time, flowing unchecked, folded its wings within the halted world. Just because you blocked it, the Sword Emperor stomped his foot. Doesn't mean it's over yet. I stomped my foot. With a clang, our swords, the dagger and the great sword, collided, making a sharp, eerily clear sound. Good. Yes, it's good.
Ting.
Good. Great. Ah. Yes, it's very exciting.
Ting.
Not bad, screaming sky. You too, primordial sword. Shadows overflowing from my heart were fired toward the Sword Emperor. The Sword Emperor, gathering light in one hand as if grabbing a dragon's neck, parries and slashes down.
Ting.
Barely lifting the dagger to block and deflect. And then I immediately spin around and strike down the dagger towards his neck. Even that is blocked and I laugh. The Sword Emperor laughs. I am not alone. He laughs even louder. I am not special. He laughs sincerely satisfied. I am. The Sword Emperor wields his broadsword. He swings it. Lightning strikes. I am ordinary. Yes, primordial sword. And I am. To you I am. I am not lacking. I swing the dagger.
Ting. Ting. Ting.
Clinging persistently like a wolf biting and tugging at the neck, not letting go of the Sword Emperor, who parries with his broadsword. I am not lacking. Was not born wrong. I now have a place to return. Yes, there is. Of course there is. Like you. Like you.
Ting.
Our weapons clash. Our gazes meet. They part. So I am. We are. In a moment intertwined with light and shadow, and with a sound of ting, falling together. My dagger and his broadsword, crossed in the air, were stuck in the keyhole suspended in the void. Being alive is all right too, and the world shattered into pieces. Chapter 399. 1. Breaking news. Death King who set out to conquer the 100th floor of the tower. There has been no news from him for a while, right? So there were many stories about whether he had failed, and that the 5 major guilds including the Black Dragon Guild and the Death King family were sending search parties. Now, it seems all those stories will be dispelled. Hunter Ranking #1. Death King has conquered the sky's extreme point. Roars like thunder echoed across Babylon Square. As you can see, Babylon Square is now a cauldron of festivities. It's probably because everyone heard it through the tower's message before we even announced it. The announcer heard it too, right? Yes. From what we have confirmed so far, it seems that everyone in the tower heard that declaration. It's similar to when the guild master of the Chunmumun and the constellation, the ox that harvests ruins, created an unranked item. Indeed, at that time, there was a prophecy that the ox that harvests ruins would block the Death King's path. So the tower was once turned upside down. The worlds within our tower collaborated to organize a large-scale punitive force, or so was the controversy on whether we should wait and see. Eventually, the guild master returned and explained what had happened, and the controversy was resolved. The announcer wiped his forehead. Compared to then, there's hardly any confusion. The greatest confusion would be the extent of alcohol and chicken running out all over the tower's worlds. Yes, because it's good news to the point where there's no way to misunderstand it. Those who oppose the Death King, the group demanding the truth from the Death King, seem to want to misunderstand it again. What do you think? We will connect to the scene. People wearing masks gathered, holding placards that read, Death King, X, Liar King, O. The manufactured Death King, the dark connection between Death King and the Aegim Empire, Earth's traitor, puppet of Stormwind, and so on. Those at the forefront raised their voices. Us. The group demanding the truth from the Death King, commonly known as Truth Demanders, argue today that the specific message that was allegedly transmitted throughout the tower could have been manipulated. And to discuss this possibility, we have invited a tower expert to this place. Listening to the expert, basically it's said that the Death King has bought off the tower. It's observed that the tower's administrators show favoritism towards the Death King. Or it might even be due to some skill. Even if it's not a skill, our group suspects that the very fact that the Death King has ascended to a constellation seat is shrouded in doubt. But look, if it's true that the Death King became a constellation, he could send the same message to many people at the same time. How could someone in his early 20s, who had lived a life like a painted NAT, become a representative hunter of the tower and conquering the 100th floor? Even elementary school level common sense would tell you that doesn't make sense. The announcer narrowed his eyes. What are these people even talking about? I'm not sure myself. Anyway, they're saying it's all fake, a scam. Even if by chance it's true, it's a scheme concocted with the tower, so the Death King has done nothing. Even if he reached the 100th floor, does it improve people's lives by even a gram? It seems like things we don't need to know. It's been a while since the message about conquering the 100th floor went out. But have there been any contacts from the Death King himself? We have been consistently in contact with the Wide Area Telecommunications, the 5 major guilds, the Duke Ivansha family, and the Apostles of the Death King family, but still The announcer's expression suddenly changed. I just received a message from the Death King. Is that so? Which side is it? It's from the Black Dragon Guild side. The broadcasters understood what that meant. The fact that they received contact from the Death King from none other than the Black Dragon Guild indicated that all of the Death King's private communications had concluded, and everything to be announced or kept secret had been perfectly decided. If that's the case, the burden on the broadcasting station side is rather reduced. The announcer said, "Please connect us to the scene." The screen changed. The hall of the Black Dragon Guild was shown. Previously, there had been a vote concerning the fate of the tower. In that vote, which weighed on the scales whether to become pioneers or settlers, the people of the Lion World chose to move forward. No one would question that it was the Death King's speech that decided the direction of the vote. The hall of the Black Dragon Guild shown on the screen was the very place where that legendary speech had taken place. Probably even this reminder effect was set up by the Black Dragon Master. Kim Gongja, the protagonist who had stirred up the tower, was right there where he had been back then. Ladies and gentlemen, the Death King. It's been 16 years since he said he was heading to the 90th floor and left. After a whole 16 years, the Death King has revealed himself. The announcer shouted excitedly. Beyond the screen, a surreal commotion was heard in the hall of the Black Dragon Guild. Everyone, there's no need to rush. The Death King will soon return to your side. Reporters, please keep order and enter. Members of the Black Dragon Guild were controlling the commotion and invited the reporters in. Meanwhile, the announcer commented on the situation inside the hall. Ah, the Death King is not actually standing there. It's a video connection. Right next to it, there's a wide area telecommunications company standing by. Seeing that the Inventor King is also present, it seems like a real-time connection is certain. Just now, the group demanding the truth from the Death King stated that if the real Death King doesn't appear, it would be a manipulation by the Black Dragon Guild. But what do you think? I must say again, there seems to be no need to listen to those folks. I was a bit disappointed the moment I realized it wasn't actually the Death King appearing but just a video connection. Just by having a thought similar to those folks makes the whole issue entirely unproblematic, and for that alone I am thankful. While this conversation is going on, it seems that the inside of the conference hall has been somewhat organized. I will now move to cover it. Soon, Kim Gongja appeared in front of a projector, and a group of reporters huddled around him. The reporters asked, "Good day, Death King," or, "Should we now call you the sky that gathers screams?" It was the first question thrown at him upon his return. The Death King smiled. "You can call me whatever you like. It seems that members of the group demanding the truth from the Death King are also here. You can call me whatever you wish. Even calling me a plague is fine. However, I prefer being called Kim Gongja. It would be comforting if you called me Mr. Gongja." And that was his first response. The reporters threw the next question. "We received the message that you have broken through the 100th floor. Congratulations. What was beyond that? What rewards did you receive? What happened there? What are your plans moving forward?" Despite the Black Dragon Guild members doing their best to control the order, these questions burst out almost simultaneously, like a multi-headed snake. It didn't matter. After all, these were all things that needed to be discussed. Kim Gongja took a deep breath. "I have, too. I met the Tower Master. I became a pillar. I parted ways with the Sword Emperor. I talked with my companions. I accepted the first incident calmly. No, to be precise, neither the Sword Emperor nor I were in a state to make a fuss when the Tower Master revealed herself in the world that had crumbled after the last key was inserted. The Tower Master expressed it like this: You two look like privates who played an intense game of soccer and collapsed in the middle of the playground, lying sprawled out and gasping for breath. I didn't even turn towards where that violet voice was coming from when I said, well, Tower Master soccer played with 2 people? Isn't that a game played by 12 people? Gongja, you are showing that you are from the generation that hasn't served in the military yet again. This is truly an amazing foreshadowing payoff. I had no idea what that meant. It was only then that I looked up at the Tower Master. At the summit of this tower, much like a mountain peak, there was merely a white dot. The Tower Master stood alone at that white point, looking down at us. The Sword Emperor raised a hand. Hello, Auntie. Well, hello, Uncle. The Tower Master also raised a hand in greeting. I laughed. Usually at this point, one would blush and cover their face with darkness saying, Who are you calling Auntie? Or ask back, What did you just say? Screaming Sky. Please realize that what you just said is not something that can be captured by the modifier. Usually, what exactly are you trying to make me into? Truly, she was like a goddess of fertility, possessing the wisdom of raising 24 children. Although I had no mother, I imagined this was how it would feel if she found the comic books I was hiding. The Tower Master sighed while flapping her sleeves. If you insist on using the modifier usually, then you should say, don't we usually meet in a slightly more sacred and impactful atmosphere? I already know the answer, because originally, this is where we should have first met. But I had already faced the Tower Master several times. Any impact was inevitably less than my first encounter with the Sword Emperor. Even so, it feels like a more formal meeting than a casual hi and howdy could have been possible. I scratched my cheek when I thought about the lack of atmosphere at this meeting. Isn't this the way it is with me? I remember a few pillar meetings were called because of me, and I don't need to be censored anymore. If we don't count the time you faced my avatar on the 29th floor of Lion World, or the fact that I am always beside you all, then yes, if we only count the times we met face to face, that's accurate. Shall we have a drink? That's the first suggestion made by those who stepped onto the sky's extreme point beyond the 100th floor. The Tower Master flicked her finger with a smile. Not a bad idea at all. A makeshift table descended into the empty world. The Sword Emperor pulled out a porcelain liquor bottle from his robes. I was dumbfounded. Isn't that liquor at least 140 years old? Probably older? The place I was in had days that changed very quickly. Mr. Sword Emperor, have you ever heard of an expiration date? When I lived alone, I also used to open canned tuna that was a few years old and put it in expired ramen, but that's really not good. It makes life very bleak, so to speak. Don't you know the common sense that liquor improves with age? Stop your nonsense and prepare some snacks. The Sword Emperor, still seated, pushed my back with his foot. This is bothersome, but still I got up grumbling. Aren't the pillars coming? I didn't bring them. Oh, why not? Most of the pillars wouldn't welcome you all. Especially you, Screaming Sky. I recalled the attitudes shown by the other pillars, excluding the lady, when the Wand of Ages had strutted out before me. Smiling while lighting up an aura instead of a fire, I said, I do enjoy provoking such people. The Sword Emperor chuckled. This guy really has a knack for that. You seem like you'd be good at stirring things up too, wouldn't you? Now that I have a body and a mouth, shall I hang around and have fun by your side for a while like I used to? I'll appoint you as a quibble advisor for the Death King family. I made fried rice with eggs using an aura flame. Considering the age of the eggs and rice, they should be fine since I had stored them in a handy magic pouch. It's not like these folks here would suffer from food poisoning. In the meantime, the Tower Master prepared glasses and bowls for us. I didn't come here alone just for you guys. Now that we finally have a reacher, shouldn't I have something to enjoy too? I bet you'd really enjoy watching from the sidelines as the pillars suffer from Sword Emperor and my bantering. Of course I'll enjoy it. And I'll continue to enjoy it thoroughly in the future, but still. The Tower Master placed a drinking glass in front of each of us with a smile. I want to enjoy this quiet atmosphere right now. I finished cooking. I shaped the fried rice into rice balls and topped them with a bit of oyster sauce. The Tower Master seemed dumbfounded at the egg fried rice. Does Screaming Sky use rice as a side dish? Fried rice with eggs and oyster sauce is delicious. Do you use rice as a side dish? I asked twice because it seemed you didn't hear properly the first time. It's salty, so it goes well with alcohol. Especially with a slightly bittersweet rice wine or fruit wine. It's just perfect. Sword Emperor, that's Macchiali, right? It's distilled liquor though? Even not in sprit form, Sword Emperor remains Sword Emperor. Not useful when it really matters. Sword Emperor imbued a drop of liquor with aura and shot it at me, nearly causing an incident that could have forced me to regress after piercing my heart. The Tower Master scolded us. How is it that you fight and brawl both before and after breaking through the sky's extreme point? Oh dear. Living as Tower Master is a continuous series of struggle. Isn't it? Gongja, please don't try to rival Venomous Snake in that aspect. Just take a drink. Sword Emperor and I did as told. The Tower Master poured liquor into my glass first. You've worked hard. Yes. Chapter 400, Author's Note. By the time my glass was full, I received the bottle and poured the drink into the Tower Master's glass. Do you still have the same intention of appointed as a pillar, Screaming Sky? Yes. Gulp, gulp, gulp. As I poured the drink, I continued. Not only that, I am still determined to aim for the position of Tower Master. Aha. Well, it's common for all new employees to aim for the CEO position. It's a legitimate aspiration. While looking at the rising drink, the Tower Master spoke. Be careful not to shatter that aspiration. You have barely been assigned to manage just the netherworld among the portfolios overseen by the pillars. If you wish to challenge me, Screaming Sky, plunder the territories held by all the pillars. The glasses were now filled. I put down the bottle. What territories do the other pillars have? That's for you to find out in the future. It's good to have ambition, but let's not talk business anymore as this at a welcome party. It kills the mood. Well, that makes sense. I lifted the glass filled by the Tower Master. The Tower Master also lifted the glass I had filled. Please wait a bit. I will wait. Our glasses clinked. With a clear sound, our reflections smiled on the rippling surface of the liquid. Thus, I drank the alcohol filled by the Tower Master. Initially cold, the drink heated up my blood as it went down my throat. A feeling of fullness, relief, and anticipation for tomorrow. There was no specific message, but I realized that I had become a pillar, and that I was formally in charge of managing all the netherworlds off this tower. While I was absorbed in this reverie, the Tower Master also poured for the Sword Emperor. Thank you for coming. The Sword Emperor received the bottle and in turn filled the Tower Master's glass. Don't mention it. The bottle was placed on the tray. They clinked their full glasses and drank. After a sigh laden with the spirit of alcohol, the Tower Master said, Screaming Sky was appointed to a pillar position. You've accepted the assigned position.
Congratulations, Gongya.
You've joined a major corporation as an executive. But Sword Emperor, there is no specific promise made to you. The Tower Master looked straight at the Sword Emperor. A purple mirror reflected the Sword Emperor. What do you desire? Nothing in particular. The Sword Emperor replied plainly. If there is a difference between a tower and a mountain, it would be whether there is someone who built it or not. But the work done by those who reach the summit is the same, whether it's a tower or a mountain, right? The Sword Emperor picked up the bottle again and filled the Tower Master's glass. It's time for me to go down now. The Tower Master hesitated. To that, the Sword Emperor said, Give me the authority to leave the tower. Ah! The Tower Master sighed. I knew you would say that. You guessed it. From the beginning, the reason you entered this tower was to have a drink with me. Purple breaths piled up like the first snow on the white extremity. I am possessive. I don't want to let go of any treasures I hold. Literally, even if my skin rots, my flesh crumbles, and my bones break down, I hope they mix within my box, even if mixed with dirt. That was something I also realized when I learned there was a netherworld in the tower. But even so, while sipping the drink, the Tower Master muttered, looking down. You can't leash a warrior. The Tower Master, obscured behind the glass, lacked the forcefulness she had hinted at when talking about the territories of the pillars just moments ago. Instead, she seemed infinitely weak and desolate. I realized that this sight felt strangely familiar. Ah! It's the director. The Tower Master's current expression reminded me of the director, who used to watch us from behind as we left the orphanage. Looking back, Amethyst in the side story world also had such a face when she sent me away. Perhaps all parents who send off their children wear the same expression. I'll visit occasionally. After downing his drink in one go, the Sword Emperor tapped my head a few times with his large hand. I'll come to see this guy's Garden of Grey, and if this fellow is wallowing in self-pity again, I'll have to kick his butt. Ah, what do you mean I wallow in self-pity? Ignoring my muttering, the Sword Emperor looked at the Tower Master. So I'll come by occasionally to drink with you like this, so don't worry. Yes, the Tower Master said, her loneliness evident despite her efforts to suppress it. Please visit occasionally. For the Tower Master, who had encompassed countless numbers of worlds within the box called the Tower, and watched over even more lives and deaths, farewells were always a painfully new thorn. I thought of Fox. During my climb through the 90s floors, Fox, along with the Lady and the Serpent, had hidden herself and was dying suffocated by loneliness. The Grey Spider, the Sword Emperor here beside me, and even my master and Raviel, their greatest enemy wasn't someone with stronger power, but the fact that they had no one beside them. Indeed, even the strongest among us face the blade of loneliness. I deeply felt that the Tower Master was struggling with that blade. I bowed my head. Thank you. The Tower Master looked up. With a face still marked by loneliness, she looked at me, and like the time I had thanked her before, I said, "Thanks to you building the tower, we were able to come this far." I said, "I could become someone." I spoke of what I learned. Sword Emperor was not the only one. I spoke of the things I learned. Estelle didn't have to become a devil king. One by one. Shiny wasn't wrong to establish that nation. Kim Yul wasn't born trash. Master. One by one. Master have could avoided a meaningless death. Raviel could become a little happier. And Sylvia could find happiness without hurting or belittling others. Anastasia could smile more sincerely. And the Crusader could pursue justice without actually killing anyone. Bambolina wasn't an incomprehensible monster. Liao Fan. Each name seemed to pour into me like raindrops from somewhere other than here. With each word overflowing from my heart, there were people I had met. La Fanta Ejim. Hamustra. Fox. The First Wave. The Director. Yo Soa. I said, "We were not born wrong." I deeply bowed my head as I filled the Tower Master's glass. Thanks to you building the tower, all of this could be proven. The drink overflowed from the glass. My face reflected in the spilled drink on the tray. It soon ceased to be visible. It was disturbed by tears falling from my chin. "Thank you, Mother," I said to the Tower Master. "Thank you, brother," I said to the Sword Emperor. "I am fortunate to have met you both." Silence ensued. The silence was broken by the Tower Master. With arms crossed and head bowed, the Tower Master repeated this several times. And then, "I am pleased." The Tower Master's face, as she spoke, was shining brighter than the sun that floated above the Sword Emperor's floral tribute. Suddenly, a hand touched my forehead. With the same warmth as that touch, the Sword Emperor said, "Contact me anytime." Yes. I wiped the tears from my eyes and nodded. "I will." Time passed. We shared a few more drinks together. When the fried rice was all gone, naturally the bottle was empty too. Then, yes, both the Sword Emperor and I carefully stood up. The Tower Master did not. She sat there just as she had been while drinking, because this was her home. Because that was her place. But the Tower Master watched us with her hands clasped together. "May luck be with you all." And then she let us go. 3. There's nothing particularly noteworthy to say about what followed. What I've said is everything. I became a pillar. I didn't start working right away. Even I need a break, don't I? The souls that waited for me while I climbed to the 100th floor, I'm sorry, but they would have to wait a little longer. I planned to meet those still alive and waiting for me first. The Wand of Ages was incredulous, wondering how I could skip out on the first day. I joked, asking if he was already upset over this. How was he going to endure the many days ahead with me? The Wand of Ages just sighed. I parted ways with the Sword Emperor. The Sword Emperor received the authority to leave the tower. Amazingly, this authority applied to all worlds that the tower encompassed. Essentially, the Sword Emperor could not only return to the world of Myriad Swords, where he was originally from, but he could also go to modern Earth where I was born, outside the tower where the Grey Spider lived, and even to the world where the Tower Master was born. Due to an incident on the 10th floor, the Sword Emperor, who surprisingly harbors a competitive spirit, said upon parting that he would visit the world of the Tower Master. Previously, when the lady who walks the Mirage answered the Sword Saint's question, he wanted to challenge an entity called the Absolute Sword Master, deemed the most powerful swordsman across all worlds. However, it seemed it would take some time before that plan could be enacted. Because the Sword Emperor had been stuck on the 99th floor for a long time, he had many accumulated tasks. First, he would visit his homeland in the world of Myriad Swords to meet living connections. Next, he would come to Babylon on our tower's first floor to share a drink with the Sword Saint. If there were others he was close to, he would likely share a drink with them too. Then he would come to my garden to pay his respects to the Grey Spider. Only after that would he travel to the Tower Master's world. It would be a lie to say I am not envious of the Sword Emperor's unburdened demeanor. But just as he made his choice, I made mine. I have a responsibility to live my own life. I talked with my colleagues. To be honest, I never imagined. No, to be more honest, I did imagine that I would get so much criticism in my life. I think it's only fair to receive criticism for making others wait and worry. This, too, is part of the responsibility of living my life. Despite the distress caused by the countless harsh words I had heard, I was able to calm myself thanks to being able to touch the fluffy back of Fox who had appeared before me. That I got my fingers bitten by Fox later is a secret just between us. While talking with my colleagues, I shared the experiences I had been through. My colleagues also shared what had happened to them during this time. As much as I had seen and experienced while ascending the 90s floors, we managed to sort out the situation rather quickly. Serpent, who was summoned by Fox, seems to have evolved to something akin to an anaconda, gathering divinity in my absence, and its sporadic revelations of secrets it knew helped fill in the gaps. Truly, I am grateful. After we settled the situation, the topic of what to do next came up, and that's when this press conference was planned. It was Anastasia's suggestion. I gladly followed the proposal of a friend wiser than me. That's all. Most of it, I spoke to the journalists looking at me from beyond the projector screen. I hid what needed to be hidden and omitted what needed to be omitted, but still, it took a considerable amount of time to talk. The journalists probably won't struggle for stories for a while. Whether that's good news or bad news for them, I'm not sure. If there are those who feel it's the former, they might be a little happier. I was willing to gladly answer all the questions coming from this press conference. Eventually, a journalist asked, "What do you plan to do now?" I raised my head. I see the journalists looking at me, the cameras capturing me, and the many people who will be watching me through those cameras. What am I going to do now? Initially, I planned to enjoy being alive while playing with Raviel. That is my absolutely truthful future plan. But I did not say that. Because surely, there is someone like the old me, cooped up in a room, watching me on television with the same expression I had when I watched The Flame Emperor. There is something the Flame Emperor of that time could have told me. Of course, the Flame Emperor of that time never said it in any interview. And now I can understand that it's not something to resent. The Flame Emperor lived as an emperor and thus spoke as one. If there is something I wanted to hear, then I must be the one to say it. A word that my 33-year-old self wanted to hear. Something I wished my idol would have told me. I said something that everyone could relate to. I planned to live through today. That too was an absolutely truthful future plan. End of SSS Class Suicide Hunter. Author's note. Hello, this is Shin Noah. The story of SSS Class Suicide Hunter, commonly known as Suicide Hunter, has come to an end today. If you enjoyed it, I couldn't ask for more. There may be side stories in the future, but for now, this is the conclusion. As the author, it wouldn't be easy for me to answer the question of what kind of story SSS Class Suicide Hunter is. Aside from the fact that it mixes many genres, the title itself is SSS Class Suicide Hunter. Speaking of the title, there was a chance to change it to SSS Class Hunter Who Dies to Live, before it became a paid series. Sometimes I think it might have been better if I had changed it. However, after it went paid, the ISBN was registered or I couldn't change it, ed. It later changed to this title after 1 year. I sincerely thank the readers who have spent a long time with a novel of such a title. SSS Class Suicide Hunter was a story about loneliness. It was a story about how to deal with loneliness, how great a person who can make someone not feel lonely is, and isn't a savior someone who stays with you when you're lonely? SSS Class Suicide Hunter was a story about life. You don't need shining talent, power, or skills. Even if you can't prove anything to the world, even if you are failing, there is value in just being alive. That was the kind of story it was. SSS Class Suicide Hunter was a story about death. It was a story about love and friendship. A story about choices and responsibility. I am not confident whether I expressed all those themes ambitiously enough. Looking back, there are always shortcomings and things I wish were better. If they are visible to me, the author, how much more so to the readers, making me feel ashamed. It's all due to my lack of capacity as an author. Despite being such an insufficient story, it was fortunate to reach so many people and receive such undeserved love. To everyone from the J+ team who spared no support for author Shin Noah's first work, to manager Lim Jong-sung who leveled up from deputy to manager during the serialization, to Korn Ka-bits who drew the first cover, to Mintaka Kim and Phantom Beetle who drew the second cover, and to everyone who supported us. And of course, to all the readers who read this work. If it weren't for you, with your love and support, it would have been impossible for me to complete this journey. As an author who sits in front of a monitor, it's easy to forget that one is always living with people and writing towards those living in reality. It was your voices, comments, and interests that barely let me remember that fact. At least, it allowed me to strive not to forget. Thank you. Because of you, there could be Suicide Hunter, and beyond that, I could exist. I will continue to work hard. I think it will be at least a year before I start writing my next work. In the meantime, I plan to attend school and learn the things I was lacking and wanted to learn. When we meet next time, I hope to return a bit more grown. It's getting warmer. This summer is expected to boast the worst heat wave in recent history, and it seems that the novel coronavirus is still lying low. Please take care of your health. Have a great day. This was Shin Noah.